Well, good morning and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsch. That is Scott Anderson. Thanks to the guys out there at training camp, getting people fired up for football season, which is great. You know, there's a game, the Hall of Fame game's Thursday.
Really?
Yeah.
Who we got?
I think it's Jacksonville and Ottawa. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not sure.
Cross leagues. I like it.
I made
No, that's fun. Yeah. I don't think we expect to see that typically, but it's actually going to be Carolina and at the Cardinals. Not at the Cardinals.
Not at the
Cardinals are
yeah.
the home team, so to speak. But that not the most exciting matchup that you want to see.
No, it's not.
Come see the Cardinals with their quarterback. Yeah.
Jacoby Brissett, right?
And those guys.
Yeah. These guys. Play those guys.
Don't forget these guys. Yes.
For who is less relevant?
How is this for a quarterback room in Arizona? Your starter is Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
Your backup is Gardner Minshew.
Mm-hmm.
Third string is Carson Beck, and fourth string right now is Keaton Slovis.
How's that for a quarterback room? I got to tell you. You know what? It might be a good game against Ottawa. I think I'm honest.
Look, they're not the Rough Riders for no reason.
No. And they're not the Rough Riders.
Doesn't matter.
They're the Red Blacks. But
they used to be the Rough Riders.
Yeah. Well, yes, they did. Yeah.
No, it's just Saskatchewan's the only Rough Riders.
Yes, that is correct. It is a one Rough Rider league.
One Rough Rider league again,
as it probably always should have been.
The strangest. There are like 8 teams in the league forever.
I mean, could you imagine either? I don't know who had the name first, but the CFL had 9 teams. 2 were named the Rough Riders, which means one of them was sitting around going, I don't know, what do we call?
What are we going to do?
What do they call themselves? The Rough Riders? Okay, we'll do that.
We like
too.
that. That sounds good.
Let's do that too. What?
So it's 3 quarterbacks that had pretty decent college careers, or at least flared in college to show that they could be really good. Mm-hmm. And Jacoby Brissett is the best of the bunch, and I wouldn't say that he was the one in college that everybody was talking about.
Probably not.
But he's got the job. But Jeremiah Love, the running back, that's the guy that everybody's going to be looking at.
There you go. All right, so boy, busy sports day. I want to start with something. We welcome in Kang from Behind the Glass, our producer. We didn't have time for this story yesterday, but did you hear he had a brush with?
A brush with? Was it a brush with greatness?
A brush with someone famous, and it just led to a bit of an awkward moment.
Love awkward moments.
Yeah.
Maybe awkward from one of us. And it's someone that I think you would appreciate, Gator. Would you agree, Doug?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's have it.
All right, so I if you missed it yesterday, I went to the National in Chicago for the
National.
Right,
He was at the National.
He was at the National.
Sports Card Collectors Convention.
National.
Do you have a lanyard for
No,
protect your ticket that says you were at the National?
I did not get a VIP. I'm just a lowly general admission guy. By the way, I heard kids talking, like Doug's kids' age, and they're talking about going to the National, and one's like, "You're not going GA, are you?" And I'm like, and these guys are no.
P.
Yeah, no, GA. You can't go GA. You got to get VIP.
Yeah,
VIP. No, GA is general admission apparently, and you don't want to go GA.
No,
that's just loser talk right there.
Oh, right.
I went loser talk. I went GA.
That's why you went late.
Yeah. Pro tip: go late.
Go late.
Anyway, so I'm going in late, and I'm walking towards the convention center on the sidewalk. And next to the convention center, if you've ever been in Rosemont, there's a bunch of hotels there, nice hotels, nice steakhouses, Gibsons, whatnot, right?
So is this like the Rosemont Horizon? Is that
it's called, I think it's the Rosemont Convention Center.
The Rosemont Horizon was the arena that DePaul used to play in, and I think it hosted NCAA tournament games.
Well, also hosted WrestleMania 2.
And also WrestleMania, yeah, of course.
It was one of the 2 or 3 venues that hosted WrestleMania.
Yes,
it
was. Yep.
So I'm walking by one of these hotels, and I think it's like right by valet, and it was like a big SUV or something. Someone's opening the trunk, and I look over, and I'm like, "Is that Bubba Watson?" And Bubba, if you haven't seen him recently, I don't know if it's a new haircut or he's always been sporting this haircut. He's got a very distinctive haircut.
Well, normally you see him with a hat.
Yeah,
so
but it's long on the back, like party in the back, and like short on the sides.
Okay,
it's almost like a mullet. So
he is from the South.
So I look over and
his name is Bubba.
So I say to my friends, I'm like, "Is that Bubba Watson?" And the guys behind me, because there's a big crowd of us, must have been a bigger golf fan than me. He's like, yeah, that's definitely Bubba Watson. So I don't know why that split second, I turn, I go, hey, Bubba! And he turned to me and he turned right around again. And I said, well, that's just a fun name to scream out loud. So everyone laughed. But am I wrong? Bubba is a funny name to say out loud.
Sure.
And then
So Bubba turned and kind of half looked at you.
and then I said, you the man.
Okay.
And that was it. Nothing.
Did he smile or acknowledge it
I
anyway?
don't know. He probably hated me.
Which takes me back to
The Super Bowl?
yes.
Yeah. Indianapolis? 100%. My Hundo P.
And-
My
and-
first thought was
Jimmy.
that.
Jimmy at the Super Bowl. And was it you that first noticed it was right
he
in
and I
front of us?
were walking ahead of the rest of the pack. You were behind us, and I said to Jimmy, this guy in front of us. I'm like, that's Dave Navarro, the guitar player for Jane's Addiction, and briefly with Red Hot Chili Peppers. I said, that's Dave Navarro. He goes, hey, Dave! And Navarro turns around, nice as can be. Hey, man, what's going on? And
Jimmy was silent for like 2 seconds and then said,
he just, what's up?
it was so awkward. It was so awkward.
That's what you got? Hey, that much, man. Have a good one. And then he takes off and walked the other way. And it's like,
Just awkward.
yeah.
You know, the perfect response to that is, you weren't supposed to answer me.
I didn't expect you to turn around and be nice and stuff.
Can't you just ignore me like everybody else does?
Did you get a look at what Bubba was putting in or taking out of the trunk of the car?
No, for some reason, I just figure it's always golf clubs with golfers.
Right.
It's
No matter where they are.
Yeah,
That's right.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I got my clubs.
Bubba wasn't signing autographs at the National?
He's at Costco. He's just taking out clubs.
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you
I'm
are.
running errands and
I
take the
gotta
clubs
get
out.
golf balls. I get some Kirklands.
Yeah.
No, but I saw later on the weekend he was at the National. He attended. He's a card collector. I remember a few years ago he had bought his first Jordan rookie, and it was like a PSA 7, and I'm like, dude, you're rich. Get a 9 at least. I'm like, what? That's like entry level for.
Could you explain to people what a PSA 7
It's
is?
like when they grade your cards in the from 1 to 10 essentially, 10 being the best. And he got like a 7, which is fine, but
Yeah, but
he's Bubba
you're right,
Watson.
you're Bubba Watson.
It's like, he's like, oh guys, I got my first Jordan rookie. I'm like, oh, congratulations, Bubba! Like
that's
the girl
great.
on the treadmill, the Peloton. Like,
Right.
good job.
you did it.
Cross my fingers. I hope I get one today.
Yeah, you're smoking hot. You don't need to be on the Peloton that much.
And it's a stationary bike. You really don't need luck. You're probably going to survive.
I'm worth $300 million. I hope I can get this rookie card.
Right.
And he bought a 7.
Yeah, I think he just wanted one. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, he was a novice.
Yes.
That's what you should have said to him. Hey, did you upgrade from that 7?
Right.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
And,
Bubba.
and so what's I assume the highest rating is a 10?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
What's a PSA 10 Jordan rookie card?
Right now,
Yeah.
probably about 300,000, 340, something like that.
Wow.
It's gone up.
And what's a 7 worth?
Right now, probably about 15,000, 12 to
really?
15,000.
That's
yeah.
still pretty
still
good.
pretty
yeah.
good, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
How
he
do
got
you even find a 10? Like 10 has to be absolutely
There's,
pristine. Like how do you get a pristine card from a pack?
there? Well, that's the luck of it, right? You hopefully at centering all that stuff's good. There's, I think, 300 of them. Gator,
Wow.
310s.
There you go. All right, so we got news today. Breaking news this morning.
Got breaking news.
Bijan Robinson gets a disappointed.
Well, I mean, breaking news lately has been the Tigers trade Tarek Skubal, the Tigers trade, Casey Mize. The breaking news would be Jahmyr Gibbs has just signed, but this is the
Well, this is the
precursor.
news that precedes the news, and it is kind of set the bar. And as always, we talk about how does it impact us. Oh, this impacts us, and we will get to that coming up today at 10:16. It is Carson Anderson on a Tuesday on 97.1.
I feel the need to give a precursor apology, a preemptive apology
To who?
to you and to the people out there, just in case. I might be a little gassy today. I don't mean backdoor gas. I don't mean that. I mean like burpy.
We're stuck in this room together for
Well,
4
but
hours.
it's not from the back end. It's
well, I got to tell you, burps aren't the greatest thing ever
Well,
to be in this close proximity to you.
it's okay. We're not, it's
It's
like
okay,
I'm blowing it right at you, and you're like, oh my god, what was that? Ham and cheese this morning?
Yes, because one should have a ham and cheese sandwich for breakfast.
Well, I had ham and cheese on a bagel this morning.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. But it's okay. It's not. But you know me. When I start I don't drink coffee, but I don't mind caffeine, so I drink like zero sugar Coke or whatever, or Mountain Dew or something like that.
Right.
Sometimes when you drink a pop, sometimes there's nothing better. Like you just start to drink. You're like, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. And next thing you know, you chugged half the bottle in like 10 seconds. Like, what just happened? Because it just tastes perfect. You get that moment where. Have you ever get that or no?
No.
No? Kane, do you know what I'm talking about?
Sometimes
Sometimes
half
you're
a
like,
bottle of Coke.
I know what you're talking about,
Yeah.
but you thought Doug would know what you're talking about?
you're
Come
right.
on,
I
man.
should have gone to you first. I'm sorry.
Seriously, Doug? No, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's probably all the sodium that makes you want to keep drinking, but
I don't know, man, but
tastes-
it's like I can't stop. Like I can't just take one sip. It's like one sip goes to 10 sips, and next thing I know, I'm almost done with a bottle. And yeah, I get a little gassy. So if I have to stifle, turn the mic off, look to a side, and let loose the fury, that's what's going to happen. But I understand it's not the backdoor fury. It's different.
Okay.
It's not my boom boom.
So at some point, I'm going to speak up if the smell starts to permeate the studio.
Please. I'm trying to keep it in check here. But I don't know why
just-
this Coke Zero tastes fantastic right now.
Today?
Yeah.
Today. Well, when's the last time you had ham and cheese on a bagel in the morning?
Been a minute.
Okay, so you've
I mean, at
totally
breakfast, I've had breakfast sandwiches before. There's no egg on it. There was no egg on it.
Because one of the things that I remember from college, amongst the various things that I have also forgotten, is that we basically operate in the morning on scripts. You don't wake up and you go, okay, what am I going to do now? You basically do the same thing. Most people do the same thing from the time they get out of the bed till the time they leave the house, usually in the same order, without giving it any thought. The script is so ingrained. You broke the script this morning, and now not only are you chugging Coca-Cola, it's probably a product of the ham and cheese sandwich on a bagel.
It might be. That makes sense. It does make sense. I mean, I was thirsty.
Okay. Well, there you go.
So I apologize in advance.
You apologize in advance for something that I hope doesn't impact me
Hopefully
in
not.
any way.
Hopefully not.
But we'll find out.
But I'm sure if people watching on Twitch or on YouTube, and you could just search for 9 someone the ticket, you might see an occasional.
I think Doug would agree. Pop in the early morning is savage. That's wild. Like just a straight, just
I mean,
I don't-
considering I basically don't drink it anymore.
Yeah. But would
But
you drink it in the morning?
I never drank it in the morning. Like I never had any kind of pop or soda
Right,
or
like
carbonated drink
9
in the
a.m.,
morning.
screw
Yeah.
it.
I've never been a coffee guy. The only time I
I
ever
know
had
you
coffee
haven't.
was, growing up. I would make toast for breakfast and pour half a cup of coffee that my parents had in the house, and then I would dunk
Well-
the toast in the coffee, and that's how I would.
I guess it's no different than the people that drink like energy drinks in the morning. That's carbonated, right?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not. To
And
be
you'll see me
clear
do
here,
that occasionally, but I went with the Coke Zero today.
I'm not judging. You do you, man. You do
I just
you.
want it known that, in
you
case
feel-
you see me struggling at times.
You feel something's happening.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the heads
Because this
up.
is tasting so
This is-
good.
you know
I'm
what
almost
this
done
is?
with it, and I just cracked it open 15 minutes.
This is the talk show host version of playing hurt. He's overcoming some things today. He's trying to talk, and he's going to have to burp the whole show.
Occasionally. Well, not
Awesome.
the whole show. I imagine this will, run its course within the first hour.
Or you let me know.
I will-
At this point, you may as well just let one fly on the air.
It's a burp. It's not a fart. It's
You've
different.
promised.
That's
No,
not
no,
that.
no.
That's not what I'm talking about.
All right. Apology, I guess, noted.
Just you've been warned. That's all. I guess.
great.
And I'll try to do my best.
All right, so Bijan Robinson gets 3 years up to $75 million, $51 million of which is guaranteed. But it's up to $75 million. What is the average annual? You said it's
22.25 or something like that?
Okay. So I really would have liked this deal for Jahmyr Gibbs for a couple of reasons. One is that whoever signs first is probably going to sign for the least already.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoever signs first is probably going to sign for the least, so Gibbs will probably get more. The length on this deal, a 3-year extension, which is both Gibbs and Bijan Robinson have essentially 2 years left on their current contracts. This year, next year, and now in Bijan's case, 3 more, which takes him up to his 28-year-old season. And if you look, ESPN did a study a couple of seasons ago that identified the age with which most running backs hit a cliff. And the age most running backs hit a cliff is 29. There's also something to be said for number of carries, a number of hits. There's studies on that as well, which puts it somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500. Right now, Jahmyr Gibbs is averaging 285 catches and carries a season. So if you extrapolate that, if you give him a 3-year contract, say he continues at his current workload, and he signs a similar length contract that will take him through the year that he is 28 years old, right before he hits that marker that typically serves as a cliff for running backs. But he will go well over the typical carries and touches. He will get up to 2,280 catches and runs. So he might be starting to slow down near the end of a contract like this. But at this point, there's a give and take. You know that sort of the price of doing business might be you sign a contract that the last year you might not love. But at the end of the day, Scott, I kind of hope that the Lions can get something done like this that's just a little bit more. It's just a little bit more.
Yeah, I would agree. And, you start doing comparisons to other players and, okay, when did these guys start to have downside their career? And I look more at the hits he's going to take, the carries he's going to take, and receptions as opposed to the years.
Things. Yeah, they both.
It's how you use the guy during that time.
Yeah, and there has to become a time where, as an organization, you have to start thinking about a player's preservation.
Yeah. And I think when you get north of, I don't know, I'm going to throw an arbitrary number, it's going to seem like 1,250 carries, somewhere between that and 1,500 carries. That's when I would expect, okay, you've gotten the best years out of that person at that point, and not that they wouldn't be productive after it, because Lord knows we've seen plenty of Hall of Fame running backs that'll have 10, 12, 14-year careers. And hopefully Gibbs is one of those guys. But, okay, I think this, if they get it done for a 3-year extension, which I'm going to guess is going to be the same, really similar to what Bijan Robinson just got, that would be fine. Look at that 4 years from now when the contract is over, or 5 years from now whenever the contract is done, because I would assume it's the same thing, right? You got the rest of this year, all of next year, and then the extension would kick in. Okay, because they're getting money up front with a signing bonus that'll help offset that and having to wait for it. So I think that I'm hoping the Lions will do that, and it seems to be in line. It's not crazy. Let's go. 3 years, $75 million. Make it 75, not up to, just make it 75.
When we brought this up last week, when it was first, and you were gone, and Kang, you were gone, there was talk that Gibbs is basically wanting a new contract, and we got what surprised me. I never am surprised when there's some pushback. Sometimes I'm surprised at the amount of pushback. The amount of pushback we got for people who did not want Gibbs to get a contract extension surprised me. And the argument, I get the argument. The argument is essentially you can have him play this year and next year because he's under contract, and you can franchise him the year after that. So you can have Jahmyr Gibbs through the heart of this career as he accumulates hits with every carry and every catch, as he accumulates hits, and the running back takes more abuse and wear and tear on the body and starts to slow down. You let him go. And this year he's going to play at 24 years old, next year 25, the year after that 26. And it sounds to me like that crowd would rather let him go a year or two early, and the contract might have him here a year or maybe too late. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a sweet spot, but it felt like, and I guess I was just surprised at how many people, not that anybody said it, but we got a substantial amount of calls and texts saying, why are you even considering re-signing him when you control him for the next 3 years?
I get that, and there's certainly a camp for that. But I think Gibbs could be special, and I want to take care of what we have, which could be special here, and work with that. He's not just a running back. I mean, this guy's a weapon as a receiver as well. There's so much he does. They'll give him a contract, which is going to commit to him, which means committing to giving him more opportunities. He's a touchdown machine, and he is the number one offensive weapon on this team. So I want to take care of that. I like that. In when you look at players that need to get contract extensions on this roster that still need to get them, and I think he's number one with a bullet. The other guys left that need to get extensions or could get extensions, I'm probably going to be more passive about them. Let it play out for the season. I'm not in any hurry to give Sam Laporta the big contract or Brian Branch a big deal. I'm not in a hurry for those guys. I like those players a ton. But at some point, you have to make a really tough decision if you're Brad Holmes and the front office and the number counters up there and figure out how to work with the cap. I don't know if they're going to be able to sign everybody. And the injuries certainly play a factor. And the other two players I mentioned are dealing with injuries and coming back from injuries.
All right, so the question is, now that the price is likely set, do you want the Lions to sign Gibbs to this type of contract? It's probably going to be a hair more, but that's the way it works in this league. That's the way it works in professional sports. Comparable athletes, one signs a contract, the next one is going to sign it for just a little bit more. Would you approve of this contract for Jahmyr Gibbs? 3 years, up to $75 million-ish. 248-539-9797. This is a contract extension that Bijan signed. So 2 more years under the current deal, and then 3 more at the $75 million. What happens is they get a signing bonus, which means you sign this contract now and you get a whole ton of money up front. You play under your current contract, and then the extension kicks in. So it would be 5 more years of Jahmyr Gibbs. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. By the way, we got a Twitter poll question out there today. We are seeking the approval rating for Scott Harris. The approval rating for the president of baseball operations for the Detroit Tigers, one Scott Harris. Do you approve or you disapprove? You can go vote and comment there. We read comments on the air. Get your vote in 248-539-9797. I believe Evan has posted champ. Yep, he has posted champ and chump of the weekend. Not huge surprises, but go. You can go click on that at 971theticket.com. Who the people selected as champ and chump of the weekend. So we got this Jahmyr Gibbs story out there, and it is it's the possibility that he could be getting a contract. I mean, maybe soon-ish. It feels like it was a waiting game between Gibbs and Bijan. Bijan signed a deal that is going to give him $22 million a year, but could be up to roughly $25 million a year. 3 years up to $75 million, which adds 3 years to his current contract, takes him through his 28-year-old playing season. Gibbs would be the same thing. Would you approve of that deal? Or, as I found out last week, there was a lot of pushback. There were a lot of fans that said, nope, let him play out this contract, franchise him, and let him go at the age of 26 before the wear and tear, starts to, as what happens when many running backs take away half a step. We go to Cliff in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, Cliff.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you for calling, Cliff.
I can see the rationale not doing anything, letting him play out his contract. But at the same time, as I say, pay the man. He's the most dangerous guy in the NFL.
The thing is, Cliff, they almost have to. And I'll tell you why. They have clearly decided that their formula of draft, develop, and re-sign is the way they want to do this. And because of that, they probably have passed on other players that they could bring into the organization to add to the mix, war chesting for these contracts. And then, so how do you justify not signing Jahmyr Gibbs or not signing your player that is arguably in the discussion is the most exciting player in the league and one of the more dangerous weapons in the league? How do you then justify not signing him to an extension if you've been war chesting for this in the first place?
Exactly. Pay the man.
Yeah.
The difference if he was, and he's in camp. He's not just sitting out, whining in the streets.
He's there presumably waiting to sign his contract. He's been at Allen Park for the last couple days, and I fully expect him to be in a room right now negotiating that deal and probably inking it. And at some point it'll be announced at what, Doug, 2:05?
Yeah, right after we're off the air. Yeah, I would expect it to be done this week.
I expect to be done today.
Do you?
I do.
From an unnamed texter, Gator, do you not remember last year? He doesn't fall forward. And if we get injuries on the line, he can't get those short yards. His body can only take so many hits. Use him and dump him. That's from an unnamed texter.
Wow.
Next text. No to Gibbs' contract. Why are we extending him 2 years before we need to? Sets a terrible precedent.
Terrible precedent. So you don't extend any player?
Well, he says don't do it 2 years before.
But this is when you do it for first round picks. This is kind of when you start to see these things done.
Yeah, Jalen Carter just did it. Bijan Robinson Philly just did it. Atlanta just did it.
Last year with Hutch, was that going into year 4?
I believe so, yeah. So these are it's not that unusual.
No, it's not. And I guess, people will say, well, it's a running back and they look, he's not even he makes barely half of, not even half. If let's say he signs a deal for $25 a year, that's going to be less than half of what Hutchinson gets, right?
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? Hutchinson is extremely important on the defense. You take away Jahmyr Gibbs from the offense, you've really, really slowed things down. It's just a position group that typically doesn't get paid anymore. 30 years ago, it was one of the highest paid. It was the highest paid position. Now it's like one of the lowest paid positions. When you got a guy that's going to give you 2,000 yards of offense and 15 touchdowns a year, you got to pay the guy. And we're starting to see these numbers creep up now for running backs where here it is, Bijan setting the market now at close to, or maybe it is up to $25 million a year. And I think Gibbs is going to do the same thing. And they're deserving of it.
248-539-9797. If I was Gibbs, I'd hold out and demand more than Robinson got. He's going to end up like Barry. Give all you got, and there will never be a championship. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, Barry played, 10 years?
Yeah.
I'll take 10 years out of Jahmyr Gibbs, and hopefully you've got a championship in that run. If at the end of 10 years, he's still at the top of his game.
No. This unnamed texter has declared he will never win a championship here.
Well, Give me a 10-year Hall of Fame career. I'll love it as a fan.
Jamie says yes to signing Gibbs to an extension. He may be the best back in the league, and he has less touches than Bijan because of the split carries with Montgomery. Well, you know what? That's a good point, and you really have to be cognizant of how many touches he gets for preservation's sake, especially once you sign him. Now, if you don't sign him, maybe you're not as worried about it. And you can make a case. I know there's a lot of people that want him to go all in. Part of going all in is give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs as many times as necessary this year, and that all-in attitude would be, and don't re-sign him. Jamie and Lake Orion, I think 5 more years with Gibbs is a perfect compromise. I'd rather just have him just a little too long than not enough. At the end of the contract, if he's worn out, he'd get secondary carries, and a new guy would be getting ready to go. Do it. That's from Jamie and Lake Orion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you weren't even, if it was your plan, like a couple texters ago, just there's no need to give him the contract, and you keep letting him go. Just play it out. He's holding in. Right? I hate the hold in turn. He's holding out is what he's doing until he gets his contract. So he's doing that now, knowing he's going to get a contract. If he wasn't going to get a contract, do you think he'd still be in the same position? He'd still be out of practice? I'm guessing yes, because he wants the new deal. And by your hardline stance of saying we're not going to give him the new deal, then maybe you're not going to have Jahmyr Gibbs. And then what do you got?
You have to be careful here because I don't know what option he has but to play this season. Like, it's not like he's going to hold out all year.
Right.
248.
You wouldn't think.
No, you wouldn't think. 248-539-9797. And yes, Bijan has more carries and receptions and more touches than Jahmyr Gibbs at this point. Julian in Windsor, you're on 97.1. Hello, Julian.
Gentlemen, good morning. Thanks for having me on the show.
Sure.
So, as a general rule, I'm not in favor of paying lucrative contracts to running backs. However, recognizing that dual threat backs like Gibbs are rare, and the fact that I believe the Lions' ceiling over the next several years is a Super Bowl, I would not be torn up if they gave him a Bijan-esque extension. But that's not my gripe. My gripe is with, I'll call it this trend, where players who are under contract hold out. And
Julian? Julian.
The reporting.
Okay, we lost you there for about 5 seconds. Your gripe is with players who are under contract that hold out, and then what'd you say?
And then I said, but I want to clarify the reporting because maybe I'm not totally up to date. So he's in Allen Park, but he's not practicing, correct?
Yes.
Does anybody know, and I'm asking this legitimately, is that a violation of his contract? Is he legally obligated by being a signed active roster player that he has to participate in practice?
Teams can start fining
you.
Yes, teams can start fining you for not being.
And maybe that's a distinction, calling it a hold in versus a hold out.
Yeah,
because a hold out, you start fining players for missing days of practice. And we haven't heard anything that they're fining them. So
And so, there's one aspect to say, okay, in the bigger picture, if it leads to an extension, obviously in an extreme case, he could hold out of games. And in some cases, players have refused to not only show up for training camp, but have refused to take the field. Isn't that a concern, right? Doesn't that beg the question of why have a contract if players are going to try and...
Well, Julian, you've touched on what is honestly a much bigger picture question, and that is just the holdout in general. It is a common thing that has been used as long as I can remember in professional sports. Players hold out. And it's probably only a matter of time before college players hold out.
I wonder if it's possible he actually gets less than Bijan. Because you can make the argument Bijan is meant more to Atlanta. He's got more total yards, more total touches, more first downs. The one category where Jahmyr Gibbs stands out and it's substantial is touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs has 15 more career touchdowns receiving and rushing than Bijan Robinson. But Robinson has like 500 or 600 more yards from scrimmage. It's like 40 more first downs. You can make the argument that Jahmyr should get less.
I will be shocked if he gets less, but I'd be happy because it's just more money on the cap to go other places.
Yeah, but contracts aren't just based on what you've done and what you're going to do. It's just market and timing. And so that's why usually the last guy standing gets paid the most, not because he's the better back necessarily. There's a lot of people in this league, even here in Michigan maybe too, that believe Bijan Robinson's a better running back than Jahmyr Gibbs. That's not a crazy take.
No, it's not a crazy take. That's why
there's no way I think because Bijan got his contract first, I don't think Gibbs is getting less than Bijan Robinson.
But I would say that's probably automatically the case if this was 6 months later. But this might be 24 hours later or 2 hours later.
248-539-9797. Bijan Robinson gets a 3-year deal up to $75 million, 3-year extension. So 2 more years and then 3 on top of that. It'll be 28 when it expires. The exact same timeline that Jahmyr Gibbs is on. Would you approve of he's holding out right now. Would you approve of this player getting that contract or something in that ballpark? Jahmyr Gibbs, a 3-year extension for $75 million. Would you approve of that? It's what Bijan just got today. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Ever wonder what your home's water is leaving behind? If you're seeing crusty faucets and spotted dishes, those are signs of hard water. Stop playing the guessing game with your water quality. Discover your water score with a free in-home water test from CGC Home Services. CGC Home Services will evaluate hardness, mineral levels, and clarity, and then clearly explain your results. Call 855-339-4242 or schedule your free test online today at cgchomeservices.com. That's 855-339-4242 and tell them Karsh sent you. We will get to some Tiger stuff coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Scott Harris speaking yesterday. Very interesting. 248-539-9797. Talking a lot about the Bijan Robinson contract, which is 3 years, $75 million, up to $75 million. Right now it averages about 22 per. Would you be happy with that for Jahmyr Gibbs to add 3 years to the 2 years he has remaining? And I would take him through his year 28 playing season. He'll be 28 years old when it expires. Let's go to Quentin and Warren. You're on 97.1. Hello, Quentin.
Hi, guys. Love the show. Sorry about the burps. But one of the major things with the two teams here, the comparisons, yes, the deal would be really good for Jahmyr Gibbs, but Bijan Robinson really is like a major part, the only part really of the Atlanta Falcons right now. So I feel like the team should be thinking about giving Jahmyr Gibbs a little bit less guaranteed, but they could give him like an $80-85 million deal, and he's going to have more production. But since we have so many weapons, we could use that as an incentive, and we're not going to be getting so many like check downs behind the line of scrimmage. He's not going to be losing so many yards like he was under John Morton. So I feel like that'd be a great incentive for him, and you can have the headline that he has more money at the end of the day than Bijan Robinson.
Interesting. So your way of threading the needle is a little bit less guaranteed, but incentive laden, so that he's he can make the claim that it's more. I mean, again, I don't know if that's something he'll want. I love the way you guys are thinking because it just frees up more money in the cap to do other things. I just don't know that this could possibly happen.
See it less guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe.
I guess so. It's possible, but they have to work that out with the people and everything. He could still get a huge signing bonus, and $85 million is nothing to laugh at. But since he's used so much right now, and with Sione Vaki out, we're going to need to use him more. So I don't really see why he'd have an issue with that, but I guess at the end of the day, it is up to his agent.
I mean, I don't know that the Vaki injury really impacts it so much when they got Pacheco, but it's they definitely have other weapons, and he's a key part of this offense. I mean, look, for the Lions to be a team, and I put them in that mix of about 10 to 12 teams that can win the Super Bowl. For them to reach that ceiling, it's hard for me to imagine them doing it without a healthy and effective Jahmyr Gibbs. One of the things that makes the Lions passing game so great is the play action, is the threat of Gibbs.
Yeah.
And if that threat is taken away and teams can maybe start to, game plan more against the Lions passing game because they're not as worried about the running game, that can be a problem for the entire offense. 248-539-9797. TJ's in Detroit and next. Hello, TJ.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
All right, so I got some questions for you. Who's the better route runner?
Who are we comparing here?
Bijan and Jahmyr.
Okay. I mean, I haven't watched Bijan nearly as much, but my sense tells me it's Jahmyr.
Who's the better home run hitter?
Jahmyr.
Who's been hurt the least?
Well, I mean, I would say Bijan because Bijan hasn't missed a game in 3 years.
How many games have Jahmyr missed?
Jahmyr has missed 2.
2 games.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you asked who's missed. I'm just giving you the facts. That's all.
Okay, no problem. So now let me ask you this: who did Bijan split carries with?
What's that dude's name?
Algier.
Yeah.
I mean, but has he split as many carries as Jahmyr split with?
No, well, he's got more carries, if that's your point. Yeah,
Yes.
He has more carries for sure.
But I'm saying this. You guys made a comment and said Bijan has 500 more total scrimmage yards. Do you think that Jameer would have more than that if he didn't split as many carries as he's split?
TJ, I'm not arguing like it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that, if you look factually at these, you can make all I'm saying is you can make the case that Bijan should get paid more than Jahmyr Gibbs. If I'm the Lions and you're trying to find ways to save money, these are the arguments that you make. What you're saying is absolutely, it would be the argument the other way. It was 100%. Like, well, we're going to maximize out of it. The biggest argument that Jahmyr Gibbs has is that he's got 45 career touchdowns compared to 34 for Bijan Robinson. That's the biggest comparison that you can say, well, this is why Jahmyr is deserving of more money. But they're using Bijan Robinson as a real workhorse in Atlanta more so than the Lions are in Detroit with Jahmyr Gibbs.
I think Jahmyr is going to get more money, though. I really do. I mean, I wouldn't be at the same type of deal.
I have a hunch he's not.
A little bit more money.
But I think it's going to be real comparable. Now, if this thing drags out weeks, then I think that's probably the case. But if this thing gets done in the next 2 to 72 hours, then I think there's a real chance that it's just going to be comparable.
All right, here's feedback coming in. In a heartbeat, I'd extend Gibbs. His best years are coming up, and he should hold out until his late. And he should hold up. He should hold up until his late 20s. That's from JD. I mean, his success and failure is going to be. I mean, football is he's codependent on the offensive line. I mean, it's a huge part of this game. They, listen to Hank Fraley this morning. He seems pretty chesty about what this line can be, but they're clearly not there yet based upon his conversations with the morning show. But if this line is what we think it could be, I think this will be clearly in the top amongst the top offenses in the NFL and maybe the absolute top offense in the NFL.
Jahmyr Gibbs, I would be shocked. Personally, in my opinion, he's going to be the highest paid running back for probably the end of the week. Did you say before the end of the week? Yeah, before the end of the week, I believe the deal gets done. Because the reason why is he's at camp right now. If things were that bad, he wouldn't even be here. So, by the way, he's not holding out. There is a hold in because they're not finding him or anything because he's actually there. I think the workaround on that is my back hurts. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, I got a hangnail. I can't practice physically, but he's at the meetings. He's present. He's with the teammates. He's on the sideline, so he's there. So they can't find him, and he knows the deal is very close to getting worked out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there. And they've been saving money for this the entire time. Not bringing back Anzalone, not bringing back Decker, signing guys 2 years early like Campbell and Sewell and Hutchinson. They know, Brett Holmes and their cap people know exactly what they need to war chest to sign Gibbs. It's going to get done, and I think he's going to be the highest paid running back by the end of the week.
They've prepared for this moment. Yes. And you're right. He's probably got, what was your term you came up with, the pulled Halkitis or what?
He pulled his Halkitis?
Yeah. That's what he's nursing a Halkitis right now.
He's got a Halkitis right now.
Yeah. Nursing a Ristolainen.
Yeah, exactly.
Extend Gibbs before he turns sour like Barry and Calvin or gets dealt like Stafford. Future Hall of Famer without a doubt.
Well, he's experienced more than those guys ever did to this point as far as playoff success.
Yes.
They won 2 games.
James says, I actually wouldn't pay him in theory, but the problem is in today's sports world is that it would create a big distraction with a pissed off star. You don't have much of a choice, sadly. There's a little bit of truth in what James is saying. We don't want Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, I'll get to some more text here before I comment. Jay in Southfield says, stop it. Detroit keeps trying to make every good player a household name. The organization has proven they take care of their own. For Gibbs to hold out is disrespectful. Make a blockbuster move and trade him for a Stafford Hall. It's from Jay in Southfield. I don't think this is a crisis. I think you consider that when things become a crisis. When you're at absolute a total impasse and the player's mad and the team's mad. Is this a crisis right now?
I would argue that the running back should be paid way more than a wide receiver. And wide receivers are getting well north of $30 million a year now. All right. Running backs, we're just getting into the 25 a year category. We're not even there yet because apparently Bijan's contract is for 22 and a half a year. So getting close to it. But you're going to draw a hard line in the sand right now. on a running back saying, "Oh, forget it"? Why? Like, use some logic in your own head. Well, how valuable is Jahmyr Gibbs to this team? Extraordinarily valuable.
I think the problem with that text is he immediately went to crisis management, and this is not a crisis.
No, it's not a crisis at all. He's literally there at Allen Park, kind of waiting to get the cell phone call from his agent saying, "Come back in the building. We got a good contract to sign."
Scott writes in, the problem with not re-signing him now is he's a human being. If he starts playing for a contract this season and next, self-preservation becomes more of a priority. I want to lock him up so he can focus his mind on going out there and being the best running back in the NFL. Also, when teams do their veterans right, free agents might notice. So there you go. We'll keep you updated if there are any more nuggets on a possibility of a new contract for Jahmyr Gibbs, as Bijan Robinson has signed in Atlanta. We'll have boots on the ground to pass along anything. Should there be breaking news, as Kang said, he expects it by the end of the week. All right. Our guy Scott Harris spoke yesterday. We'll bring you the best of what he had to say. Coming up next, here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Lions were back on the field at training camp today. According to multiple reports this hour, linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez had to leave practice early and is being evaluated for a potential ankle injury. Dan Campbell said this morning that backup running back Sione Vaki had a freak incident in practice yesterday and broke his nose. He is expected to be out for a while, according to Campbell. The Falcons signed hold-in running back Bijan Robinson to a 3-year, $75 million contract today, and Dan Campbell said that certainly won't hurt the Gibbs hold-in situation. He added that he's anxious for the Lions running back to get back on the field, and the deal will get done when it gets done. Tigers are back in the diamond tonight in their first game since the trade deadline. After the festivities yesterday, Scott Harris put the blame on himself for the Tigers being in a position to sell. First pitch is at 9:40 tonight on the road against the Mariners. Pregame starts at 9:15 here on 97.1. And believe it or not, we're less than 60 days away from the Red Wings season opener. Single game tickets went on sale today. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, thank you very much for being with us here on this Tuesday. You all right?
I got it. See what today is?
Can we hold off on that? Yeah, I know exactly what today is.
Yeah.
But we promised we'd get to something.
It's Tuesday.
We promised we'd get to something, and that is the best of what Scott Harris told the media in his Zoom call yesterday, and it was really interesting. It was almost 40 minutes long, and there was a lot there. And we could play sound all day. We're not going to, but we'll start with this: a brutally honest Scott Harris on how he got to the point where they decided they needed to make deals and sell.
It's an interesting Jedi mind trick,
right? Hey, the way
flipping
he
it around,
that.
And I don't hate it. You know, I think it's a decent enough explanation for why you bailed on the season, and it's basically it's admitting what everybody was saying anyway. Like, okay, if this team gets to the playoffs, do they have enough to really, make a run in the playoffs? And he's giving up on that. He gave up on it after he saw the results of the Baltimore series, and that's when he knew he was going to trade Skubal. And okay, if you're going to trade Skubal, may as well trade Casey Mize as well, and see if you can add some much needed starting pitching to the minor league system. And I'll tell you right now, when you start thinking about the rotation, how it looks moving forward, because now you don't have Skubal and you don't have Mize, and Flaherty's hurt and Job is still a ways away, and who knows about JV, and River Ryan, who they just got, is probably, who knows how. I don't even want to project because we don't know. He hasn't started a rehab assignment yet. Who the hell is the starting rotation? As far as I can tell, they got 4 guys. And then there's going to be bullpen day. And the bullpen sucks. So, I mean, it's they got some real thinking to do here, which is why he's doing what he's doing in part.
It was a Jedi mind trick. And whatever, that's the way he looks at this situation. And, an honest evaluation and also accountability. He did take accountability.
Oh, he definitely did that.
That it circles back. It circles back to him. And the big piece he got back was Zaire Hope. And, he gave scouting reports, and they were long scouting reports on each and every player, but we just figured we'd bring you the one on Zaire Hope, who essentially debuts as the number 1 prospect now in the system, the corner outfielder that they got from the Dodgers. Riley Green, Max Clark, Zaire Hope. Could that be the outfield that's on the field for the Tigers 1 year from now?
Yes.
How exciting is that?
It sounds very exciting. It's on paper at this point, but we've got a glimpse of what Max Clark looks like over the weekend, and albeit against one of the worst teams in baseball. But he didn't look out of place. He didn't look like he was shrinking in the moment. He was embracing it, and I can't wait for the game tonight. Honestly, to watch more Max Clark. It's great, and Zaire Hope. Everything is on. It's not necessarily on paper, but it's minor league stuff. That's his resume. His resume in the minor leagues looks fantastic. Will that translate to the majors? You sure hope so. But I trust Scott Harris in his evaluation of young talent. Guys that are, look, he's 21 years old. So if he hadn't been drafted already, you'd be evaluating this guy for the draft. And wow, if this guy was available in the upcoming draft, he'd probably be the number 1 pick.
All right. On the criticism that they made the trade too early, they should have taken it right up to the 0 hour and played teams against one another and gotten more. Here's what Scott Harris says to that. You know what? Later at one point he said, yeah, we did create a bidding war. We had teams make their final offer. Then we circled back and they added to those offers. And he used a description that he could hear the audible pain from the other organizations as they were sweetening the offer. So it happened. It didn't happen on the last day, but I think his point is everything that people wanted to happen, it happened. It just, we made up our minds 48 hours prior to the trade deadline and we're good with it.
Yeah. And it's a situation where I wonder if they weren't going to trade Casey Mize, if let's say you knew going into it, he's not even on the table, you're shooting it down before it happens and reports come out the Tigers are not going to trade Casey Mize, this is the middle of last week. If all people knew was that Skubal was available, would have made sense then to hold out to the last minute. But because teams were going to pivot because they knew they could pivot, there were other pitchers to get. I'm not sure it wasn't all. I think it actually was pretty wise of him to get it done on Saturday because it looked like teams were going to fall out. And if you take him at his word that they had multiple offers, they were talking to a bunch of different teams, and they picked the best offer from what was out there, then he did the job right. You know, they did get 2 top 70 players in all of baseball for a rental at the trade deadline. So this isn't an off-season. Yeah. This is not an off-season move where, you know, the Tigers did years ago to get Miguel Cabrera, where they gave up the top 2 prospects.
Okay, final thing. He admitted he hates selling, can't stand it, but has pointed out there has historically been some great reward in being a seller. Okay, so there it is from Scott Harris. A lot of the explanation as to why they did what they did, the timing of it, who they got back. We got that Twitter poll out there. Do you approve of the job he is doing? Go vote and comment. We'll update the voting, read some of the comments coming up, and have more Tiger Talk when we continue here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Do you approve of the job Scott Harris is doing in charge of the Tigers? So it's been a disappointing season. There's no question. He's been in charge since, I think it was September of 2023. It's 2023 or 2022. But he's been around for a few years. His first draft was a Clark McGonigal draft.
Yeah, which I think was the 23 draft.
Which is, so it was September of 2022. I think is when he got the job. And whatever it is. So he's gotten some talent out of draft. He got a good young player in Hao-Yu Lee in a trade. Is it 2022 is when he was hired?
Yes.
Thank you. But he's said it himself, and you heard him say it, didn't build enough depth. And they've had, it's been a disappointing season. I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. Nor do we want to. It is what it is. But, he got a pretty decent return. Starting as time goes by, so the more time that passes, what were the stats about all the players traded at the trade deadline?
So, of the MLB pipeline top 100 players, prospects in baseball, there were only 5 in the top 100 that were dealt.
Yeah.
The highest rated of those dealt was Zaire Hope. And the 5th highest rated was River Ryan. And if you look at the rest of the players, this is according to MLB pipeline, but you could see that the Tigers did actually quite well with their return because not only was River Ryan there, but you also had Cash Mayfield, who was the number 9 prospect dealt, and then you go down to number 14 dealt was Brady Smith. So they got 4 of the top 14 prospects that were dealt.
Now they were dealing from a strong hand,
yes.
So they should have. They got what they should have. Now, with that said, though, it's still a disappointing season. What do you think the approval rating is for the job that Scott Harris is doing right now, based upon the votes from our audience?
Is it a letter grade or is it a percentage?
Yeah, what percentage of the people approve? What percentage disapprove?
I'm going to say it's probably around 65% approve.
Okay, Kang, do you think it's higher or lower than 65%?
Oof. I like that number, Gator. I'm going to go. Man, negativity on social media. I always
I know, right?
my answer. So it's not like a full, what I think everyone thinks. I think what who voted thinks, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say less than 65%. Slightly.
Okay. Over 600 votes so far. The approval rating for Scott Harris is 71.4%.
Right. Okay. Some positivity. Right. I like it.
Here's some of the feedback from Don. Maybe Scott Harris has drafted well, but what has he done to help the Tigers roster in the last 2 seasons? Last year, the Tigers needed a bat and bullpen help. I can't remember the names, but they ended up being terrible. During the offseason, he didn't get a bat.
Well, Kyle Finnegan was good for this team last year.
He really was.
He was very important down the stretch. This year he's been mostly good, but it's the recency bias. His last 3 out of 4 outings has been horrific, and he's been bad lately.
Yeah, just brutal,
which is unfortunate. And Kenley Jansen had a stretch where he was awful, but maybe he's starting to get some of it back. It'd be nice if he did to help close out some of these games, but I mean, there's a lot of PTSD from that last Skubal start that we saw. He comes out of the game 6 2/3 innings, giving up just the 1 run, couldn't get out of the inning. They take him out, and then the bullpen falters, and the Tigers end up losing the game in extra innings with a 7-0 lead going in the 7th inning. That PTSD is real, and we know that this bullpen is flawed, and now the rotation is compromised after the trades, but I mean, that's the moment that the white flag came up from Scott Harris was what happened in that Baltimore series.
And as far as what he's done to help the club, I mean, he is responsible for bringing in Gleyber Torres, who's helped them win a lot of games.
Gleyber Torres has been an excellent pickup, really and I'm stunned that he wasn't traded yesterday.
But if I were to go with his strength and what are his strengths and weaknesses, I mean, this. I'm not sure how this Framber Valdez contract is going to work out, and the bullpen arms he brought in this year has not worked out. There's plus and minus.
Yeah, free agent pitching signings, that's a 3-pronger. That's an E for what he's done since he's taken over as GM or POBO of this team, President of Baseball Operations. It's not only that's not his strong suit, it's his Achilles heel. there have been very few wins with the free agent pitchers that he's brought in, whether it's a bullpen or a starting pitcher. But on the other side of that, it seems like it's a sparkling A when it comes to drafting and finding young talent.
Mike writes in, people are only focused on the past few days. Time will tell whether those are good moves or not. People forget that Harris drafted McGonigal and Clark. I don't think they forget that. From Wukalar, if I have to make a decision, I'd say no. He can stay as a draft development guy, get someone else to make big league decisions. J-Dubs, if 2 out of 5 of these prospects turn out, it was a good trade. Hopefully the Dodgers fail to three-peat. They're ruining baseball. The Red Ranger says, we had no choice but to trade Scuba Lamize. He got us a couple of good lottery tickets for the future, so we'll wait and see on that. I'm more upset with the fact that we're 2.5 back from the final wild card spot, and he didn't do anything to help this year's team. He addressed it, and we'll probably get into it. But he addressed it and said, look, the price for bullpen arms, what people wanted for bullpen arms was too high, and what we could afford, they weren't really that good.
Well, last year the prices were extraordinary. This year there were a couple arms that went that I thought the Tigers could have gone after. I went back and forth with some people on Twitter last night and identified a couple of those pitchers. And the cost was, I don't know if it was high. I mean, there was definitely a cost, but that's the cost of doing business if you wanted to improve your team. And the guys that I was looking for were going to be guys you have under team control for years, not rentals. And both of the players I looked at were, I think, free agents after 2030 and 31. So they would have had years to work with him.
Gustin says the guy hasn't brought in players to win it all. His MLB pitching acquisitions have been a disaster, and that's putting it nicely. He did nothing at the trade deadline to help the big club. How is nobody sick of constantly punting to the future?
Well, what did you want them to do? I guess that's the question. If you think he did nothing to improve this team for the big club right now, I'm not going to disagree with that. That's full stop. He didn't, because they punted on the season. What would have been the move that you think would have made this team not only a playoff team, but a World Series contender, or at least an American League contender?
Yeah, I get caught up in this, and I agree with you, because the move that everybody was probably the most popular, if I think back, was getting Bo Bichette, who's had mixed results. From
before the season began?
Yeah, before the season began. We had mixed results with the Mets. I don't know, it would be how it would be going here. But that's, a huge financial commitment to a player who may or may not be worth it.
Bregman again.
Might be the same way with Framber, but it's also not the fan's job to know. That, so I get a little, I can see why fans get frustrated.
But was there a move at the trade deadline that they should have made to make this team better right now?
Well, they could have gone all in. They could have depleted their system.
What's going all in? For what players? I mean, that's who did people want? I mean, we've been doing this show for a long prior to this trade deadline for weeks, and I don't remember hearing too many names people brought up offensively. Said, got to get this guy, got to get that guy. There was the outfielder from Baltimore, maybe.
Well, if it were me, I would have gone after Doval or Weaver or one of those relievers, one of those bullpen arms that was moved. That would have been my number one move. More so than a bat. More fans, I think, complain about bats. I think this team, the biggest thing that undermined it was his bullpen, and I would have, that's the move I would have made.
Yeah, I think you still could have made those moves. Yeah.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. And there is still some red flags that they have to overcome. We will get to that. Kang's got a Zahir Hope observation that we didn't get to yesterday. That coming up today at 11:35. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. We're asking people in this moment in time, right now, right here, August 4th, 2026, do you approve of the job that Scott Harris is doing? There's good and bad, but approval rating is a yes or no question. So are you at least saying, all right, I don't love everything about it? There's no approval doesn't mean you love everything about it, but it feels like the return that he has gotten has set up a potential bright future. But here are the red flags, right? The promise of a brighter future. 2026 Baltimore was supposed to be way better than this. You think back to what everybody was saying about the Orioles organization and how much help they had coming. They were competing and they had great prospects. And can remember the Tigers? Could they dip into those prospects and grab somebody for Skubal at the time? There was some discussion. Flaherty, can they package Flaherty with somebody to get into the wealth of riches that was the Baltimore prospect pool? 2026 Baltimore is supposed to be better than they are now. Remember the Erie Five?
Oh, yeah.
They were going to change this organization.
Yeah. Back in the early 2000s.
Can you name all five?
Munson.
Eric Munson.
Rivera.
Rivera.
Andres Torres.
Andres Torres, yeah.
Nate Cornejo.
Yeah.
And Alejandro Freire. Was that the fifth?
I thought it was Andy Van Hecken, but
maybe
but whoever. They had five guys down in Erie that were like Double-A All-Stars.
Yeah, they were great.
Nothing.
Yeah, now all guys are at five guys.
Yeah. The Tigers purge of the teams. All right, let's see what happens with Dawel Lugo and Jose King and Sergio Alcantara and all these guys that they pulled in. And Jeimer Candelario was a decent player, right?
Yeah, he led the league in doubles one year. He was actually he was a pretty good player for about 3 years.
Yep.
But yeah, the rest of those, nothing really panned out. And then you had the quick purge of when they traded away. Who's the pitcher? Was it Price that they traded away when they got Fulmer and
Daniel Norris?
And then the third
was
one.
Jairo Laborte. It might not
Jairo
be.
Laborte.
Was it Jairo
Yeah,
Laborte?
it was Jairo Laborte.
Wow, that
Laborte
came
in
out
there.
of the deep recesses of my mind. Anyway, the point is, there have been promising prospects before, and we can go Baltimore now. We can go the Tigers last purge. We can go the Erie Five from 20 years ago.
Heck, Marcelo Mayer was traded yesterday from Boston.
Yep.
To acquire Eric Miller, who's a bullpen arm that I really wanted them to go get. Marcelo Mayer has done nothing. He was the top prospect in baseball. Had done nothing at the major league level. It's like a 220 hitter at best. So
And
things don't always pan out.
based upon watching our guy operate, I think I'd rather have him go mine for prospects than sign free agents. But he's going to have to sign some free agents, so they're going to have to be better, specifically the bullpen this offseason.
Then there were players like Willie Adames and Eugenio Suarez and others
That this organization
has
gave up
decided to
on.
trade away, and they've become better players.
248
Cody Clemens is doing it right now.
248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter. Anyone who approves of Harris would also approve of all the other GMs in this town. None of them do anything to make a good team better. Jury's still out on Langdon, but it's looking like he operates the same. You know, when evaluating one, you shouldn't even be considering the others. They have nothing to do with each other. They're all independent operators of completely different sports that have nothing to do with one another. And do they have some similar traits? It might appear that way. But why do you think that is? Do you think it's because they have a real finger on the pulse of how to get there? Is it because they know what's realistic and what's not? Is it because many of what fans prefer are emotionally driven moves that feel good in the moment, but might not be necessarily best long term?
I mean,
Or do you think they're all idiots, which some people seem to think?
I think that the criticism against Brad Holmes for fans is always going to be about the trade deadline. They wanted to do more, wanted to get that other edge rusher. Everybody wants that. And what they don't see is that they've re-signed their own guys, that if they didn't, those guys have become free agents that every other team would covet. Well, I want to get this guy. Why can't the Lions get somebody like Penei Sewell?
Right.
Oh, wait a minute. They have Penei Sewell.
Right.
Why can't they get somebody like Hutch? Well, wait a minute. They have him. Or Amon-Ra St. Brown. They've rewarded their own guys.
It's really interesting that those free agent acquisitions are devalued. But they also, I mean, when it comes to the Lions and the NBA, when it comes to the NFL and the NBA, I guess with everything but baseball, salary cap considerations are hard for fans to process the consequences of many of the moves they want to make. And that's just a fact. It's hard for us to process. Cap rules are complicated. Let's go to Kim in Linden here on 97.1. Hello, Kim.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's great to hear you. I've been out of town for 2 weeks, so I haven't heard you.
Welcome back.
I'm a fan since the 60s and old school, and I wanted to keep Tark Skubal. So I got two things, this Tark Skubal thing and then one more. Is there any evidence or proof at all that they ever offered him $200 million for 4 or $250 million for 5 years?
No.
I mean, it seems like that might have been the tipping point that they got him. I wanted them to hang on to the best pitcher in baseball.
Well, I mean, Scott Harris said yesterday they did want to extend Tarek Skubal, and they were willing to extend Tarek Skubal, or trying to, and that Scott Boras, the agent for Tarek Skubal, is the one that shot it all down. What we don't know is when that offer was made.
Yeah, I mean, he said that Boras made it clear he was getting to free agency.
Wants to go to free agency.
And it really didn't sound like it was much of a debate point. Boras said he's going to free agency.
Okay. The other thing is a lockout like almost a sure thing?
I mean, I would say it's more likely than not at this point, yes.
That's better to say, yes.
Yeah. And am I correct that minor league baseball still plays?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm psyching myself up for the fact that I'm going to have to become an avid fan of the professional cornhole tour next summer, or go to a lot of minor league baseball
Yeah, I was
games.
about to say, Kim, one of the things that's really actually could be somewhat exciting is the Tigers can park a bunch of these guys in Toledo and we can go watch them.
Yeah, or the season starts May 1st instead of March 28th or whatever.
Now, one
they
thing
play fewer games.
I want to make something clear. Scott Harris said that Boras made it clear he was getting to free agency and there was really no point. If we believe him, if we take him at his word, I can understand why the Tigers did what they did, but that was his explanation. Take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, and look, and then if you think that Scott Boras was definitely hell bent on getting Tarek Skubal to free agency, then it would have been irresponsible not to trade him with this situation this year. You want to go sign Tarek Skubal and give him an extension. You couldn't give him an extension. Well, you can go ahead and bid on him in free agency, which isn't ideal. But that's the situation that they're in because that's what Scott Boras wanted to do and wants to do.
Okay, feedback here from Mike in Birmingham. I think the Brewers had the ability to make the top offer but couldn't pull the trigger, so he made the deal with the Dodgers. So there finally is some reporting coming out of Milwaukee in The Athletic by one of their writers, Johnny Flores, who says that their GM says that any notion that his club didn't try to get Skubal is simply incorrect. Here is a quote from him. It isn't as simple as that's a better package. It's not as simple as that. There's a lot more, a lot of layers to it. To say the Brewers didn't try is simply incorrect. The story goes on to say that the Brewers just loathe giving away prospect capital. And in all the deals that they made, they didn't dip into their top 20 prospects. And I don't know where they drew the line. It's not great reporting. It doesn't make us go, oh, but Brewers said they tried and the Tigers chose what the Dodgers were offering. Well, maybe someday we'll find out what the Brewers' offer was.
Maybe, but if you want to take Harris at his word and says that he was looking at multiple offers, now that's further evidence that Milwaukee was in the bidding, right?
Yep.
So now you know that Milwaukee was in the bidding. We know that the Dodgers were in the bidding. Those are the two big teams for sure. There were rumors that all these other teams wanted, that Tampa was in, that Atlanta was in. And if the best offer came from the Dodgers because Zahir Hope was the best player that was offered up, then go ahead and take it, and he did. I don't have any issue with that. I'd be pissed if I were a Milwaukee Brewer fan right now because, okay, if I'm out on Skubal, fair enough, but get in on Casey Mize.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not do that? You don't have, nobody's asking for Jesus Mate, the number one overall prospect in baseball, but you could have offered something up to get Casey Mize.
All right, Kang, you had a Zaire Hope observation?
Yeah, it's actually an observation through a friend, to be honest with you. So, you guys know I collect cards, just came back from the National, all that stuff. I have a lot of friends in that industry, and one of my buddies, a good friend of mine in the card world, last year was asked to be a witness to an autograph signing by a prospect. Last year. He went to Midland, Michigan, and sat in an apartment with an agent and a baseball player that he had never heard of in his life. And he told me about this, and he said, Kang, have you ever heard of Zaire Hope? And I said, nope, never heard of him. He goes, well, I got to go to Midland and be the witness, because you have to have witnesses for these autographs, signings, so they're legit and stuff like that, and then they get, a certificate number and all this. I'm not sure if it was, I think it was cards that he was signing. And he said, well, I don't know, he's some prospect for the Dodgers, I guess. We'll never hear from him again, I'm sure. So full circle, Zaire Hope is now a Detroit Tiger, and he's actually one of the better prospects. What he got from it, what he told me too at the time, and he told me again recently, was, I know this is a young kid, right?
Yeah.
He was really down to earth, really just engaging. They talked about favorite restaurants, favorite TV shows, just a nice young man. Wasn't full of himself. So, I mean, this is like a year ago, so I don't think much has changed probably, but as far as a personality point of view, he said it couldn't have been nicer and more down to earth. So hopefully the skills show up as well. And I don't know if he's going to be wearing the Max Clark bling or he's going to be more McGonagall, but maybe he's in between. But apparently, it's just funny. It came full circle, and he seems to be a pretty good kid, I guess.
So he played with the Great Lakes Loons, which have an outstanding logo, by the way. Mm-hmm. Hit 264 for them last year, 377 on base percentage, 805 OPS with 13 homers and 75 RBIs in 121 games, and also stole 26 bases with Great Lakes that season with the Loons,
which is a Dodgers minor league single A affiliate.
And
people don't know.
Happened to be in Michigan.
That's why your friend was asked to go up there for a Zaire Hope card signing.
That's awesome.
Never hear from this kid ever.
Incredible
We were
story.
both like, well, who cares? I mean, we'll never whatever. You get to be a witness. That's
hey,
pretty
we need
cool.
a witness so that we can verify this authenticated. You want to be the sure? Okay. Should I bring Chipotle?
All right, seriously. They're in his apartment in Midland.
This guy's probably got a peak at Oklahoma City.
Hey, he was there with his agent, apparently, who was not Scott Boras. So that's
even
good, right?
better news.
Yeah.
Best news ever.
Do you approve of the job that Scott Harris is doing? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, you love live music? Sam Bernstein Law is giving back to the community by launching the Bernstein Box Office. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok for your chance to win free tickets to your dream concert. It's free and easy. Sign up and follow Bernstein Box Office and win. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. Gators fired up because today is...
It's National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, I love myself a chocolate chip cookie. You can get all different kinds, and it seems like they're all great. I prefer the ones that have a little more chew to them, almost underdone to a degree. And maybe that's just because I love chocolate chip cookie dough. And really, it's the even if I prefer it if you take the chocolate chips out of the cookie dough. I just love the cookie dough.
You don't even need chocolate chips.
I'd prefer not to have the chocolate. The chocolate chips are just a distraction that my mouth has to go through to get to just the cookie dough.
So my opinions on these types of topics carry very little weight, but I will give an opinion now. Is the butterscotch chip is better than the chocolate chip?
You're not getting an argument from me. I love the butterscotch chip, and the oatmeal butterscotch cookie is my favorite cookie of all time.
Is it?
Yeah.
White chocolate chips, macadamia nut cookies, but it's National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day, so we're getting sidetracked.
But I was surprised because I saw
Stay focused, Scott. Stay focused.
I saw that this morning, and so I half expected to see, more than half expected to see, like chocolate chip cookies all throughout the station. You know, there would be some sort of promotion going on, and nothing. Nary a chocolate chip cookie in the entire building, and I'm disappointed.
You want to make a run?
I mean, I kind of do.
You gonna miss a segment or two and go pick up some chocolate chip cookies?
Come in with a box of them. But I mean, fresh chocolate chip cookies are the best. A little warm. You know, you got to wait where you actually have to wait for them to cool down for a bit, and then you bite into them, and they're still warm, maybe even a little bit hot. Oh, love fresh chocolate chip cookies are the best.
Well, if as far as store-bought, okay, if I'm going to buy a store-bought chocolate chip cookie, it's the soft batch.
Okay.
Yep. That's what it would be for me. But again, nobody cares what I like. What do you like?
Yeah, I mean, to each their own. Like if you get the fancy ones, like the crumble chocolate chip cookie.
You like crumble?
It's great. Yeah. I mean, I go to various grocery stores and they'll have like freshly made chocolate chip cookies in a bag. Get those. Those are great. You know, this isn't necessarily, I mean, chocolate chips are part of this cookie, but my favorite cookie to get at like a restaurant or the takeout place is Panera has a kitchen sink cookie that obviously it's just what it sounds like. It has everything in it.
It has an actual sink?
It's got a sink in it. Yeah. No, it's got like chocolate chips and it has raisins. I think there's oatmeal in there. It's got everything, and it's delicious. It's so good. It's a massive cookie. It's big bite and it's chewy. It's great. Jersey Mike's has a nice selection of chocolate chip cookies. You can get them single, or you can get like 3 in a pack. Those are delicious. I had some of those over the weekend. Yeah, I love a chocolate chip cookie. I was hoping we'd see some here.
No, we have seen nary a cookie. Kang, you have any strong chocolate chip cookie opinions, or should we just get back to the Tiger calls?
We should probably get back to the Tiger calls, but I will say this, that I can't believe I agree with you, Doug. I do like the soft batch chocolate chip.
If I were getting one off a store shelf.
I don't like agreeing with your food takes, but it happens.
Yeah, well,
I mean, what's the alternative? Chips Ahoy? Is that really what we're looking at?
I don't mind a
Famous
Chips
Amos?
Ahoy. Famous Amos.
No,
right. Crumble.
Yeah, well, but I mean, that's an actually bakery type place as opposed to just picking them off the shelf, you know, going down aisle 3 and, here are the cookies.
How do you guys feel about the ice cream sandwich with the cookies? You know, like you put the vanilla ice cream between the 2 cookies?
Yeah, they have that at Michigan State.
Melting Moments.
So good.
I worked there. Pepperidge Farm.
Yeah, Pepperidge Farm is solid.
Tate's.
Yes, Tate's is a great chocolate chip cookie. I agree with that.
I just found a list of store-bought chocolate chip cookies ranked 1 to 16.
Tate's are really good, actually.
When you smell chocolate chip cookies baking, it's one of the best smells in food.
I may or may not have a candle like that.
Is that what it's named exactly, too? Like baking chocolate chip
cookies?
Yeah,
it's like baked cookies.
Fresh
or something.
baked, yeah.
Freshly baked cookies, I think is the name. Yeah.
All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Naveal in Sterling Heights here on 97.1. Hello, Naveal.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up?
First, I want to talk about the Tigers I've been following the Tigers for almost 50 years, and I really feel bad about what's happening lately with the Tigers. And I kind of don't blame the manager. I blame the owner because he's tying his hands. It's disgusting for organization like drafting players and have them developed and become a superstar almost like Skubal or Mize. And then they don't want to offer him a contract.
Well,
But that's not true.
I don't know if you heard, and you don't have to believe what Scott Harris said. Scott Harris said that the agent told him there's no point. He's going to free agents.
They did offer him an extension, and Scott Boras said, "We're not doing that. We're getting
doing,
free agents.
We're not doing any contract."
Obviously, it was not a competitive.
Maybe not.
Contract.
Maybe not. But I think
That's why
I wouldn't say that's obvious. I think the obvious is the response. Scott Boras wants to get him to free agency because this is his golden contract. No matter what the Tigers going to offer, it doesn't matter. I'm going to free agency and I'm going to get more because there are going to be larger market teams that can offer more than what the Tigers can.
I'm really concentrating on Mize, not Skubal mainly.
They can re-sign Casey. I actually think there's a strong case that they will sign Casey Mize in the offseason. Yeah. I think they're going to try to pull a Jack Flaherty. They traded him away. I think they part on good terms. The Tigers, look, it's the only organization he knew that the Tigers developed Casey Mize into what he is. And this is a heck of a season he's had this year with a couple of, bumps in the road there with injury issues with his lower body that he's had to overcome, and he still had this good year. Now, throughout his career, he hasn't been great in his career. He's had flashes, but really put it together this year, which is the last year going into free agency.
Given the money it would take to sign Skubal and giving the money it would take to sign Mize, it feels to me like this organization, I would rather have them commit Mize money than Skubal money. I think what it will take to get Skubal is going to be a massive, massive contract that limits them from doing other things and is for too long. And I think Mize, you have a more possibility of getting a reasonable contract. I'm not saying Mize is better than Skubal. I'm saying Mize for the price made more sense to me than what I think Skubal for the price is going to be.
Oh, I agree completely with that.
From an unnamed texter, I disapprove and would give Harris a D as a letter grade. One reason there's no right-handed back coming our way. One reason is that there's no right-handed back coming our way. Harris is barely better than Yzerman. I mean, come on. He's made the playoffs twice. Come on, man. Come on.
And the bat they have is proven to hit left-handed pitching.
Zaire Hope is a left-handed hitter who's hitting left-handed pitching.
In the minors.
In the minors, yep, given. Let's go to Ken in Clinton Township. Hello, Ken.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
I wanted to say I think the only thing that Scott could have done better would be maybe trade him last year. I think we maybe could have got a better haul.
I think there's no question.
There's no doubt they could have gotten a better package of players in return if they traded them in the offseason or last year at the trade deadline for sure.
The one thing I think that we tend to forget as fans is, they're a business. So I think from a business standpoint, I think we got the most out of Skubal. I think his arm's going to do anything but fall off. I mean, especially that injury this year in January. I think that kind of helped the case of, hey, we kept him as long as we could. We moved on. We got the best we could. And I think from a business standpoint, he made the Tigers money, right? We made it to the playoffs last year. We still might make it this year. I mean, I think the Tigers are looking at it as a major win-win. I mean, right?
I don't know if it's a major win-win. I think they'd prefer to have kept him. But I mean, when he hired Boras as an agent, it feels like the writing was perhaps on the wall that he wasn't going to sign an extension. And I mean, maybe they'll make some crazy run at him, but I think what he's going to cost and how long he's going to sign for, that might be a cumbersome contract for an organization that isn't the Dodgers. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. From Lions training camp today, Jennifer Hammond of Fox 2 said she asked Lions GM Brad Holmes if the Bijan Robinson signing will help get things done with Jahmyr Gibbs. Holmes said, quote, "It usually expedites things, but we will see," unquote. Robinson signed a 3-year, $75 million extension with the Falcons today, resetting the running back market at $25 million per year for the top of the class and making him the highest paid H-back in NFL history. Also from camp today, multiple reports say Lions linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez left practice early today and is set to be evaluated for a possible ankle injury. Rodriguez played 7 games last year after coming back from a torn ACL in 2024. The Athletics' Colton Pouncey said Rodriguez's ankle was taped after practice and he appeared to be walking around fine. Tigers are set to return to the field tonight for the first time without both Casey Mize and Tarek Skubal. Mize was originally scheduled to start tonight's game against the Mariners after he was scratched from his start on Friday. Now the decision remains TBD as the team has yet to announce the pitching plan for tonight. First pitch is at 9:40, pregame at 9:15 here on 97.1. Tarek Skubal will also make his Dodgers debut tonight. That's at 8:05 in Chicago against the Cubs. Red Wings single-game tickets went on sale today as we are officially less than 2 months away from the season, and Cleveland's new WNBA team unveiled its name today. They will be called the Sirens, changing their name from the previous of Rockers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
So Zay Flowers just signed for 4 years and $140 million with Baltimore, the wide receiver.
Yep.
So $35 million a year.
Yep.
It is. We're going to get to a point here. I mean, the running back money is starting to tick up significantly, but we're still. I mean, the top running back in the National Football League right now in terms of money is Bijan Robinson, which might approach $25 million a year. I'm guessing with the incentives, but right now it's at $22.5 million a year. Zay Flowers is getting $35 million a year. I mean, I think the disparity there is ridiculous when it comes to the top end running backs versus, upper tier wide receiver. I think Zay Flowers is really good, but what's more valuable to the team?
This has kind of become Gators Crusade off the air, and now he's brought it to the air. You've said to me about 2 other times before Zay Flowers signed that you didn't understand the running back market, but you also have proposed that maybe Jahmyr Gibbs won't get as much as Bijan Robinson.
I think you could argue that Bijan Robinson deserves more money. I don't know if that's the stance the Lions are going to take. I'm sure they could try to do that, but if they want to get the deal done, you probably match it.
We've got a lot on the table today, including that Bijan Robinson contract. It's in the neighborhood of annually $22 million, but could be up to $75 million over a course of 3 years. That's confusing. It's a 3-year, $75 million, up to $75 million deal. But annually, if he hits all his incentives and all that, right now his average annual value is $22 million in that ballpark. Jahmyr Gibbs is basically at the same point in his career as Bijan Robinson, in that if he signed the contract, a similar contract that would keep him with the Lions through his year, the season he played at the age of 28. There is some evidence and some studies that have been done that have shown, I think it's 1,200 to 1,500 carries or the age of 29. Those are times where running backs can start to decline. Specifically at 29, they decline rather rapidly. If Gibbs gets the same contract as Bijan Robinson, Gibbs will be under contract until he's 28. So it's kind of right in the wheelhouse. Maybe he'd have more carries and hits than necessary, although he's not a guy who takes a lot of direct hits the same way Barry Sanders was so elusive that he's not taking the pounding that a David Montgomery would take, for instance, given their running styles. Because he'd be, if he keeps up his current pace, he'd be at roughly 2,280 carries and receptions, which would be a lot of wear and tear on the tires. So would you be happy with an extension that Bijan just got applied to Gibbs? You heard the update there. Jennifer Hammond, friend of the show, Jennifer Hammond, finding out that Brad Holmes saying, yeah, this is typically expedites things. The thing we have to remember about Gibbs is that he's under contract for 2 more years and could be franchised for a 3rd year. So he's going to play this year at the age of 24. Next year at 25, he could be franchised at 26. in which case you might be letting him go too early. This contract might be too late. Either way, we all agree he's a great player, and we all agree we want the Lions to win the Super Bowl. The only debate is how do you get there, and one of the debates is, do you extend the player? Based upon Holmes' comments there and based upon their behavior, like, you don't war chest for the future and pass on free agents and trades and then not use that money to re-sign your own. So they're clearly planning on re-signing Gibbs. It's just settling in on the number. And I suppose at the end of the day, I would do this deal, and I would do it for that reason. One, this is part of your plan. Stick with the plan. And Brad Holmes, people are already predicting failure for this. The success of this plan is predicated on continuing to draft well, and he's had a disastrous draft in the recent rearview mirror a couple drafts ago. But if he keeps drafting well, I think this plan will eventually lead to a Super Bowl, but hasn't yet, so people are starting to get skeptical. Veering from the plan would be let his contract play out, I suppose.
I want to get this done ASAP because I want Jahmyr Gibbs in camp working with this team with a new offensive coordinator who's going to instill a new offense here. It's one thing, okay, I understand that he's part of meetings and he's got the playbook and all that, but it's different than when you're actually on the field, and this week they're in pads. I want him there so he can actually get acclimated as soon as possible with this whole new program they got going.
So there's that. There's also the approval rating for Scott Harris. Do you approve of the job that he is doing? This has been a disappointing season. Two of their better players sold off yesterday. The return, as days go by, I feel like it's getting better reviews. He has restocked the organization with some pretty good young talent. He brought in a couple of players via draft, McGonigal and Clark. McGonigal looks like he could be a great player. Clark is off to a promising start. He traded for Hao-Yu Lee, who looks like he's going to be a useful piece. His free agent signings have been less than overwhelming. On the positive side, you could say Gleyber Torres. I don't love the way that the Framber Valdez signing is trending, but I don't call that a loss just yet. He's had some great outings, including his last one. The bullpen acquisitions have been brutal. Overall, do you approve of the job that Scott Harris is doing? The yes, I approve, 71.7% of the vote as it currently stands. You can go vote and comment on Twitter at DunGator971.
Yeah, I agree with the trades that they made over the weekend and then yesterday by trading away Skubal and Mize. I think that the flag was raised. Scott Harris said basically after the Baltimore series, when they lost that series, that they knew that things were going to change. They were going to have to trade Skubal, whatever. For me, it was, and you and I both said flag goes up when they couldn't win the series against Kansas City in a 4-game series.
Sunday.
Yeah, there's no Bobby Witt Jr. and okay, you only won 2 out of the 4. My hand goes up and says, let's make the moves. The haul of players that they got in return, if it seems underwhelming, it's only because it's not only. I mean, he wasn't the only guy, but Steve Phillips put out some really unrealistic expectations. And for me personally, I had latched on to Mike Sirota from the Dodgers organization. That's the guy I wanted.
Are you saying you contributed to the unrealistic expectations?
Maybe I did, but I also didn't expect they were going to get for the Dodgers, top 15 prospects. So getting Zero Hope, like that a lot. River Ryan, it's a little bit more of a flyer because he's an older guy at 27, about real soon's going to be 28 years old, and but he's major league ready as soon as he finishes a rehab stint once he gets back to rehab for a hamstring issue. But the haul that they got for both of those players, and Casey Mize included, that I'm fine with that. They needed to rebuild some of the minor league systems there with starting pitching. They've done that, and hopefully got this blue chip kid in Hope. Where I think Scott Harris made a misstep was not addressing the bullpen at all, trying to find some kind of an arm, whether it's like trading Gleyber Torres or Finnegan or whomever else, Flaherty, to try to get minor league bullpen arms, or to go ahead and try to get major league bullpen arms, guys that have plenty of years left of service, And by giving up some prospects of your own, like a Jace Young or something like that, or maybe even if you had to dip into the Max Anderson pool to go ahead and get somebody that you really like, that you could have control over for 4, 5, 6 years, do that. But they didn't do that. They punted on that idea. I'm hopeful that the offseason is going to be one that they address the bullpen in a significant way. But I don't even know what the offseason is supposed to look like, given that it seems like it's destined to be a lockout.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to bullpen, he sort of implied yesterday that they are hoping to get Brant Herter back soon, and Jackson Jobe could be a real asset to the bullpen.
But who's going to start?
So Flaherty has to come back to fill out the rotation. So what does that give you?
But he's not. But according to the last update, maybe longer for him to come back.
AJ Hinch said Tuesday he expects Flaherty to be on the injured list beyond the 15-day minimum, which would take him to August. Yeah, it might be longer.
So right now you have Framber Valdez, Troy Melton, and Cater Montero.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So if you want to dip into what else you have, Ty Madden has been stretched out. I imagine he's going to have to get some starts. And then what do you got?
Bullpen day.
Then you got pitching chaos, right?
Yep.
Until Jackson Jobe is ready, but is Jackson Jobe? I mean, you're going to limit him innings wise. Justin Verlander, we haven't gotten an update on JV in a while.
You know what we might get? A elusive Sawyer Gibson long sighting.
That's not good. That's not. I mean, look at his numbers at Toledo. Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, look, once they've made the decision to move on, they've certainly depleted their chances. But he said it's not a white flag, but they depleted their chances. Anyway, do you approve? Do you disapprove? 248-539-9797. Would you sign Jahmyr Gibbs to a Bijan Robinson type contract, 3 years, $75 million, 3 years extension beyond the 2 that they have? So 5 year, it end up being 5 years total. Do you approve? I want to talk about what they didn't do yesterday a little bit more. The Tigers, that is, coming up today at 12:20. And then something that happened to me over the weekend. I haven't had a chance to tell the story yet, but it was pretty incredible. We'll get to that at 12:30. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, there's a moment when a home stops being a someday and starts being a plan. The University of Michigan Credit Union can help you get there today. If you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next phone call. Make your move by the end of August, and you'll save up to $750 on closing costs. Plus, enjoy flexible fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fees. Seriously, let's get you into that dream home. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. So why do you think Gleyber Torres didn't get traded? Seemed like honestly to me, he seemed like the most likely Tiger to get traded. And it was because proven performer, gets on base, expiring contract. I wasn't sure anybody was going to meet the Skubal asking price. I thought somebody probably would, but there's sometimes a disconnect with a rental. Mize is a player. Excuse me. Mize is a player.
There.
I don't know. It was a half sneeze. It was a half sneeze, half cough. Anyway, Mize was a player that I was kind of hoping they'd re-sign. So I kind of was expecting more, and they didn't trade Gleyber. What do you think that was about?
I'm not sure, because I was surprised once Luis Arias was traded. I thought go to every one of those teams that was in on Arias and say, okay, you didn't land him. How about Gleyber Torres? We can pitch you on why Gleyber is every bit as good as Arias. Okay, the batting average is not as high. It's still a good batting average, but the on-base percentage is better. And this guy is very good defensively at second base as well. If you're looking for a guy like rental here you go. You can have him. I don't know why he wasn't traded. I've been asking myself that. I think the only thing that makes any kind of sense is he is integral to this team's success offensively. You know, as Gleyber Torres goes, when he plays, this team plays winning baseball. And maybe they just think if we're still going to try to have any shot at the playoffs, we have to hang on to somebody and want to hang on to him rather than take the chance of promoting Max Anderson. I'm not sure. I don't like that answer, but I think that's the answer.
And then to a lesser extent, none of the bullpen arms moved. Finnegan probably killed his own market.
Yeah.
Kenley Jansen, maybe the same thing. But and then a bunch of guys are hurt.
Well, I was going to say, the other thing is, if as bad as they've been recently, what do you got left?
Yeah, they kind of undermined their own chances of getting dealt.
Finnegan's ERA is 3.5, but that's going to be misleading because that's, okay, lately it's been terrible, and some of the inherited runners that you let score because you give a base hit, they get charged to the previous pitcher. Although there was some weird stat about Finnegan that his percentage of straining base runners was like 90%, was when the upper echelon in all of baseball. It's when he starts an inning is where he gets into trouble this year with the Tigers. But if you had traded away Finnegan and Jansen, you have no bullpen at all. I think their bullpen's bad right now, but imagine how bad it'd be without either one of those guys. You start dipping back into the pool of Toledo, which is not good. We've seen those guys. There's a couple of Toledo we haven't seen yet that I suspect we will see. They're older relief pitchers. They're like 28 years old, but you know they at least have done well at Toledo. Can they get a chance here with the Tigers? I think we're going to see some of those guys soon.
Well, and then there's the other thing that all of this talk about what they're going to do from here on out, and neither you nor I mentioned the name Justin Verlander. He's still here.
Yeah, I mean, he's in my notes. Is okay. What's going on with him? Are we ever going to see JV and could really stand to see him ASAP now that he traded away 2 starting pitchers? Opens up opportunities in the rotation. But it seems like it's a race of tortoises. Who's going to get there first between Justin Verlander, Jack Flaherty, and Jackson Jobe? Who's going to and throw River Ryan in the mix too? Those 4 guys. Who's going to be starting first?
I don't know, man.
And it seems like maybe out of those 4 guys, Verlander could be the last one.
Just for the theater's sake of it, could you imagine if the Tigers actually stick around and Verlander's starting an important game and when they're trying to make the playoffs?
It would be amazing.
Just for the theater. As unlikely as it seems, because I've said it a million times, I've gotten to the point where I'm not really expecting anything.
Right.
But he is still here.
Those are facts. He is, in fact, still here.
Are we sure?
Well, yeah, he's there. He was out there. Remember, they had the scene of him running out to the clubhouse when they weren't sure what was going on with the Skubal thing, and on Saturday night. And I don't expect. I guess I'm kind of the same place you are. I don't expect to see him pitch ever again, and yet I desperately want to see it, but I just don't expect to now because it's been setback after setback, and you know he's if he was 32, coming back from a hamstring issue or whatever it is he's dealing with, would seem like, okay, he's going to be able to. But he's not. He's, 43 years old? Mm-hmm. So that hammy apparently ain't getting better.
Father Time, man. Undefeated.
Never lost.
Never lost. He looked good last year. We all agree.
He looked great last year. In the second half of the season, yeah.
Break it down. That's one of the reasons why they signed him, not the nostalgia stuff. They actually thought that he could help this staff. And he pitched one game and none at Comerica Park. And we don't even get updates anymore. I think, when was he put on the 60-day? Is that why they don't even, it was the hip, I think, at first, and then you're right, then it was the hamstring after, it just one thing after another, and that's Father Time. That's just, I stretched wrong this morning, and he's never going to, I don't think he's going to pitch.
July 8th, he was placed on the 60-day. So, he could be ready to go in September.
Well, but it's also retro. So
yeah, what was it retro to?
It's going to be when he was first placed, which would have been the first week of the season. So you're looking at the first week of April. So that 60-day is probably up at this point.
Well, then you got to do something with him, then, right? You can't just leave him there.
If he's not ready to go. He's not ready to go.
Kevin and Macomb, you're on 97.1. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah. I think we have a better chance of hearing more from Ben Verlander than Justin Verlander for the rest.
Yeah, we're not counting on much.
So in particular, the Casey Mize trade, I know a little bit about baseball. I feel, and you look at all you got to do is look at their farm system, top to bottom. Cruz Schoolcraft is their number one pitching prospect, and I know I could just be a fanboy with Casey Mize, but I mean, I don't know how they didn't get Cruz Schoolcraft, the number one pitcher, for Casey Mize.
Who are you talking about? The Padres?
Yeah, the Padres. My fault.
I thought this guy was their number two overall prospect, and their number one's a catcher, Ethan Silas.
He was their number one prospect.
Ethan Silas was number one, and then Cruz Schoolcraft was number two.
He's number two now. He wasn't. He wasn't yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought Cruz Schoolcraft was the better pitcher out of the two, in my opinion.
Well, 18 games started this year at A-ball, and he's got a 5.56 ERA, and it's, again, A-ball.
Yeah, but
low A-ball.
Yeah. Dang, yeah, nowhere. Yeah, dang. Okay, well.
No, Mayfield was the number two prospect for the Padres going into the trade yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, I should have done my homework a little bit.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
But it also tells you how depleted their system is when, their number two prospect now is a 19-year-old at low A ball with a high ERA through 18 starts.
I feel like there's a non-zero chance that guy just called up to say the name Cruz Schoolcraft on the air a whole bunch.
Might be.
Yeah.
What was the name we had yesterday?
Ubagar Zibuyanovich.
No, it was
Groover.
It was like Jugru.
Henry Groover.
Something Groover, yeah.
Yeah, we were digging on that name. And who was he with? Do you remember what team?
Everybody loves Lou James Groover.
Lou James Groover. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jake. Lou James Groover. Who's a prospect with somebody, and we found his name.
Arizona, AAA affiliate.
Thank you. You're on top of it. Yep, Lou James Groover is with the Reno Aces. God darn it, I'd like to have it. Imagine pairing him with Cruz Schoolcraft.
There you go.
Lou James Groover. 248-539-9797. All right, more feedback. Garrett from East Lansing writes in, love the show. Tarek Skubal on Saturday definitely helped the Mize return. Teams scrambling to add at the end are more likely to get better returns. I'm happy with the Mize return. I'm happy with the Mize return. Did not expect to get an organization's best pitching prospect. Yeah, to be fair, the Padres organization has been depleted. They gave up a ton to get Mason Miller last year and has not. What they ended up getting, getting their number two prospect is not as exciting as getting some teams' number two prospect, but still, it's a pretty good return for Casey Mize. I was happy with that return.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'll feel great about it if they re-sign Casey Mize.
Oh yeah. Dan writes in, I would not sign Jameer to an extension. $20 million for a running back is too expensive.
Okay, ask yourself that, and then compare it to a wide receiver.
Yeah, it's just the market. I know it doesn't make sense to you, but if you think about it, the market is dictating.
I know the market is the market, but I'm just talking about production versus production. Is $20 million too much for a running back who's given you 2,000 yards from scrimmage and 15 touchdowns? Is that too much?
Well, it's what the market is. What it is.
I know the market is what it is, but $20 million isn't too much for a running back because the market is now $22.5 million.
All of it's too much. if we're going to do this, I'll say all of it's too much.
Fair enough, but.
Next text. Can we give Brad Holmes a victory lap on this one? He paid Amon-Ra, who's getting an average of $30 million per year. That's a huge W. That's from Jody and Taylor.
Well, when you look at the top 10 receivers in football in terms of money, where does he fit now? Is he still in the top 10?
I would go look, but compared to Zay Flowers, who would you rather have?
I think Amon-Ra.
Yeah.
I think Zay Flowers is great, but Amon-Ra is exceptional.
Rankings by position. Sorry, I'm working my way through the drop-down menus.
I think per year, Zay Flowers is like now 4th, and he's ahead of, he tied with Justin Jefferson, ahead of CD Lamb.
Yeah, he's tied with Justin Jefferson and ahead of CD Lamb.
Ahead of Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's only behind JSN, Jamar Chase, and Drake London.
Wow. Yeah. As far as contract average, Amon-Ra is 12th.
Wow.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Rob on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hello, Rob.
Hi, boys.
What's up?
I was just going to say that, since Scott Harris has just seemed overmatched at the trade deadline since he got the job, I think they do a really good job in development within the system. But, each trade deadline, whether it was the Erod debacle, even to this one, I think the reason he gets so much pushback is because trading the best asset 2 days before the end just makes everybody take a look. Not to mention, some of this stuff, like, I'm not sure they wanted to keep Gleyber Torres this year when they offered him. I think they were thinking he was going to get a bigger deal and they were going to get compensation. They kind of got stuck with him. So there's so many moving parts here that I just feel like he's kind of a step behind always.
Well, do you think there was what's the misstep with trading Skubal? You don't like the return?
I didn't think no. It wasn't a misstep. I just think that, like always, we're getting told about how we don't understand or nobody understands really how the business works. Yet everybody else who reports on this within the game, including other GMs, talks about they were less than impressed with the way that he handled it.
That's not true.
There are some people that have said that, but there are also plenty of people that say they got a good return.
Not okay. So, and I'm not totally against the return. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying that with the Dodgers going to, in a day from that moment, pull that trade back. Is that
so? You wanted them to wait till the last day. You wanted them to wait till yesterday to trade Tarek Skubal.
Did you hear his explanation for that?
No. I just wanted them to make sure that they exhausted all their possibilities.
Let me be clear. All right, thank you, Rob. Let me be clear on something. We won't know if this was a great trade for years. We won't. And I won't. I'm not planting a flag that it is a great trade.
No, but if you believe what Scott Harris had to say yesterday, there were multiple teams that made offers and then approved their offers.
Came back and offered more. And then eventually he said, all right, final offer, and they got them all. And
he may have hit it on the head about why they didn't trade Gleyber Torres. If there wasn't an offer there that they liked, that they thought, okay, if we lose Gleyber Torres in free agency, then they get a better comp pick.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. No, I want to make something clear about the last caller. We were up against a break. His point may turn out to be true that they didn't do the right thing at the trade deadline. I thought he was over-exaggerating some of his points, but I think it's early to call. I'm not calling it a win or a loss yet. Time will tell. We ran through how Baltimore in 2026 is supposed to be better than Baltimore in 2026 is because all their highly touted prospects, it feels like so many of them are just underwhelming at this point. The Erie Five, the purge that got us Dawel Lugo and Sergio Alcantara and Jose King never panned out. Like, there's all kinds of examples, and then there's PCA in Chicago who's killing it, and he was a part of a trade that saw a rental get sent. So, it's a percentage play. They've loaded up on prospects. We'll see if his ability to evaluate talent at the lower levels of the minors is as good as it appears to be in the draft. So.
And as far as other teams getting involved in Skubal, if you take Harris at his word, it sounds like there were multiple teams that had called and that they touched base with, came back to, had to improve their offers, and when all was said and done, they laid all the offers out there and selected the best one for the team, which was the Dodgers offer. If you look at the other teams, maybe it's really easy to see what happened here. Okay, Milwaukee Brewers, seems like they got a lot of system talent, but probably real clear that they weren't going to trade Jesus Mate, the number one prospect, who's the number one prospect overall in baseball. Was Luis Pena, who's their number two prospect, number 18 overall in baseball. Was he made available? Well, he's in high A ball. Do the Tigers want to make a Skubal trade to take somebody who's only in high A ball, who's still a few years away from making it? I think that those are other factors that go into it. And then you realize Tampa Bay, their top prospect is number 9 overall in baseball. Maybe Tampa says he's off limits. You can have other players, but not him. Okay, well, again, then you're getting towards and I'm only using this as a baseline, the MLB pipeline top 100 players. And I know it's wrong to do that, but for our purposes, it's what we have. Yeah. There weren't many players in the top 24 that would be ahead of Zahir Hope there, because Zahir Hope is number 25, from teams that were looking to attach Skubal to the Tigers. George Lombard from the Yankees. He just got promoted to the Yankees. He was off limits. And apparently the Yankees are another team that is reported that had made an offer to the Tigers or were in on it. So there just weren't that many players in the top 20 or 24 that made sense. So the Tigers got the best they could get of what was available. And if you're in Milwaukee, you're probably pissed.
Yeah.
You wanted this guy, you didn't get him, and you didn't get anybody else. You got one starting pitcher at the trade deadline, and he's terrible. That's what Milwaukee added. A guy that effectively they did what the Tigers did last year at the deadline, when they took 2 swings at it with Paddock and what's his face, and they were both terrible.
Okay, we're gonna shift gears here a little bit and get back to some Tiger stuff a little bit later on. And if you missed the best of what Scott Harris said yesterday in a long address with the media, and one thing he didn't talk about, by the way, he didn't talk about what happened with a Mize extension. He talked about how he went to Skubal and Boris said, don't even bother, he's going to free agency. But he didn't say that there was no questions asked and no clarity on whether or not how hard they tried to re-sign Mize.
Yeah.
So, all right, so you were gone last week. Kang was gone for much of last week. And we got caught up yesterday with your story, Vegas, your trip to Vegas and the station golf outing that you got to play in over last weekend. Kang was at the National, the card show in Chicago. I went up north to a friend's house last weekend, and it's actually they have a cabin on Bear Lake,
mm-hmm.
and you actually know the family, your friends. My buddy, who's part owner of the house, his sister married your buddy.
Yeah,
so we kind of know the same people. So we go up north with Steve and Laura, and their niece just got married a couple weeks ago. So this is your friend's daughter, right?
No.
No, it's not. Okay, my apologies. Anyway, just got married a couple weeks ago. But one of their niece got married a couple weeks ago. And the new husband was working the boat crank, You spin the wheel to raise the boat out of the water.
Right. It's the launch or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were storing the boat. I don't know if they were putting it up or down. Whatever they were doing, and his brand new wedding ring, flew off into the lake. And it's 3.5, 4 feet of water. About 20, I would say 20 yards out is where the boat was sitting, where this thing is. So,
that's significant.
Yes. And his ring flew off. And so we go up there and we're going to boat and we're going to play golf and we're going to.
Not now.
Well, we could boat.
Before you start searching for the ring?
Well, he did this a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
it's been in the lake for a few weeks.
Okay.
For 2 weeks. He lost it 2 weeks ago. So we know that we're driving up there and Steve says, look, my niece's new husband, his ring came off, his finger out by the boat launch a couple weeks ago. I bought this underwater metal detector wand.
Okay.
It looks like it looks like one of the fire starters you have for like starting a fire, the lengthy.
Yep.
And here's his plan. He wants me to work the wand on the bottom of the lake, and he's going to put on goggles. And so when it starts to go off, if we find it, he'll start
to move
digging
away some sand and
Exactly. So Saturday morning, we're like, okay, let's give this a shot. Now it's a little bit raining. It's kind of cold, but I'm like, this is the project. This is what we're up here to do. So put on the swimsuit and out into the water we waded. Meanwhile, our wives went to get coffee to come back. They were going to sit on the dock and laugh at us.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes. So we get out there and I'm like making my plan. Okay, this is where the crank is for the boat dock and all this. And
you didn't set up a archaeological grid?
No, I was going to put together a grid.
Okay,
I absolutely put together a
okay.
grid. I'm like, okay, I'm going to start about 5 feet away from where it went in and slowly walk and have this wand in the bottom of the sand. I'm going to have it touching the sand, going back and forth for about 10 feet and then turn around, move over a foot and come back. I'm going to grid it, right? So, he's there and we test first to make sure it would work, put my ring underwater and it worked. The thing goes beep and starts to vibrate.
Hey, it's my
So
ring.
I go one way down on the grid, turn and take about 2 steps. I make about 2 steps back. I'm going across the bottom of the lake and it starts to go beep, 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 and starts to buzz. Like I can feel it. And Steve immediately puts on his goggles and goes down to the bottom where I'm continuing to hold this thing as still as I can possibly hold it. Digs a little bit, pops up with the ring.
Wow.
We found the ring.
Get out of here.
In the water.
That quickly?
Yes.
That's impressive.
And it took us 5 minutes.
I'll tell you why that's impressive. 3 miles west of that lake is Lake Michigan.
Yes.
And exactly due west of that lake, 15 years ago, when I was swimming there with my friend on the golf trip, I had a giant fake gold rope necklace on that I wore for our crazy golf day that we had.
Yeah.
And I went swimming with it, and I dove into the water, and I came up, and we're throwing a football around, and I realized at some point the necklace came off, and I never knew. But I was like, it's got to be in this area. And it was a big necklace, thick chain, girthy chain.
Yeah.
And I could not, we spent like an hour looking for it. We could not find it. The fact that but we didn't have a metal detector.
No, I mean, we felt this tremendous sense of accomplishment. Like we pulled off this miracle. And then the girls came walking back with their coffee and we're like, we found it. And they were like, what? They couldn't believe we found it that quick. But anyway, DJ got his ring back. Actually, I don't know if he's got it back yet, but we put it in a Ziploc bag and left it. I don't know if they left it there or brought it back, but this is my best ever lost and found story, even though I didn't lose it. I was part of the team that found it at this underwater wand, this metal detector, which it wasn't like a big, like huge, how some metal detectors have. This is just a little, it was this big. It was about an inch apart is how.
No, I know what you mean.
Just like a pointer.
Yeah, because I watch the Oak Island show where they're looking for the treasure at Oak Island, and it's once they get a hit on something, then they narrow it down with this other smaller detector. You're right. It looks like a lighter, an extended lighter used for
starting like
for fires. Yeah.
Anyway, what is your best lost and found story? What is your best lost and found story? 248-539-9797. Kang has one. I don't know if you have any
I'll think about
elite lost and found stories, but we are fired up. It kind of made the weekend, to be honest with you. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, Twin Peaks fans, I want to double down today and talk to you about the best happy hour in the state. What better way to cure these current gas prices than awesome deals at your favorite sports bar? With dining experiences really taking a turn in terms of service and the cost of eating out just going through the roof, they've doubled down on happy hour to make it make sense for everyone. They call it $5 you call it and $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. If you're a Tito's drinker, $5. Jack Crown and Bacardi, $5. Or take it a step higher and order up Grey Goose, Patron, or Maker's Mark for $7. There are many other options to choose from at those prices too, and what makes it even better, food deals. You could really do a shot, a 22-ounce frozen draft, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, and an in-house smoked chicken quesadilla, all for under $20. And I haven't even mentioned the best part. It's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Happy hour runs from 3 to 6 and 10 to close, Monday through Thursday, and the Madison Heights location Thursday. They've got their Peaks Elite Photo Shoot Party starting at 6 p.m., 20 of the hottest girls in the area competing for the crown. Live DJ giveaways, drink specials. You won't want to miss it. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. Yep, Saturday morning, we found a ring in the sand at the bottom of a lake with an underwater metal detector that had been there for a couple of weeks. Felt like a major accomplishment. And we celebrated, man. We were fired up. Kang, you had a lost, what did you lose?
So you're going to laugh, but in my much, much younger days, it was kind of a cool thing to for guys to wear like diamond earrings, right? So I had a couple of diamond earrings in my ear, right?
This is great.
Thought it was cool. Whatever. I was getting into a friend's car or something on the side. I was parked on the side of his street outside his house, and I must have like hit my hand on the earring or something. It wasn't latched in all the way back behind my ear.
Yeah.
And I noticed it fell, and I looked down, and I'm like, it's in the street. You would think it'd be easy, but it's not. Like you look at the street right now, the concrete.
Yeah.
You couldn't just find something that small, you know what I mean, easily, right? But the only thing I knew was it's in this area because it just happened, right?
Yeah.
So I got my buddy helping. We're on all fours, just like combing the ground. Like, please, dear God, did not go in the sewer. Did it somehow bounce into the grass? You know how when you drop something?
Sure.
And you know you just dropped it, but how could it go somewhere where you don't see it all, right? That's what happens when you lose something. You just can't believe it. Honestly, after 30 minutes, we gave up. I drove back the next day, parked in the same spot. I decided to give it another look, and I found it.
No way.
Those things are miracles. That's just pure luck. Like I said, the only thing I had on my side was I knew the area where it was at. So I just I'll give it another shot.
Gator with his fake gold rope.
It's got to be there, man. Right up the shore.
It doesn't make any sense, right, Gator?
We're like waist deep water. How do we not find this thing?
Yes, it's in. Where did it go?
I don't know where it went.
It's here.
And it's a huge rope, like fake gold rope chain.
What you talking about?
He looks so fly. You look so fly.
Oh, I tried, and I succeeded. This isn't my story, but my friend she was coming back from a Michigan game, and it was a night game, so they're driving late at night. And I'm talking to her as they're driving back, and it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden, it starts to change. The sound changes on the phone, and then the phone just hangs up. I'm like, well, what happened there? That's kind of odd. I got a call back about 20 minutes later from another number that I don't recognize, but I answer it. And it's one of her friends, and they're like, "We can't find her phone." I'm like, I was just talking to you. What do you mean you can't find the phone? She had left the phone on top of her car, but the phone connected while they were driving away.
Bluetooth,
and because they were stuck in traffic the whole time getting out of Ann Arbor, it was slow pace, and the phone didn't leave the car. Finally, they get on to like 23 or whatever, and the phone flies off the car, and then they lose the connection because they're too far away from it at this point.
Hysterical.
So she's freaking out trying to figure it out. I'm like, well, there's nothing you can do about it now, right? I mean, it's too late at night. You don't have any flashlights other than somebody else's cell phone flashlight. It's not worth it. Go back. We'll go back tomorrow morning if you want to. They end up staying up for the next couple hours trying to figure out a way. Can they ping the phone somehow and call Apple and figure all this because it's an iPhone. They're able to figure out some way where it kind of triangulates an area of where it should be. So she went out the next day and she calls me and she's like, "I'm calling you from my phone." Like, I see that. You found it. Somehow they were able to find it. Literally, it took them like 2 minutes to find it. They were on the side of the road where they thought it was in this vicinity, which could have been, a 200 square foot area or 200 square yard area. I don't even know. But she found it was just off the freeway into the shoulder, somehow undamaged and right there. I think that was incredible.
That is pretty amazing. 248-539-9797. Jake in Ann Arbor. Hi, Jake.
How's it going, gentlemen?
What's up?
Hey, Doug. I met you probably 10 years ago. You're a great guy. Met you at a U of M event at a country club. I don't know that I should go into specifics there. I also met you again when I was a U of M cheerleader on a sideline one time. Cool. You're really a great guy. Gator, love hearing you. Kang, you do an awesome job. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So my story is I went over to my buddy's house because he was going to give me his old treadmill. And he hadn't used it in a couple months. So I go to move this thing, and something fell out of the cup holder of the treadmill. And I go, "Dude, this looks like a ring." He goes, "Shit, man, that's my wedding ring."
You can't swear, but I want to know how long he didn't have that wedding ring.
That's amazing. You move the treadmill, something falls out of the cup holder and it's a wedding ring. You're like, hey, do you need this?
He told me on the phone, because I actually screened that one. He said that his buddy turned to him and goes, I've been looking for that for months. I haven't told my wife.
Wow.
How does she not know that their wedding ring's gone?
You'd be surprised at what wives don't notice about us, right?
They
Doug?
notice everything.
No,
I think my wife would notice.
Really?
Wedding ring and shoes. They notice everything. You're not going out there like that. What are you talking about? Get my shoes. Put on different shoes.
Let's go to Sam. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Sam.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I went to Wayne State, and my roommate, he was from China, and he was like real rich, and he's a very nice guy, and I still talk to him every day. So I went with him. He was going to get a gift for his girlfriend, so we went together to Somerset Mall, and he bought these $800 Tiffany earrings, and they came in like a little bag. And so on the way back to campus, he like lost it, and so we searched the car, couldn't find it. So we went back, and he bought the same exact pair again. And then when we got back to campus again, we thoroughly searched the car and found them, and he let me keep them, like these $800 earrings.
Wow.
I gave them to a different girl on campus. Helped me out for Valentine's Day. It's just crazy, man. And it was like, I just spent $800. I'm going to go spend another $800.
Yeah, a huge score for you. What is your best lost and found story after we found a ring in the bottom of a lake with an underwater metal detector after 2 weeks? Adam in Petersburg, you're next. Hi, Adam.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Sure.
I'll try to keep the profanities to a minimum, but your story resonated. I have a very similar story. So in Ann Arbor, there's right up Huron River, there's a place called Argo Cascades, and it's like a man-made kind of little offshoot of the river.
Yep.
There's rapids, and you go tubing down it and all this. So 7 years ago, my wife and my two daughters were tubing down this little cascades, and I'm holding onto my daughter's hand. She's 3. So she's sort of ahead of me, and she goes through the rapids before I do. She's holding my hand. Well, the rapids kind of pull her through, and she loses her grip on my hand. And what I realized later after I get home is she pulled my wedding ring off when she lost her grip on my hand.
Mm.
So I get home, I realize, I look at my hand, I'm like, oh, crap, where's my wedding ring? So I look, I make sure it's not, where I normally would keep it. Nope, it's not there. So I knew I had it on. So this is on the weekend. So I go back to the place where they give you the tubes on Monday. I run over there and, let's check the lost and found. Nope, nobody turned anything in. I'm like, this thing's never going to turn up. So the only thing I could think of to do was put an ad on Craigslist. And I put that, describe the ring, describe what, where I thought it might be. Literally the next day, some guy messages me with like a Lord of the Rings reference saying that his buddy was snorkeling in that area. Yeah. He's snorkeling in that area, found the ring. He had already found it. And we met up. He gave it back to me, and that was
That's
it. But yeah, I
awesome.
thought I was never going to find that.
That's crazy.
That is amazing. What a cool dude to return it to. 248-539-9797. We'll take a couple more of these. Also next hour, Hank Fraley on the morning show, the best of what the Lions O-line coach had to say, and the best of what Scott Harris told the media yesterday in a long 40-minute meeting describing what went down at the trade deadline. 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app and get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan has posted the champ and chump of the weekend as voted by you. Stream with video at twitch.tv and youtube.com. That way you can watch the show and participate in the streaming chat on both of those sites. 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson. We'll get to some more Tiger stuff and Lion stuff next hour here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions general manager Brad Holmes said, quote, "It usually expedites things, but we will see," when asked by Fox 2's Jennifer Hammond if the Falcons' signing of Bijan Robinson will speed up the process between the Lions and Jahmyr Gibbs. The star running back has held in for the first few days of training camp as he seemingly awaits for a contract extension. At camp today, linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez had to leave early with a potential ankle injury. The college football top 25 coaches poll was released today. Michigan football checks in at number 16 in the country. The Wolverines were the fourth highest ranked Big Ten team behind Ohio State and Oregon at 1 and 2. Indiana came in at number 6. Penn State and Washington followed Michigan at 17 and 19. Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News reports the Tigers will start Troy Melton tonight against the Mariners. Bullpen day tomorrow, then Framber Valdez on Thursday. First pitch at 9:40 here on 97.1 tonight. Tarik Skubal will make his Dodgers debut this evening. Yesterday he said he has no sympathy for fans upset with the team that traded for him. Skubal faces the Cubs at 8:05 tonight. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so we're going to get back to some Lion stuff coming up in about 15 minutes. Some Tiger stuff at 1:30. I did share the story of us finding a lost wedding ring in the bottom of a lake after it had been missing for a couple of weeks. Our friend Steve and Laura, their niece, got married. The niece and the new husband went up to their place up north on Bear Lake a couple of weeks ago when he was cranking the boat out of the water or lowering it. I don't know if he was cranking it or lowering it, but off their dock, about 20 yards out, 4 feet of water, his new wedding ring flew off. They never found it, settled in the bottom of the lake somewhere. We went out and Steve went out and got a underwater metal detector, and we spent about 5 minutes, started to grid the bottom of the lake near the boat launch. And after about 5 minutes, I was the one holding it, started buzzing. Steve put on the goggles, went down to the bottom of the lake where I held the metal detector still, dug in the sand a little bit, and pulled out this brand new wedding ring. And then sure enough, it was DJ's ring. And had been down there for a couple of weeks, and we managed to find it and felt like $1 million. What's your best lost and found story? 248-539-9797. I will say, just try and keep the story to minute-ish.
Sure.
Things can get a little long, but just keep it to about a minute if you don't mind.
Did get a payoff on the last one, though.
We did. It was
good. It was. I mean, the shark. I mean, it is Shark Week, so beware.
Right. Kurt in Ferndale. Hey, Kurt.
Well, I didn't see a shark while I was out, but decades ago I was a surfing instructor at the Hilton right on Waikiki. So I was out with a group of people, and my watch band fell off. It was given to me by a sales rep. He wanted me to wear a brand new diver's watch. So I paddled in with the class, and then I took a surfboard back out again with goggles and a little J-tube snorkel. Spent about 15 minutes diving down on the reefs looking for the watch, found it, brought it back in again, called the guy. He came over, gave me a brand new watch, and said, "Here's a new one. Replace the old one, test wear it for a couple months, and let us know what you think." Sure enough, a couple months later, the dang thing busted again, the wristband.
Yep.
Did the same thing, went back, took a diagonal towards Pearl Harbor, diagonal towards the Hilton Hotel, swam back in again, came back out again with a mask, and found my watch the second time.
Wow.
Called the guy and said, "I don't need the watch again." I went over to the department store and bought a brand new Seiko instead. I've been wearing it ever since.
But you found 2 of them.
Yeah, I found 2 of them, yeah.
It's hard to believe.
Knowing the exact area where you're at, it was only about 8, 9, 10 feet deep, so it wasn't that bad.
That seems pretty significant.
Yeah. Surf instructor.
Let's go to Waikiki.
Impressive.
Sounds like a great gig. Carol on a cell. You're next. Hi, Carol.
Hi. My story is that back in 1984, during the Tigers World Series, I lost my wallet on the street in downtown Detroit. And that was back in the day where you could, if you had somebody's name and address, you could call them. I got a call at 11:30 that night saying somebody found my wallet. I had my MSU alumni card in my wallet, and that person was going to the game, so I got it back at the MSU football game the next day. So
Nice.
Lost my wallet in downtown Detroit during a baseball game, and got it returned at an MSU football game.
Yeah, that's awesome. Did you? I mean, I'm sure you were very grateful to the person that found it and called you.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yep, that's why.
The problem was I was 7 months pregnant, though, so I had high up seats in MSU. Walked down through the stadium, and when he realized how pregnant I was, he felt bad making me walk to go get it, but it was fine.
Great story, Carol. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Anthony on a cell. What's up, Anthony?
Hey guys, how are you?
All right.
So, was in New York City with my now wife about 20 years ago. And it's important to know it's about 20 years ago because back in the day, iPhones did not have the security where you could call people if you lost your phone.
Right.
We were out to dinner one night. We were going to go to a bar in a different type of town. We're in a cab. We get out of the cab, and I reach for my phone in my pocket, and it had fallen out of my back pocket into a cab. And at that point, you turn around, and there's a few yellow cabs in New York City. So you can imagine your heart sinks a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, my wife was sitting there being like, oh, great, my night is now ruined because my now husband is a type A personality, and that's all he's going to be thinking about. So about 5 minutes goes by, we get a call, and it's on her phone, and that's because you could dial using an iPhone without having the passcode. Well, we get a call. It's someone in broken English, and they say, go to 100 Waverly to get your phone. And we show up at 100 Waverly, and it's a building that you probably wouldn't really walk into. So we walk in, and there's a security guard at the bottom at the elevator, and we told the security guy, I'm like, I'm here to pick up a phone. And it was like open sesame, and he clicked the button on the elevator. He put us on the elevator, and he sent us up, and it's just my wife and I were going up this elevator, and we open up, and it's a rooftop party, and there's all these people around. This beautiful, gorgeous, I guess, model in training came up to me. He's like, here's your phone. And my wife's like, what is going on?
What is going on?
She looks at us and she goes, if you guys want to stay, go ahead and stay and enjoy. Free bar that night. We were just hanging out on a rooftop bar in New York City, all because I lost my iPhone in a yellow cab in New York City.
It sounds like a movie plot, and I keep waiting for you to say, and then, you know, I don't want to say giant sex party, but a giant sex party breaks out.
I'm sure there's all types of things happening. But all I know is that
a giant sex party.
Just say it, Doug. You want to say it. So, how was this orgy?
you never kiss and tell. And you never kiss and tell. That's all I can say.
That is an amazing story. So you guys partied all
100%.
night.
All because I lost an iPhone. I
Fantastic.
lost a phone in a cab. And every time we go to New York City, my wife is like, hey, can you lose your phone again this time? This would be great. And I'm like,
walked in, everybody's wearing a tuxedo and a cape
mask.
and these masks, these very elaborate masks, and all the women were naked while wearing these masks. And Nick Nightingale was playing piano.
I mean, it's to quote Dane Cook, you know, who's in my mouth? I mean, that's basically where we're
Wow. Anthony, thank you for sharing.
No, don't quote Dane Cook.
Never quote Dane
Cook. Yeah.
So I found a ring in the bottom of a lake.
Yeah, he lost an iPhone and turned into Eyes Wide Shut.
Seriously, maybe just like we ended up at the Met Gala instead of that.
Joe in Metamora. Hi, Joe. Joe? Okay, gotcha. My bad. By the way, let's not bury the lead. Can we go back? Is there a picture of you with the diamond earrings, Kang?
Oh, there's lots of pictures with me with diamond earrings.
I feel like we've seen King. I don't know King working here with a diamond earring.
Probably one of my. I think you've gone out, Gator, and seen me out and about.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Wait,
Doug,
you're still
he's too
doing
cool.
it? You're still doing this?
No, I said this was many years ago.
Okay, well, I just
Gator's always been
but
cool.
don't act like he can't. He can still do it.
He can still pull it off.
Yeah. Should I ask Max Clark?
Yeah.
Dude, you got some bling to spare, man, Maya?
Right.
Come on. Give me one of them off that chain.
A little starter kit.
All right, couple of texts here, and then we'll wrap it up. Ice fishing. Sister-in-law dropped the keys into a hole.
Oh, no.
2 tires and a marine magnet, and the keys came up.
Wow.
2 tires and a marine magnet? I don't even know what that really means, but...
Well, the magnet used to bring the keys up, but apparently brought up some tires as well.
Oh, I see. I was like, how are you using 2 tires?
2 turntables and a microphone.
Yeah.
That you know.
My girlfriend...
One Jimmy Hoffa, and then we got our keys.
Wow. My
Found
girlfriend...
Doug's keys first, and then I found these keys.
Never found those keys. My girlfriend flipped my phone and my speakers into the water at Proud Lake 2 weeks ago. It took a whole search party to find it, but we found it an hour later, and my phone still works, and so does the speaker. That's a Mike in Garden City. All right, enough of these. Let's go. Let's get to what Hank Fraley, rather, the offensive line coach for Lions, told our morning show next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, we're looking to upgrade your outdoor space. Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking, and it's brands you trust, like TimberTech, Trex, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you just need a certified installer, their expert team is going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. I know this firsthand. The great folks over at Builders First Source helped my mom out, and they rebuilt an entire Decker house. It's amazing. She loves it. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Let's talk some Lions here on 97.1, 248-539-9797. We go to Edward in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, Edward.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. You know, the Gibbs topic requires that we go back a little bit and look at how we got here. After Hutch, many people thought he was going to go number 1. He goes to number 2. They draft him. Out of nowhere, the Lions have Sewell fall to him. They draft him. And then Jalen Carter, the player that everybody thought was going to go number 1 or number 2, he had that horrible incident with the drag racing. A guy dies. He drops down. They have an opportunity to draft Carter as opposed to doing what they did the prior 2 years and adding a running mate to Hutch. They trade down and they get Gibbs, and the rest is history. Now, I contend that the Lions and Brad Holmes, they wanted Gibbs more than any player that they have drafted in the first round so far in this era. And I don't think that that Bijan signing first is a coincidence. I think the Lions fully intended on making Gibbs the highest paid running back in the NFL, and they wanted Bijan to sign first so they can give Gibbs more.
Maybe. I mean, it could be the case.
I mean, it's a who's going to blink first type situation. And
well, he's saying they weren't even staring at him; they were letting him sign first, and they want Gibbs to be the highest paid running back.
I mean, I don't know what it is about the Lions and good guys versus bad guys and all the rest. If somebody says, "Hey, do I want a defense that includes Hutch, Jalen Carter, and Campbell compared to a team that includes Gibbs?" I mean, the choice is easy for me. So I think that when we talk about Gibbs, I think Gibbs represents almost an entire identity for this team and Brad Holmes. And there's going to be an urgency to ensure that he's not only here for a long time, but here as one of the highest paid players in the entire NFL.
Maybe.
So he thinks it was a mistake to take Gibbs. They should have taken Jalen Carter in that draft.
It sounds like it, and he's got his
what would the team look
theory.
like? What would the team look like without Jahmyr Gibbs?
Well, they wouldn't have, because remember they traded back,
right?
Got Gibbs at 12, and additionally, did they get the pick they took Jack Campbell with? Detroit traded the first and third round selection to Arizona for first, second, and fifth. So 12, 34. So who'd they get at 34 in that draft? Laporta. They wouldn't have had Laporta. They'd have Jalen Carter, and they wouldn't have Gibbs and Laporta.
I love the trade.
Yeah,
and the alternative is then you're starting over with running back, and then who knows when you're taking a running back.
I'm not a big conspiracy theory guy, but whatever.
Look, there were plenty of people that wanted Jalen Carter there instead of Jahmyr Gibbs. It worked out fantastically for the Lions. It's worked out well for Philly too. Jalen Carter's really good.
Yep. Okay, let's get to Hank Fraley on the morning show. First, he talked about the new center, Cade Mays. Well, I mean, it's early, right? And that's all the mental stuff. There's a debate on how good Cade Mays is going to be, but I think the only debate that really matters is how much better he will be than who they had last year. It's got to be an upgrade.
It has to be.
Graham Glasgow was near the end. And
in Graham Glasgow, I think if this was 5 years earlier, it would have worked out really well.
Probably
If
out
he
of
was,
position.
but I mean, 5 years earlier, we had Frank Rackhound. There was no worries about it. But I just saw earlier today, Pro Football Focus had their top 32 ranked centers in the league, and I believe Cade Mays was checking at number 20. We'll see where in the end where he's at, but yeah, your point is true. As long as he's better than what they had, and hopefully it's going to get to be appreciably better.
I'd like him to be better than 20, but
yeah, but we'll see where this goes. And it's a brand new offense, brand new teammates to work with, and everybody's got to work together. And it takes a little bit of time, hopefully not too much.
How is Sewell working out at left tackle? Here is what the offensive line coach, Hank Fraley, had to say.
It's a trait to be one of the best ever is how hard do you work off the field. It's not just on the field. It's doing all the work off the field, knowing the playbook and knowing your assignments and certainly knowing your opponent is chief among those tasks as well, which is what he does. I love hearing that. And I think that's a legitimate concern that people have. I don't think it's a big one, but I think it's legitimate.
Him playing left tackle.
Yeah, in making a switch from right to left, and how long is it going to take? Like, he's played left tackle a lot in his career as a college player. Played a handful of games his rookie season at left tackle. It's not going to be terribly unusual for him, but yeah, there should be some growing pains that go in there. But I'm guessing with Penei Sewell, it ain't going to take long before everything's forgotten. He's a left tackle.
I like the idea that he's watching stuff from 3-4 years ago to see here's what Draymond Jones did against me, or whoever you're playing next, to be prepared, because to be the best ever, it's physical and it's all that prep work.
Yeah, and helps that you get to work against Hutch right now too.
Yeah. All right. What about the right tackle competition with the rookie and Blake Miller and the veteran Larry Borum that they brought in? are the kind of guys they look for. Doesn't always mean they're the best picks or that they're going to pan out, but usually they favor the hard workers.
Yeah, and when you hear you combine that with the previous comments about Penei Sewell and the work that he puts into it, okay, what a role model to have. Mm-hmm. And Hank Fraley has also thought of as one of the better offensive line coaches in the National Football League. So hopefully they can develop Blake Miller where it becomes a no-brainer at some point, whether it's the end of this week or if it's after week 5, that it's a no-brainer. He is absolutely your starter at right tackle. I mean, Larry Borum's not given up that dream of being a starting tackle for the Detroit Lions, and the competition is only going to make everybody better. It's all pretty good to look at with this team right now.
Okay, finally, Hank Fraley compared last year's offensive line to this year's offensive line. Here's what he said. Fine them.
It's a tax write-off.
Fine them.
Charitable donation.
We'll take the fines. Interesting stuff there from Hank Fraley. All right, straight ahead, Scott Harris opened up about the trade deadline, the Skubal and Mize deals, and where he thinks he failed with this team in 2026. Hear what he had to say starting at 1:31 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Well, we've all seen it lately. You get local companies that are being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and then suddenly you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner is truly family-owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years now. When they say that they treat you like family, they mean it because they actually are one. In fact, they're going to take a look and inspect the roof and go inside up in the attic and make sure everything checks out. So they're not going to charge you a bunch of money for something that doesn't need a bunch of money. Maybe it's just a quick fix inside, or it might be a total tear down. Whatever it is, you know that they are going to be honest, and you could trust them on that. They don't answer to distant investors. They answer to you. I love the no-pressure promise they have. You're not going to get a high-stakes sales pitch. Instead, you get that honest assessment of what your roof, windows, or siding actually need. It's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty on every roof installation. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades, Shaner Roofing. Get your quote today at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down. And after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. And that's when you call the pros at M&M Garage Doors, located right here in Michigan since 2011, because they're offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. $59 to avoid those more expensive repairs. A simple tune-up will help extend the life of your garage door. You don't even think about your garage door until it's broken. So delay that as long as possible for $59 with a tune-up. Customer service there is great, and that's why I'm proud to be on board with M&M Garage Doors. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license. 210-220-6147. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Louise next here on 97.1. Hello, Louise.
Hi, how are you?
We're great. How are you?
Hello?
Yep,
Yes,
go ahead.
I'm fine. I'm from Brownsville, Texas, And I came up to the house in Waters in May, and the Tigers started losing, and everybody is bad-mouthing them. And now they're winning, and you're still bad-mouthing them. And I don't understand why people up here are so negative about their teams. I mean, the Lions, the Red Wings, everything. I just don't understand.
Well, I can't speak for anybody else. I can speak for Gator and I tend to think I don't think that we're particularly negative, and maybe you're not referencing us. Are you referencing us?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm referencing your callers.
Well, I'd say this, Louise. I would say this. When it comes to the 4 teams,
Yes.
I think it's fair to be very critical of the Red Wings. The failures of the organization over the last 10 years is frustrating for Red Wing fans that experienced 25 years of sensational hockey, and now it's a dead period that we haven't seen since the early 80s. This is not good. As far as the Tigers are concerned, yeah, I mean, it was a horrible month of May, absolutely horrible month of May that put them in a hole, and they have had to dig out of it, and they're still trying to dig out of it, but to the point where now they were sellers at the trade deadline. They sold off 2 of their top pitchers. Obviously, the best pitcher in baseball is Skubal, and then they sent Casey Mize packing as well because he's a free agent at the end of the season. Might as well get something for him instead of losing him for nothing. And people still want to see more from this team. They want to see more from the general manager to go out and was there a way to improve this team by getting some bullpen arms? They didn't get any bullpen arms. They just made 2 trades.
Do you think Detroiters are particularly negative, Scott?
I think vocal sports fans are negative. I don't know if all sports fans are, or the majority are. I just think that the ones that call into shows and the ones that are vocal about it are presumably negative.
Louise, I think our format sort of, people don't call the station very often just to go, I just want to say they're doing a great job. They called a bitch, and I get it. I'm not mad at people. Here's an interesting fact, though. Okay, so the polling literally just closed on our "Do you approve of Scott Harris?" Poll question on Twitter. 72.1% say yes, I approve. And I want to find Arthur sent us the following tweet. This poll shows that you have a vocal minority the vocal minority is always just that, a vocal minority, because most people call to complain. And yet the approval rating right now is pretty high. I think people are understanding what they got back is pretty decent.
Yeah, but I think even those who approve of what Scott Harris is doing, there's checks and balances to that, right? There's a plus column and there's a minus column. Plus column is drafting players, having the system develop those players. That part's a major plus.
Feels like it.
The big minus is signing free agent pitchers. It's a major minus because there have been so few hits and so many misses with that, and it's a misspending of the funds. And when you see that, and then you're a team that is, really probably shouldn't have any business with the payroll that they have, but they do, and you realize it's just been misspent in a lot of ways, that's where the negative side comes out. Now, that being said, and we're pointing this out, and I agree that's all negative. However, I think overall Scott Harris is doing a pretty good job because I think the bigger part of what he has to do is to develop and to build the core and to identify what that young talent is. It might behoove him to maybe look at his scouting department for his major league scouting department and find better deals when it comes to free agents and something that's a more of a sure deal as opposed to taking flyers and giving out $10 million contracts to the Drew Andersons of the world.
Tim in a car. You're next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I agree with almost everything you say. I'm having a great day myself because I'm going to golf league with my son. Nice. I just wanted to chime in on the Scott Harris situation. The one thing that we all have the benefit of, and we all agree on pretty much, is in hindsight, you get the real result of what a trade or a prospect or a free agent signing is. And I think, you brought up a great point about the pitchers. I totally agree with that. But I think in the big picture, we sort of have to trust our guys, and I think they've proven enough that they made the right deal with Skubal. Obviously they see something they needed to make the same type of deal or, get rid of Casey Mize. And so I think as a long-suffering Tiger fan, there's very few teams that get it right all the time. And so for me, I trust what he says. And when he gave us that explanation that you guys just replayed, to me, that answers any questions. And it almost makes you have to go, yep, he's right. They did their homework. And one of you commented on that. And I think that's just the key. And that's kind of where we are. We're kind of stuck with it. So we might as well embrace it. And I hope for the best in the coming season. I certainly am happy with the trade of Skubal.
Well, I guess, I say this all the time. I don't tell fans necessarily how to think. I'll just tell you why I believe what I believe. And I have developed an opinion of Scott Harris that makes me comfortable in some ways and concerned in others. But you make a very valid point, and that is people, it's a very rare thing in sports that somebody gets something right all of the time. And so if you're expecting that, you're probably going to be disappointed. But here is Mike and Rico, who are up next. Mike Stone and Rico. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Great. Very good.
That's a good way that you put Scott Harris. I like how you know.
Which part? Sorry.
Well, you said that, you like some of the things, but there's some things that still you question.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you have to question.
I know, but
you have to like too.
By the way, one of the best parts of the Zoom call was Stoney messing up.
Thank you.
When it went to Mike and there was dead silence for 20 seconds,
Yeah,
and then they said, "Let's go to Bob," and it was Wojo. And he's like, "Hey," and then Mike says, "I think I'm on now." So
right?
great.
Because they said Mike, and I'm like, please not Stone. Please not Stone.
It was
Please not
Stoney.
Stone.
Real quick, what do you guys got playing coming up next?
Scott Harris, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Sounds familiar.
Yes.
Have a great show. Thanks for
you.
listening, everyone. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, you're on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Atlanta Falcons running back Bijan Robinson was holding in like Jahmyr Gibbs for a new contract. Robinson's situation has been rectified as of this morning. He inked a 3-year, $75 million extension, setting the record for a running back. There are various incentive benchmarks he has to hit to get that full 75. Fox News' Jennifer Hammond asked Brad Holmes how Robinson's deal will impact Gibbs. He said, quote, "It usually expedites things, but we'll see," end quote. Detroit News beat writer Nolan Bianchi thinks they'll get it done soon. I asked him if he's surprised the Falcons beat Holmes to the punch. Quarterback Ennis Rakestraw told the media he's been doing more yoga and put on some weight as injury preventative measures.
Wait, who's that?
Huh?
Who's Enix Rakestraw? Is he new?
Yeah. Running back Sione Vaki has a broken nose after one of his teammates' fingers went through the face mask yesterday. The Tigers will start Troy Melton in their first game post-trade deadline tonight in Seattle. Hear the game right here on 97.1 at 9:40. It's a bullpen day tomorrow with Framber Valdez starting Thursday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. You got Jake and Corbin on the other side of the glass. I'm Stoney in for Mike all week. What's up, Rico?
Stoney, I would say I miss you, but you've been everywhere, my friend.
Yeah.
You're like Waldo.
I know. Where's Stoney? Yeah, is there a press conference? Is there this? Is there that? Yeah, I like attending these things. Kind of like, to a lesser extent, you going to a lot of Michigan State events, even when I'm sitting there saying, wait, they're playing like the Little Sisters of the Poor, and you still go. But that's okay.
Right, no, but it was just funny, like, it's got Harris press conference and Michael.
Yeah.
And then this morning, I'm listening to Cookies and John, and they're like, hey, we got a celebrity showed up. And it was you. Like, man, you're everywhere. I'm not knocking you, man.
I know. It's
just like, man, Stoney is everywhere.
Today was the only day from camp due to, like, some other things I have scheduled that I could actually attend. So I decided to show up and be there for my 40th Lions training camp.
Really?
I moved here in 86. I remember going covering for Channel 4 as a producer. Training camp was at Oakland University back then.
Not Saginaw.
Interviewing Darryl Rogers. Yeah, they went from, in my tenure, from Oakland U to the Silverdome where they had the bubble and all that, then to Sag Nasty with Marty and Millen, and then finally back to Allen Park. I kind of miss Saginaw. I kind of thought that's what training camp's supposed to be. Get away for a little bit, like the Cowboys still do it. The Kansas City Chiefs do it, and St. Joe, Missouri, and some other teams still do it. When I was a kid, as an Eagle fan, we go to Hershey, Pennsylvania for the day. You go to the amusement park, the chocolate factory, and then Eagles training camp. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm not a big I get it. I'm not a big fan of driving all the way out to Saginaw.
Oh, I understand. I get it. But for the fans for the state, they are the state team. It's gives more access to other people, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it was fun. I don't enjoy it as much as I used to because training camp basically it's just guys getting hurt. And it's just, and you should know better than anybody with your team. God, injuries after injuries on the 49ers.
No, you know what? It could be worse. You could be the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, that's true.
Sponsored by 911.
Wow.
So, you know what? No, and we're going to get into the Scott Harris and, the Bijan Gibbs thing. But I do want to ask you this. For 40 years, Stoney.
Yeah.
The evolution of the people covering the Lions, from the beat writers to now.
The deans were, Kurt Sylvester and Mike O'Hara, who ended up, working for the Lions, and now he's retired. And as I was sitting in the room this morning, and I looked around, and I said, "Holy yes, I'm the oldest freaking person here."
You're the dean.
And I've been covering, and look, I don't cover the team like the writers do. I'm not there every single day. I've never done that. But if you even want to extrapolate, when I worked for the NBC television station in Washington, we used to go, before John Jansen played for the Redskins, but we'd go to Carlisle, Pennsylvania, the home of Dickinson College, covered them. So, yeah, it's 40-some years covering NFL training camps.
So yeah, it went from newspaper writers or magazine writers to now. It's internet websites and bloggers and
people having their own YouTube channels like Brad Galley. I mean,
it was just like it was older, and now you just see kind of anybody out there covering this team. You've seen the whole evolution in 40 years. So
yeah, so it's crazy, and we started covering the NFL. Baseball was still number one.
Yeah.
But now, as you know, football is king, and you can tell by the fact of the matter is there's so many people who go to training camp. And at least the people that were there today got to see Pat in action.
Well, the reason why is because, let's face it, you can't afford to see this team anymore. The Lions have become the new hotness. Tickets are ridiculous.
Right.
Where I know people who tell me it's cheaper to go out of town to see them.
Oh, yes.
Than it is to actually see them here at Ford Field, where you're going to go and try to buy tickets when they play the Cardinals because tickets will be cheap there.
Oh, yeah.
You just include the airline flight and you still make out cheaper than trying to buy the tickets here.
Yes.
But now baseball was king, and ironically enough, what killed it was the strike.
Yes.
And they're about to do the same thing.
I know.
When that strike happened.
Which one? The one in 81 or the one in 94?
94.
Yeah.
The 94 strike just ended, in my opinion, it was done. It was never the same after that.
I agree. They
so
tried
much
to
so they had to they let people cheat, juice the balls, and hit the home runs.
Yeah.
Remember Chicks Dig the Long Ball campaign?
And to put an exclamation point on what you just said, Sports Talk Radio, we started in 94. And so the season, there's no season. The season ends. And the Tigers went through that when they resumed. The Tigers were really awful for a while. And you lost a generation of baseball fans in this town.
Yeah. I often felt bad for the Montreal Expos because I thought they were going to win the World Series that year.
Oh, yeah. And
that team was loaded.
Well, even in 81, remember they had two halves of the seasons, and the Expos beat the Phillies, and then they played the Dodgers, I believe, and the Dodgers won the National League in 81, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, it's and look, as far as the general public, I'm not exactly sure how they get tickets because they are a hot commodity, and they have to park somewhere and they take buses. And
I think you got to go online and like stand in a virtual line to get the tickets.
Now, season ticket holders, there's one day for all of them, and there's another day for they have VIP tents and things like that. So, yeah, I try to I'm still a fan, but I try to go back to where I was not a jaded fan. Because when you work in this business long enough, you become jaded. I still care about teams I like to win. I still get upset when they lose, both collegiately and the professional level, but it's not when you were a young kid where it was everything to you. And for the kids and, people who it's their chance, and the Lions are very good. Everybody signs autographs. Not everybody, but different players each day sign autographs. So there is that relationship, and like J-Mo waving to the crowd. I mean, people love that stuff.
No, it is. It's how they identify with the team. I mean, look, this city has embraced. I often say, if the Lions ever started winning, they would. This town is there. I mean, people supported them when they were horrible.
Yeah, right.
I could only imagine for years. I'm like, man, if this team ever got good,
right?
And I still said, Stoney, if they ever win the Super Bowl,
it'd be the biggest parade ever.
You could start the parade at the old Silverdome spot.
Yes.
Which I think it's an Amazon Center now. and take it all the way down Woodward.
Yes.
And people will be lined up 3 deep on each side of the street until you got down to Hart Plaza.
Right.
Because that's how many fans, and I said the streets of Detroit would never be as dirty as they were because everybody would take their family members' urns and pour all the ashes in the street so that they could say, Pop was finally got to see a Super Bowl.
Absolutely. And look, everybody talks about, how many people they had in New York when the Knicks won finally for the first time since '73. This is 57. I mean, the only thing that comes close is the Maple Leafs, if they would win the Stanley Cup in Toronto.
I was going to say the
67. The Cubs was amazing, too. Yeah.
I was going to say the Cubs when they finally won.
And the Red Sox when they finally won.
Yeah.
In 04. You have those long droughts. Hell, the Phillies, when they won in 80, that was their first ever. They were one of the, my father, I used to go to games. I said, Dad, they always lose. He goes, they've lost my whole life. They went to 1915, and he wasn't alive then. 1950, he was there when they won the National League pennant in Brooklyn and then got swept by the Yankees. But that was it. I never saw the Phillies in the World Series as a kid. I was in college, my senior year in college. No, actually, I graduated by then. Anyway. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to Scott Harris in a second, but let's go to the phones. Jan in White Lake, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Jan.
You forgot I didn't remember them going to Oakland, but my dad was a big Lions fan. He was the '57 championship, and he used to take us to Cranbrook.
Oh, wow, that's right.
And we're lucky enough, to carry Alex Karras' helmet, back to the locker room, and that was a big thrill. And Roger Brown, it was just, you could be standing right next to the players. It was really pretty special.
They were the original fearsome foursome, absolutely. And thanks for the call. Bill Belichick was an assistant on some of those in the early part of his career because Cranbrook, he got into lacrosse and things like that. Gina in Wyandotte. What's up, Gina?
Hey, Rico. Hey, Stoney. How are you?
Good,
hey,
thank
Gina.
you.
Good. Stoney, I don't know if you remember me. I met you today at training camp, and I just wanted to say, so respectful. I yelled your name. You turned around. You took a picture with me.
That's right.
And we know that's what training camp's about.
Yes, you go to Lions training camp, take a picture with Stoney.
Yeah. The hell with Jared Goff. It's Stoney.
Michael Stone.
Listen,
Michael Stone.
Here's my second point.
Yeah.
I've been going to training camp for a long time, and I can relate to what you're saying, Stoney, when you didn't have to actually buy a ticket or get a ticket. You just walk in.
Right.
So I'm the person now that is standing back saying to all the big adults like me, let this kid in, let this kid in, let this kid in.
Yeah.
So it's changed a lot. However, it is so nice to see the smiles on the adults' faces that get to take pictures with someone like Mike Stone, me, and the kids that get those autographs and just get the waves from JMO and stuff. So, it's hard once we get good. Hopefully we get better. But thank you, Stoney. That was really...
Gina, real quick before you go. Picture with Stoney or picture with Jahmyr Gibbs? What would be the highlight of your day?
I already have one with Jahmyr Gibbs signing his glove in an away game because we were in front row. So I never had Stoney yet. Yeah, I have. I'm an autograph snob now, and I hate to say that, but I keep telling my wife, stop getting autographs. We don't have any more room. That's why I put the kids up there. So Stoney, definitely. Rico, I don't know if you remember me during the draft. First day of the draft, I was so nervous. Picture with you and Mike Valenti at Buffalo Wild Wings. And, yeah, I couldn't believe how nervous I was just to be around the two of you. So thank you, you two as well.
All right. Well, thanks. Appreciate
Thank
the call.
you, Gina. All right,
Michael Stone or Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yes.
So are you negotiating a new contract like Bijan, too?
Yeah, exactly. All right, 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next, we'll hear some of what Scott Harris had to say yesterday and your thoughts on how he presented himself after the trade deadline. Of course, the Mize trade happened right when we left the air.
Again.
97-1.
All right, guys, you have waited long enough to finish the lower level of your home. As a matter of fact, you probably moved in and said, I'm going to fix this basement up myself. And when you go down there, it's just an empty shell filled with boxes. Well, you waited long enough. Now, for just as low as $495 a month, that's $495 a month, Matrix Basements will turn your cold, unfinished space into that stunning home theater, a gorgeous family room, or the sports lounge you've always wanted. Just tell them your vision, they'll build it. Your dream basement is much closer than you think, and it all starts at just $495 a month. Go visit Matrix Basements today, matrixbasements.com, and you'll see exactly what they can do. You can go to their YouTube page as well to see great examples of their work. And then while you're there, go ahead and sign up for that free in-home design consultation. And before you know it, for just $495 a month, you too will be in your dream basement, that man cave you've always wanted. Matrix Basements, built for you.
Two four eight 539-9797, Valenti Show with Rico Stoney in for Mr. Valenti. Yesterday at around 7:30, Scott Harris had a Zoom press conference. I participated, so did Wojo, Will Birchfield, of course, and all the beat writers and some of the other columnists in town. And I thought, because Scott Harris, a lot of times when he speaks, a lot of people don't like what he has to say or the way he said it. I thought he came off really well yesterday. And to me, when people either make mistakes or whatever, you want accountability.
Ownership. Yep.
You know, if things aren't going good, you don't want to say, well, this reason and this reason. Well, Scott Harris, I think from the get-go I like what he had to say because he gave himself part of the blame.
We just didn't make that case. It's not on the players, it's not on the coaches, it's on me. Like, if there's anyone you should point to, it's me. We didn't collectively make this case compelling enough to add to this team, and we didn't make a case compelling enough to not subtract from this team because, again, it costs real parts of your future to decide to hold. It's not just this sort of costless decision.
And, he also talked about all the injuries and things like that. And I thought, well, is he making excuses? No, because he blamed himself for not having enough depth to get through all the injuries that, they suffered in the month of May, which led to, you can say, oh, you're just making excuses. No, those injuries led to a horrific month. It's not the only reason, because the players that played couldn't hit baseballs either. So, but he's right. And Rico, you want to see guys. I mean, some coaches will always say, "Oh, it's always on me," and it's always lip service. This, I think, was genuine.
No, I think because I guess I've been waiting to hear from him for a long time. Of hey, Scott, how do you feel about this team? And to hear some ownership of, could have did better. Maybe we should have did this. Maybe I should have done that. It was refreshing because it was you felt the sincerity that, he's not just saying this because, I have to say this. So I did like that. I like the fact that he realized this just probably what's going to happen. And, he was kind of forthcoming and honest, too, because they asked him about Skubal and, when did you think that you would possibly move him? And, here's what he had to say.
That he wanted to do that and should not be criticized for it. But it was very clear from the exchange about what the intentions were, and he deserved it. And so I expect him to be a free agent this winter, and we'll see what happens from there.
Now, the funny thing about that, I'm sorry, Stoney, the funny thing about that is we'll never know what the offer was because then Boris comes out and says, hey, it was 4 years, $75 million.
Correct.
Which, if this is the case, we heard this before, and I remember Mike and I were talking and was like, okay, that's a joke if that's the case. For two-time Cy Young Award winner, that's beyond lowball offer. And then Boris came out and said, nah, he expected something more. And the Tigers thought, okay, we could possibly get to the World Series. So that's why they didn't trade him in the offseason, which I can respect. The fact after May, you kind of knew that it wasn't going to happen, but then they got hot again. Ironically enough, he said it, and I don't know who asked the question, but it got to the point where I believe it boiled down to the Baltimore series, Stoney, and I really think it boiled down to the game where Skubal and the Tigers were up 7-0 and ended up losing the game 10-9. Was that aha, come to Jesus moment? Yeah, this just ain't going to happen this year. We're going to have to sell off some pieces. Still go for it, but we need to start looking at the future, which is something I've been saying for the longest. For Tiger fans, here's the deal. Skubal is gone. Mize is gone. Team is still 2.5 games out. Here's what I foresee for the rest of the year. Buckle up. It's going to be a roller coaster ride.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to go up and down. But in the end, you may not make the playoffs, but it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be entertaining for the final couple of months, probably until like the last week where you become mathematically eliminated.
And you might see some other young players come up, maybe Max Anderson, River Ryan, supposed to be on this team. So, yeah, it might be fun to watch. By the way, the contract that was offered that you were talking about, actually, according to Cody Stavenhagen in The Athletic, Scott Boras told The Athletic the Tigers presented this offer after the 2024 season, which was Cy Young #1. Quote, Scott informed me that he had offered a 4-year contract to Tarek for $75 million. I advised him that a great deal for the Tigers would be something with an 8-year length, where we had 2 years to go into arbitration and another 6 before free agency. Now, whether they would have taken that or not, I have no idea, because it always seems that Boras wants to take his guys to free agency. Now, you mentioned the rest of the season. You know, he said he's not waving the white flag, so here's his response to that.
Not at all. Like, firm no. This season is not over. We are 112 games in, and we've learned a lot about this route 112 games in. But this is still the organization, and we still have a lot of the same players that in 2024 completely flipped the script. The Gritty Tigers got hot in August, and they completely flipped the script of this season. So our record right now on August 3rd does not define us.
Okay. Now, this is the one thing I'll disagree with him on. And Will Birchfield, as always, Birchie points it out perfectly in his article on, if you want to read it, on 971theticket.com. This team has a horrific bullpen. And he intimated that the price for high-end relievers was very high. But there were other relievers, not definitely the highest of end, but like, as Birchie points out, Luke Weaver, the Mets, went to the Pirates for the Mets' #9 prospect, okay, who was a shortstop, and the Tigers don't want a shortstop. Weaver's ERA is 1.84, and he signed through next season. The Mets also traded left-handed rental Brooks Raley to Philadelphia for the Phillies' #27 prospect. The Blue Jays sent Jeff Hoffman to Minnesota for their 7-17, so that's iffy or not. The Rays acquired Tyler Wells for Tampa's #8 prospect, and the Giants got Eric Miller, who's under team control through 2029, acquiring former top prospect Marcelo Meyer. So the point is, there were actually some relievers available who did not demand, or teams did not get high-end prospects. The Angels traded Ryan Zefferjan, 3.66 ERA, under team control through 2030 to the Cubs for a former top 100 prospect and a #18 prospect. So I think the Tigers could have dipped into their prospect pool and gone.
They could have, Stoney. Hear me out really quick before we hit the break. As a matter of fact, I'll just give it to you next. So 248-539-9797 for you Tiger fans out there, after hearing what hearing what Scott Harris had to say. What's your expectations for the rest of this year? 97.1. All right, Stoney.
Yes, sir.
Here's what I picked up.
Okay.
Because you made some valid points. Relievers that could have helped this bullpen.
Yeah, I was just reading what Birchie had in his column. He's right.
Great article by Will, and the Tigers could have added, because that's the weakest link to this team.
Yes.
It's the bullpen. I mean, you look back at how in the world did you lose the game? You were up 7-0. And you ended up losing in extra innings. I think, and maybe this is me, listening to Scott Harris, he told you without telling you, we're not going to win a World Series. Let's have some fun. If we make the playoffs and this becomes the Tigers of 2 years ago and the gritty Tigers, great. I'm not investing anything in this team. I'm not willing to part with any players, even though, yeah, we can use some bullpen help. I'm going to use the players that we have. I'm going to bring them up and we'll see what we have. If it works out, great. But if it doesn't, it was a fun ride, and let's look towards the future. So that's what he said it without saying it. That was my interpretation listening to Scott Harris yesterday. I wasn't going to trade away anybody because I don't believe that this team is going to win a World Series.
No.
And if that's the case, why am I going to give away assets?
And that's why he gave away some of his assets to make the trades, giving away Skubal and Mize, because he knew that even with them, yeah, they probably had a decent chance to make the playoffs.
They would have been in the hunt.
They would have been really in the hunt, I think. However,
you would have walked away with nothing.
Right. They were not winning the World Series. Although in the American League, they could have got there because the Yankees are just falling apart.
They're falling apart, Stoney, but it's
I know
so many.
I know.
You're going to have to leapfrog.
No,
at
I know.
least
I'm just
4
talking about if they
teams.
got there. You know,
Right.
everybody looks at the Yankees. You know, they're not even leaving their division for crying out loud. And Cleveland got better yesterday. Cleveland made some really nice moves. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And let's say, good afternoon, Dan.
Hey, fellas. Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, being over here on the far end of the Great Lakes, I get the chance to listen to the Brewers radio affiliates. And back in Milwaukee, the show hosts, not the callers, they're losing their collective minds over this thing. I'll give you that nobody really knows what the Brewers are offering, but the speculation is that it's a better package than what the Dodgers gave to Harris.
Really?
And some of the – go on, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying that's surprising to me.
Well, yeah, they thought they had the inside track on Skubal, but they also seem to think that Harris is singularly focused on the Dodgers. If you look at the Erod botch trade 3 years ago, the Flaherty trade 2 years ago, and of course Skubal a couple days ago, it looks like he's singularly focused on the Dodgers. And another assumption is that maybe he's trying to force the issue for the salary cap during the offseason by only dealing with the wealthy club in Los Angeles.
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with it. You might have a point, you know, familiarity with trading with Andrew Friedman, even though he got hosed in one of them, the Erod thing, whatever the hell. You know, it's one of the great American secrets, you know. And in this town, I don't know about American, but, you know, sports secrets, you know, what happened, what really happened.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you don't know. Yeah, look, if Milwaukee did, I didn't expect them to, you know, their number one prospect made it. They were not going to give up him. And evidently, the Tigers also wanted a pitcher who could come in and pitch. And Milwaukee had one of those, maybe even at a higher level than River Ryan. So we'll see.
But yeah, I listened to what Scott Harris had to say, and because it made sense. If you were really going to try to make a playoff push, you got to solidify the bullpen. And he's saying, if some of these young guys can do that, great. We got a future. Mm-hmm. But let's see what they have. I'm okay when sometimes your team is bad and you're just going to bring up, let's play the young players.
Right.
Because you may be sitting on a diamond in the rough who, look, I know I'm beating a dead horse here. I often said you should have brought McGonigal up last year. He should have been on the playoff roster. He should have been out there, and maybe he gets an extra hit and you move on past Seattle. We'll never know.
Mm-hmm.
but I'm okay bringing up Max Clark. Let's get Matt Anderson up. Let's just get the young guys up here. Give us a glimpse of what the future's going to be.
Right. Somebody tweeted out, and I don't see if it's anybody of. It looks like he's just a fan, but the proposed Tiger lineup for 2028. Okay, Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, Dylan Dingler, Zaire Hope, Riley Green, Jose Briseño, Max Anderson, Bryce Rainier, and Hao Yu Lee, with a pitching staff of Troy Milton, Framber Valdez his last year, Jackson Jobe, River Ryan, Cash Mayfield, and Cater Montero.
Well, no, I'm maybe by that time, maybe you can move Framber and get some extra players.
Maybe, who knows? But you look at the position players, who knows what they're going to do with Riley Green? But the fact that like Kerry Carpenter's not there, it's fine with me. If some of they're all not going to hit.
But here's the thing: Riley Green, they're all young. Yes, they're under Tiger control, so you could afford them. And we don't know what the new salary cap is going to be, or if they're going to have one. But
right.
If this pans out and if what Scott Harris is doing works, advantage Tigers because they're all young and team controlled.
Do you think if Max Clark actually turns into a all-star player, that people around here, not everybody, but I know your co-host, would say, you know what, maybe Clark instead of Langford was a good deal? A good draft pick, or would you say no because you could have used Langford's bat last year?
Because it depends. They go out and win a World Series. Well, I think he'll bend the knee, but if not, it's time that you'll never get back.
Right.
That when you were in the playoffs, here was a guy who could have helped you immediately.
Right.
So. Corbin, what you got?
Yep, 248-539-9797. We have some text communications, Corbin.
Yes, we have multiple text and communications. This unnamed texter, I'm optimistic for future seasons, but this year is chalked for me. Yes, we went on a crazy run back in 2024, but we had a Cy Young Award winner during that run.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. And here's the thing about that lineup. I know we like to think that every player's prospect is going to pan out.
That's why I said they won't all hit.
Let's be real. If you could get half of those guys, man, consider yourself lucky and blessed.
Right. Well, so far, it's a very small sample size of Max Clark, but you say Clark looks like McGonigal, yes. Dingler, yes. Riley Green, yes. Hao Yu Lee is turning into a pretty good hitter.
Because I remember there was a time where Torque was everybody's Tiger.
Yeah.
Oh, Torque, and now not so much.
Torque's not even on this list?
He did not. Right.
No.
So
I wonder where Torque is in that 2028 lineup. Where does he fall in the pantheon of baseball?
I think he's playing for the Miami Marlins or something like that.
At least he's in baseball.
Yeah.
You're generous. I think he might be at UWM Field by then. I guess we'll have to see.
He's still a 25 home run guy in the major leagues as much as he's not what we thought he was going to be.
Corbin has him helping you out at Home Depot. No, the lumber section's over here, sir. And speaking of lumber, I used to be a baseball player, right?
I could swing this piece of wood. It's going to go flying. Another text and communication from Steve in Ann Arbor. I believe Scott Harris has to be fired. It's not how he handled this particular trade deadline, but how he has handled the last 3 years. To have a reigning 2-time Cy Young Award winner and never go past the ALDS is unacceptable.
Well, I don't think he should be fired for that, number one. Number two, he should be blamed for not getting a bat last year and the bullpen help. He botched that. However, he mentioned the 2-time Cy Young Award winner. I'm not going to pin it all on him, but in the winner-go-home games in the playoffs the last 2 years, against Cleveland, he lost. He gave up a grand slam that hurt this team. And last year, he took himself out of the game. So, I mean.
That's the one. I don't mind giving up a grand slam.
I know. I'm just saying.
Because you're out there trying. You're not going to always win.
Yeah.
He could not help the team on the bench.
No.
He took himself out the game. He's like, well, if you were able to get back into the game, I would have went back. That's not how it worked, Tarek.
No.
You could have stayed. You were pitching well for that final out.
Yeah.
Go back out on the mound. See what you got.
And to piggyback on your point, it's something else you've always mentioned over the past couple of weeks is how he handled the regular season game against Philly, how he wanted to stay out there and whatnot. It's like, why do you want to stay out for a meaningless summer regular season game?
248-539-9797. A lot of people criticize Scott Harris for making the deal Saturday night and not Monday. He answered that yesterday. We'll hear that when we come back. 97.1. 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a blitz.
All right, gentlemen, because it was a trade deadline yesterday, we didn't get a chance to do this. So,
okay.
So let's do this today, Stoney. And you know what? We're going to start off with something that we're going to go out to the NFL. Can we say the Oakland Raiders did it right? Well, I'm sorry, the Las Vegas Raiders did it right. Their season ticket holders got their tickets in a poker case package where it was chips and it was actual physical copies of tickets. I love what the Raiders did. This is the Raiders, a constant screw up in the NFL. But can we say they actually got it right? Because anytime you can hand teams and your fans actual physical tickets, I'm all for it.
Absolutely. Mark Davis, Tom Brady, or whoever decided to make this decision, I like it. Now, are the chips legitimate chips that you can use to gamble with, or are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's legitimate chips. They're all black, and you get 2 sets of cards, and you get some dice even.
Yeah, they went all out for their season ticket holders.
And the poker case even comes with your name on it. So for you, it'd say like Mike Stone, Rico Beard and whatnot.
Okay.
So, all right.
Way to go.
Can we say it was very strange with the whole trade deadline seeing the Chicago White Sox and the Pittsburgh Pirates as buyers and not sellers?
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, what world are we living in? It's a beautiful thing. Who says baseball's, in trouble? When the Pittsburgh Pirates actually get off their ass and try to do things to make the playoffs, and the White Sox as well. Then again, most people thought the White Sox were going to lose 90 games, and they've done it the right way, and they say, holy hell, you know what? Let's go for it. Good for them.
Yeah, this for the people out there that want to lock out, this is what you're suppressing if we lose a season. The White Sox and Pirates resurgence. Even some other teams were kind of making some moves. I was like, okay, I can see it.
Right, but those are 2 teams that are normally sellers. You know what? Just come in here and take. The Pirates don't even try. And they were out there actually buying because they're trying to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Can we say, going to the NFL, Taysom Hill said that he's leaving the Saints. Can we say he's going to be back? He's going to miss football. He will end up on another team's roster.
I think that's possible, and just for one reason, to irritate Scott the Gator Anderson, who can't stand him. So, yes, I think Taysom Hill, the worst case scenario for Gator would be if he was signed by the Lions. And who knows? You never know. The Saints connection with Dan Campbell. Vaki keeps getting hurt again. You never know.
In a weird way, would he become the most sought-after NFL free agent of all time? Because he's the weird guy that you can just put anywhere, and he's at least going to give it 100%.
No, he will not be the most sought-after free agent of all time. Reggie White's on the phone.
Yeah, I don't think that he's a guy that, you know what, if you need a gimmicky type of thing.
That's my point right there. You don't think all teams in the NFL would see him on the open market and think, let's give him a call.
I see one team that will pick up the phone and call his agent, his former coach, Sean Payton. And he can go out to the Broncos because he knew, I know what to do with this guy. Other than that, think about it.
Yes. And by the way, Reggie White, if he was calling on the phone, it'd be from heaven. So just want to make sure people realize that I do know that he is passed.
There we go. But think about this. You're a Rams fan. You think they're beating down the door to get Taysom?
They might throw out a call or two.
No, let me answer that. No, they're not.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. They're good. All right. Can we say that the NFL really values their wide receivers over running backs? The same day Bijan gets this ridiculous contract that you're like, wow, a contract extension, 3 years, $75 million. Zay Flowers, okay, the wide receiver for the Ravens, 4-year, $140 million.
So by my math, you're paying Zay Flowers, who maybe a borderline Pro Bowler. Did he? I don't think he got in. Did he? The Pro Bowl.
Yeah, he made it. Yeah,
Oh, he did?
two-time Pro Bowler.
Okay, all right. My bad.
But Stoney, nobody plays in the Pro Bowl,
Right.
So
Was he an alternate? Maybe, I don't know. $35 million a year for Zay Flowers. Now I know you got a new coach there in Jesse Minter, but he's a defensive. That makes no sense to me.
I don't like any bit of it. The NFL, with the way that they do their contracts, especially to your point, Rico, in terms of wide receivers in comparison to other positions, I don't get it at all. I don't. He doesn't deserve the money. He deserves money, but not that much.
I understand running backs are going to take a pounding and their shelf life is short, but a great wide receiver, great game, 10 targets, okay? Maybe you're paying a lot of money for 10 targets, whereas, Bijan will touch, I think he was 40% of the Falcons' offense. So it's funny to me what the priority is in the NFL. All right. Stoney, I'm going to put this one up on a tee for you.
Okay.
Can we say that Max Clark is here to stay?
Yes. Yes, we can. I mean, look, it's 3 games. I get it. And he was streaky this year in Toledo. He started off really great, then he went bad, then he got good again. But look, not only can he hit, he can field. He made some good plays, and he's got good vision, kind of like McGonigal. All the walks he's taken. I mean, this is exactly why Scott Harris drafted him. He's really good, and I don't mind the bling.
I mean, I hope he's here to stay because this is what I wanted out of the Tigers. Sell a little bit, bring up these young guys, and hopefully the future is now. So yeah, I hope he stays.
Guys, can we say that Tigers fans tonight will be cheering for Tarek Skubal in his Dodger debut?
Not at all.
No, I don't think so.
I'll be the only person in Metro Detroit cheering for him, obviously, because just look at the hat I'm wearing.
There'll be others. So you think people are going to be hate watching tonight?
I don't know. I don't know if he gets the Verlander Stafford treatment where all of a sudden you just wanted to see him win his title. No. He was one of you, but he's not one of you. Or is this going to be pure spite?
He wasn't here long enough for you to really want him to win the World Series. I don't think.
No.
I mean, I think people still like him, but I don't think people aren't going to get Detroit Dodger jerseys.
All right. Can we say that? 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Bijan Robinson inked a record deal for running back today. He was holding in like Jahmyr Gibbs. Fox 2's Jennifer Hammond asked Brad Holmes how Robinson's deal will impact Gibbs. He said, quote, "It usually expedites things, but we will see," end quote. New Lions linebacker Devin White was asked today if his goal is to be a starter. He said he wants to be the best version of himself. Brewers beat writer Adam McCalvy says that Milwaukee thinks they made a strong offer to acquire Tarek Skubal, perhaps maybe a stronger one than the Dodgers as well, but they aren't surprised that LA landed him. Quote, "Milwaukee's initial proposal was also 3 prospects, according to sources. All 3 were hitters, and at least 2 were top 100 prospects. One of them was shortstop Luis Pena, who's number 18 on MLB Pipeline's top 100, end quote. McCalvy says that Jesus Mate, the top prospect in all of baseball, was off limits in the deal. Skubal makes his first start for LA against the Cubs at 8:05. The Tigers will start a series with the Mariners tonight. Troy Melton on the mound, first pitch at 9:40 here on 97.1. The Roll with a bullpen day tomorrow. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Two 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number here. It's the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in for Mr. Valenti. I did promise that we would hear from Scott Harris on when he was asked about why he made the trade on Saturday, that he could have got more if he waited till yesterday. And here's how he answered that.
And we think these players have a chance to be really good major league players for a long time with the Tigers.
So there's your answer. And then I like I said, I was listening to MLB Network radio driving in today, and I think it was Jim Duquette, one of those guys, former general manager. I know it wasn't Bowden, but he said that's not necessarily true. They all don't happen like that. A lot of times there is a little back and forth. So they thought he was not exactly telling the complete truth. But in this instance, if Hope was the guy that they wanted out of the Dodger prospects that were available, and he thought that Hope was better than, let's say, the Brewers' 3rd or 4th prospect, no matter what, MLB Pipeline or Baseball America, because each team has their own ratings. They don't just go by,
I get it, but I know he kind of came across as that's just not how it is.
Right,
and,
yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. If Hope was your guy, then he was still going to be your guy yesterday. So
maybe not, though. Maybe
you could, you know what? And maybe they throw in an extra person. You still get the same 3 people.
That's possible.
And the Dodgers may be like, okay. What if we throw this person in as well? All right, cool. So I don't see how it was going to hurt you to wait. He made it seem like it's absurd. It's not how it's done.
Right.
It's like,
but it is possible that the Dodgers, because they have so many prospects, can say, all right, you don't want this? I'm gonna try to get Kevin Gossman or some other pitcher. Now, obviously, Skubal was their prize, so who knows? We don't know.
Yeah, the Dodgers always wanted Skubal. They just played hard to get, and you didn't. You're like, no, okay, well, fine. I'll take that deal. And I do wonder, Stoney, this is one where we'll probably never know, but based off of his past trade deadline decisions, did he feel like I got to get something? So you know what? I'm going to take the bird in the hand, and I'll get these 3 players. And you know what? Like I said, Hope, nothing against him, because I do think that he could end up being in this Tigers lineup. The pitchers, we'll wait and see. But I just wondered if due to his past history, he said, I can't screw up this trade deadline. I've screwed up the last couple. I got to get something.
It's possible. Let's go to Joe in Detroit. What's happening, Joe?
Thank you for taking my call. I love your perspectives on this stuff. Let me hit you with some bullet points, historical bullet points real quick to kind of mix it into what you're saying. The 70s Tigers, they're rebuilding. They got Jason Thompson. They trade Mickey Lolitz to get Rusty Staub. They got Steve Kemp. And everyone thought they're going to build a team around these guys. And in 77, they bring up Parrish, Lou Whitaker, Trammell, Jack Morris. The first three guys that I mentioned, Kemp, Thompson, and Staub, they're all gone by that time.
Yeah.
And remember the Steve Kemp, Chet Lemon trade?
Yes.
Everyone went on, oh, my God, who, what? You got Chet Lemon was a contributor to that team for the next 10 years, and Kemp was out of baseball 4 years later. You don't know how this stuff is going to go. Let me hit you with another one. The 1985 Kansas City Royals, you had Lee Brandt, Saberhagen, Danny Jackson, Quisenberry in the bullpen. But you had Hal McRae was an old man. George Brett bat 420 that whole year until he cooled off in September. Won the batting title at 360. You had a guy named Steve Balboni that was hitting home runs. They could not hit the ball, but they beat one of the best baseball teams, in my opinion, in my lifetime. Though that Toronto Blue Jays team was better than the 84 Tigers. Just that the Tigers got off to that 35-5 start, they could never catch them. My point is this. Your coaching, your players, it's a crapshoot. You go with the team that you have. I love A.J. Hinch. He's a good manager. He's unorthodox. Sometimes that's what it takes to win a World Series, to get there. I wasn't a Lebron fan. That 2013, 2014 Tigers team, they should have won both those World Series. He had more talent than God on that team, and he couldn't pull it off.
So let me ask you, so are you saying you wouldn't have traded Skubal or Mize? Is that what you're saying?
No, I would have traded him.
Okay,
You go
good.
with what you got. You guys got great perspectives. I'm really enjoying what you're saying. Max Clark looks like a great ball player. He could be out of baseball in 2 years. You don't know.
That's true.
How well are you going to play? How well are you going to play with the players that you got? I mean, I love this team. Don't get me wrong. They remind me of the 84 Tigers. Remember? Bless you, boys.
Yeah.
You had all those kids on that team, and you had Darrell Evans. Darrell Evans was a big toe. And you had all that talent. They played well together. They did. But if you don't play well together, I don't care how much talent you have. You don't know what goes on in that locker room. They look like they're having fun on the field. You get some rivalries going between you, you start playing against each other. But you guys got great perspectives. I'm really enjoying your program. I really am. But, you know, if you remember the 68 Tigers? Mayo Smith made this great move. He pitched Mickey Lolitz 3 times. He yanked Ray Euler, put Mickey Stanley at shortstop, and now you had a great outfield. Horton, Northrup, K-Line.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. He started with 84. He kept going backwards. So I was hoping he wasn't going to go to the 30. Start bringing up Hank Greenberg.
I'm about to say the 35 Tigers.
Yeah, exactly. All right. I was at Lions training camp today when word broke that
signing autographs at Lions.
Of Bijan Robinson signing with the Atlanta Falcons for his extension. He will be making $51 million guaranteed, 51.6, $75 million total for over a 3-year extension. And the 75 is with some incentive. So basically it comes out to $22.25 million a year, which it makes him the highest paid running back in the National Football League right now. Percentage of the cap, he's second to your boy C-Mac with the San Francisco 49ers. As far as the average per season, Saquon is second at $20 million, 20.6. So where does that leave Jahmyr Gibbs, who is in the same exact class as Bijan Robinson, in the same situation? But Jahmyr Gibbs, he signed through 28, so there's really no rush. But they both did a little hold-in, and it seemed like they were playing like a good-natured game of chicken with each other to see who was going to go first, because they're not going to hold out because there's too much money at stake. So Bijan signs today. I would anticipate by the end of the week, Jahmyr Gibbs will sign, and I will anticipate that if Bijan's making $22.25 a year, $75 million for 3 years with $51 million guaranteed, I think that Jahmyr Gibbs will get something like $76 million with maybe $52 million guaranteed. Not much more, but enough to make him, for this year, the highest paid running back in the National Football League.
No, that's how I see it as well. And look, I'm going to say it again. I'm not all for signing running backs.
I get it. I understand it.
They're expendable. You said he's going to be the bell cow. He's going to get a ton of touches, whether out of the backfield or catching the ball. That's a lot of wear and tear on the body. And you see even, we talked about Zay Flowers and his contract far better than, Bijan Robinson. So it's going to be far better than Gibbs. That being said, and I'm going to say this slow for the people in the back. I'm not for paying running backs, but if you're going to pay him now so that he can get into training camp and not get any soft tissue injuries from holding out, because that's normally what happens. If you're the Lions, you've been paying everybody else early.
Mm-hmm.
You know you're going to pay him. Don't drag this thing out.
I agree.
You're not going to play hardball.
No.
Brad's not going to play the true villain. He only wears the villain T-shirts.
Right. And historically, they do take care of their own.
Right. So that's why I said, end this thing as quickly as possible and just get him in the camp so that, and you know what? If you could get him for a 3-year deal like that, and 3-year extension, so that by the time it really kicks in, he's 28, because normally running backs start losing their fastball or so around 28, 29. Great.
And here's the other thing. We can't get caught up in the actual dollars, because as the cap rises, in a year, 2 years, that contract that Bijan and Gibbs will be signing will not be the top salary anymore. Somebody else will.
Right. So
248-539-9797. You know what the percentage of the cap? I mean, Bijan takes up 7.39% of their cap. I'm not sure exactly how much that would be for Gibbs to take if they sign him to that much. Probably somewhat similar, around 7% of the cap. But that's okay, I guess. But it is a position of, attrition. Guys get hurt a lot. But a guy by the name of James Costa, you familiar with his work?
Yes.
He tweeted out something that's very interesting. He tweets out, could you make the case, even with the injury risk, that elite running backs are underpaid? Because he says Bijan's making the same per year as Christian Watson and his $23 million a year. Cortland Sutton, also 23. Chris Godwin, 22. Devontae Adams, he's a Pro Bowl player, $22 million. Jacoby Myers, $20 million. So wide receivers, as we pointed out with the Zay Flowers thing, maybe they're getting more overpaid than the running backs.
They are.
Running backs might be underpaid.
Sony, they are underpaid, but the fact that there's more of a chance of an injury with the running back, because they're going to touch the ball anywhere between 15 to 30 times, depending on who the back is, where a top receiver may get, 12 targets a game. And, the running back has to go through and he's getting a bunch of people tackling him. I understand why you don't pay them that much, because chances are your average back's not going to last that long. You think like, oh, this guy is going to be great forever, and they're not. So I get that. If you're going to pay, the other thing, if you're going to pay Gibbs, front load it, give him as much in the signing bonus so that at the final years, when you have to get rid of him, if you have to, it's not going to hurt you that much on the cap.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Simple question. Do you want the Lions to pay Jahmyr Gibbs what Bijan Robinson made? Maybe a little bit more? 97.1. Ladies and gentlemen, I had the pleasure of being on vacation last week and still had to work out. And I was not in town, so I got to use Planet Fitness because I'm a Black Card member. And I use Planet Fitness in Summers Point, New Jersey, and in Red Bank, New Jersey. Planet Fitness, no matter where you are, it's a judgment-free zone. The equipment is always clean. People are really nice. They've got all the cardio stuff that I love, whether it's the recumbent bike, the ellipticals, and I'm starting to do, a little bit of weights. Not, I'm not bench pressing 400 pounds or anything like that, but they have all the weights there. They even have the new stuff, the cardio plates, the Smith machines, all that stuff. Every club is clean, and you get all this for just $1 down and $15 a month. That's right, $1 down, $15 a month. This great deal lasts through August the 12th, and it's still not too late for you youngsters out there. You're still in high school. Or if you're a parent and you have a kid in high school, you want to get them in shape. Right now, teens 14 through 19 can work out in Planet Fitness for free all summer long until August 31st. They have 60 locations throughout Metro Detroit. It's a great place. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Two 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Jahmyr Gibbs, we're still waiting for him to sign. Bijan Robinson signs today. 3-year extension. Can make up to $75 million. a lot of it is average salary. You know, you see 3 years, 75. Oh, it's 25 a year. No, it's 22.5. And there are a lot of escalators and incentives that can push it up to 25. You would assume Gibbs will get something very similar, probably a little bit more.
Right. And you brought up the question Costa was saying, does the NFL undervalue running backs?
Yes.
Stoney and Corbin, I'm going to give you a list of names. Tell me what they have in common. LeGarrette Blount, Sony Michel, Damian Williams, Leonard Fournette, Cam Akers, Isaiah Pacheco, Saquon Barkley, and Kenneth Walker III.
Super Bowl champs.
Yes.
Yeah. For the last 10 years, those were the running backs on the Super Bowl champion team.
So the Lions got a Super Bowl running back.
Only one. Well, but only one of those guys were a running back that got paid. That was Saquon Barkley.
Right.
All the other backs were not these elite backs making a ton of money. Some were under their rookie deals. So I say that to say it's not like, oh, you could go ahead and pay him, but it doesn't mean you're winning a Super Bowl. The formula for winning a Super Bowl is you just need a back there. You don't need the back that breaks the bank. Saquon is the outlier for the last 10 seasons.
True, but Pacheco's okay. Yeah, his quarterback was Patrick Mahomes, so that's an equalizer. And also for LeGarrette Blount, he had two, right? One of them was Brady, and the other one, of course, was the great, I believe, Nick Foles.
Yeah, Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
put some respect on his name.
That damn right.
Another fun fact I want to throw in with this running back, and to your point, Rico, about like Super Bowl championship teams. Kenneth Walker III was the first Super Bowl MVP to be a running back, and I guess I'll let you guys guess since who and which year?
Should have been Marshawn Lynch, but they didn't hand him the ball.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that as half a point.
Would it be Terrell Davis or Timmy Smith?
Ding, ding, ding. Terrell Davis in 1997. The only other ones you had Emmitt Smith in 93, Otis Anderson in 90, Marcus Allen in 83, John Riggins in 82, Franco Harris in 74, and the first to ever do it for the Dolphins in 73, Larry
Zonka.
There we go.
Kazanka.
He's a young buck.
I know.
Always pass it over to Stoney. He can always back me up in those moments.
I'm surprised Timmy Smith with the Redskins didn't. I guess Doug Williams probably won the MVP that year for that. That was pretty damn good.
But didn't he go off and later? Wait, was that the one that went and left them and you found out he was no good? He was a one-hit wonder?
That was Timmy Smith. Yeah, he was pretty much a one-hit wonder. I think the Lions are going to do the right thing. And I know there's a risk there, but I think you have to do it, especially on this. Look, in a perfect world, I mean, this is somebody who thought that the Lions, when they had Stafford back in the day, I wanted them to wait a year before they extended him. I would love to see the same thing happen with Gibbs, but that's just not going to happen.
Right. No, and the thing is, a lot of times you're going to spend the money on the quarterback. It's what I gave that stat to say. It's not a precursor to winning a Super Bowl that you have to have this elite back.
Right. You're right.
One in the last 10 years has won it. And now you could probably go back even further and find out that, wow, okay, other backs got paid, but they're not winning Super Bowls. The Derrick Henrys, the Christian McCaffreys of the world.
You're right.
0 Super Bowls.
At least your team got close a couple times.
Didn't win.
I just had to throw a jab there. I
know
had
you
to.
did. I know you did.
The running backs, the 5 running backs take the greatest percentage of the cap. McCaffrey, Bijan now, Saquon, Jonathan Taylor, and Derrick Henry. And out of those, only one has won the Super Bowl, and that's Saquon Barkley.
Right. So I get it. But look, the Lions, they have shown they take care of their own. You're not going to get a sweetheart deal with this one. You're going to have to up him, and even if it's $1 more, that for one day Bijan's the highest paid back, you're going to have to make him that top back for now. My thing is, if you're going to do this, don't drag this out for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and sign him right before the season, because now you're asking for injuries to kick in. If that's going to happen, okay, you sat out this week. We'll forgive the fines.
Oh, yeah.
Get into camp. Let's get this thing going.
He was there.
No,
I know.
yes, but I'm saying put on the pads.
Right. That's why they call it a hold in.
Right. Put on the pads. Let's get this thing going so that you're prepared for this season because Dan Campbell's already said a lot of the offense is going to go through you. So don't give him the money and then have him get injured. No. Pay him now. Get into camp. Get your body prepared.
Yeah.
Get ready for this season. Everybody's excited because you got this easy schedule, this so-called easy schedule. Let's be prepared to hit the ground running.
And the easy part of the schedule is early. So they have to go.
Yeah, but we don't know.
I know.
Because last year we thought the easiest part of the schedule was the back part of the schedule, and that's the one where you went 2-4.
Correct.
And you thought, the first half of this, man, if you could just go 3-3 the first 6 games, and you blew through those games.
Yeah, right. Baltimore was supposedly going to be a really tough game, and it wasn't.
Neither one of you made the playoffs.
I know. That's true.
So, yeah.
248-539-9797. Rico, I'm curious how you feel about this. This is a little non-sports-ish. But today, after the program, I'm going to go to my precinct and vote in the Michigan primary. And the primaries, you don't have to be, if you're a Democrat, you don't have to just vote for the Democrats. You have to pick your party that you're going to vote. You can't split a ticket in the primary, but you can cross over if there's somebody you really like to vote on the other side and you want to vote, you can vote whatever party you want, but you can only vote for one party. And I'm just wondering, 248-539-9797, are you voting? Have you voted? And if not, why? And I understand.
That's also personal, Stoney. Way to throw me under the microscope.
Well,
no.
I'm not telling you. I'm not saying who to vote for, what party, anything. I mean, keeping the politics part of it, the partisan part aside, okay? That's irrelevant to this. I just believe that we're in a country that we have a privilege that enables us to vote. And I know a lot of the people who are in office at whatever level you want, from whether it's the top level, whether it's the president, senators, state representatives, whatever. People don't like politicians right now. It's just the way it is. It's become a really nasty industry. I'm calling it an industry because of all the money involved. And you see the amount of money that these candidates, especially here in the state of Michigan, are spending for the primaries. But I really believe you have the ability to, I know one vote doesn't make a difference, but you do. It's important to affect some sort of change. And I encourage, if you haven't, just go out and vote. I think you'll feel better about yourself. And there's so many countries out there in the world that you don't have that chance.
This is true. Stoney, I'll give you my answer next.
Okay. 97.1.
All right, so Stoney asked the question, are you going to vote? So let me answer your question for you, Stoney. Ironically enough, before I was coming into work today, I realized, oh, yeah, I drove past the place where I vote. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to do it after work. But instead, like, you know what, maybe I can vote before. Let me see. If there's no line, I can run in here, vote real quick. Good news, pulled into the parking lot. Parking lot was filled. So a ton of people were there to vote. I didn't want to be late. I wanted to get here for the show prep and all of that. So I'm going to go afterwards. But to answer your question, yes, I will vote. I always vote.
Mm-hmm.
The reason being, I feel like it's a responsibility.
Yes, it is.
Because honestly, people who look like me died and were denied for decades.
Yes.
And they weren't allowed. So I feel like I owe it to the people of the past to do something that they worked so hard to make sure that I can vote. So whether people tell, well, you know, it doesn't really matter, I don't care. If it doesn't matter, then why do you care that I vote? But yes, I will vote because it's a privilege, and it's a privilege that it took a long time to get to.
Now, granted, there are a lot of the smaller elections, and this is a primary today, that a lot of people don't do the correct intel to find out, and they'll just vote. I like his name or something like that. I get that. If you don't know, maybe don't vote for that particular office. But I just think it's something about this country that we should, I don't know, relish the ability to vote. Let's go to John in Canton. You're a 97.1.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
Hey, I'm on my way to vote for the right. I'm on my way to vote for the first time. I'm going to be crossing over and vote for the other party.
All right.
I know a lot of people are going to be doing that. Actually, I'm not going to say why or whatever. That's your own business. But do you always vote?
Yes, I vote in every election.
Yeah. Good for you.
Yep. I mean, I feel, I just heard what you guys said about, guys falling soldiers. I just think it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people in the past that did a lot of things to make sure that you had the right to do this.
Yes.
You owe them that.
It's what this country's all about. Let's go to, and the other thing is, to me, if you're going to bitch about, what's going on in the world and you don't vote, then shut up. Don't bitch.
Well, that was my government teacher in high school said that. He was like, you know what? If you don't vote, you don't have the right to complain about anything because you chose to sit on the sidelines.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember it was Mr. Michelson. I was like, that's a great perspective.
Yeah,
So
he's
that
right.
always stuck with me.
He's right, in my opinion. Keith in Dearborn Heights, you're a 97.1.
Hi, Stoney. My name's Keith, and I like the Tarrant Scooble trade. And but I voted too today because the preliminaries are important. Not a lot of people vote in the preliminary. They just wait till November. And sometimes the person, if you don't vote for the preliminary, they don't win.
Yeah,
and,
they don't make it through.
Yeah, they don't make it through. Sorry, Rico, I didn't know it was you.
Oh, that's okay.
So I had foot surgery a few months back, and I injured my Achilles tendon on the other foot, so I'm hobbled very bad. And I still got in there and made sure I did my voting today.
Good for you.
And that's all I got to say. It's nice to talk to you guys. I've never talked to you before, and I like getting rid of my eyes, too.
All right.
Thanks, Keith. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It's primary day. If you voted, did you vote? If you're not voting, why aren't you voting? And we're going to vote after the show. Let's go to Doug in Waterford. You're a 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah, I absolutely vote every single election. And like Rico said, it's not only just a vote for people, it's a vote for myself. And people that don't vote, I just don't get it. But the other thing I have a problem with is in the primaries, you can only vote one party.
Right.
And I'd like to cross over
you
and mix.
Oh, well, I like the rule. You can't do that. You're either voting for a Republican or a Democrat.
Then the other thing, too, is there's a lot of, local voting going on in the primaries that people don't pay attention to. I mean, you look at the mill on Waterford right now for schools and it just all the taxes and everything. If you don't vote, you're going to pay those taxes.
Correct. Or you might want the taxes because you want, better schools or better parks, libraries, whatever. 248-539-9797. That's the telephone number for phone or any text communications. Corbin, did you vote today?
I will be
Are
voting.
you old enough?
Okay. I will be voting after work, actually. I kind of slept in a little too much earlier to where I wanted to go beforehand, and I didn't. But, ever since I've turned of voting legal age, I go to each one. Why not? I love
week.
to vote.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
No, you know what? I'm kicking myself because, man, ever since you could do the early voting or the mail-in,
I know.
That is the way to go. I'm sorry. And I'm just like, oh, man, because I forgot about the primaries, and they were like, yeah, it's too late to get the
early vote going.
So I'm going to have to go in today. But, yes, the early voting, because then you could do it at home, put it in the mailbox, or drop it off.
That's the mail-in.
See, I like to go in because I like the assortment of stickers. I love the sticker at the end of it all. I love it.
Okay, are
the
you
I
sticker
voted
guy?
sticker?
Yeah, the I voted sticker. You're a sticker guy. You put it right on your chest and walk around with it.
Oh, I wear it walking out. Then once I get home, and then just go, put it wherever at that point. The polling place I go to where I live at, over the past couple of years, they've done competitions. They basically have kids in, whatever elementary school or whatnot, and then they make a little picture, and then you just go get it. So I got to see what these kids are up to if I got any future artists to put my money on down the road.
That's cool. The other reason, like my wife and my kids voted early already, but it's not. I don't know if it's better in the old days, but I kind of remember, when you'd go into a voting booth where it was covered and you actually pulled a lever and that stuff. Now it's basically paper and you fill it out and put it through the machine, and it's progress. But I kind of like hearkening back to the old.
Harken. Okay, look at you.
Yeah.
Hold on. There you go.
I'm a harkener.
So wait. So in the voting booth, you just what?
They
Pull a
used,
lever?
they used to have you could pull like a lever. Let's say you're voting all Republican.
Mm-hmm.
You can just pull the lever and everything's Republican. Or you can have, let's say it's, I don't remember for primaries, but for let's say it's a presidential election. So you have the president. So you have, the candidate, and you click one on the thing, and then you go to the Senate or whoever else, the governor, whatever else is running, and you just, there's little levers they used to do.
Okay. Here's what I don't understand, and I know it'll never change because I think people will be afraid that it could skew the election one way or another. I still don't understand why we just can't do the thing
online.
Well, because for people who say,
there's your answer.
Oh, well, it'll get hacked. Stoney, I don't know do you vote for the Heisman? Because I
did once. Then I
vote for the Heisman online, and it's never been hacked. And you have to go through this secure thing to get to place your vote, and then it tells you, was this your vote? And I'm like, why can't we do this? Heck, if you could do American Idol online and call, why is it so antiquated now?
Well, you answered your question. The whole hacking thing. People,
but nobody's gonna hack it. I think it's the fear of the hacking, not the actual hacking.
Well,
because quiet is kept. I think your votes have already been hacked. They just don't want to tell you.
The way AI and all that stuff works, look, there are people who don't, as we know, there are people who don't believe that you should have mail-in voting at all. But I don't know. I think online voting, it makes a lot of sense. But but there are people, okay, who are so savvy with computers and technology that they could figure out a way to get bots to vote multiple times.
As fanatic as fan bases are, you would have thought somebody would have hacked the Heisman so that your player would win it. They don't. It's secure. You get a series of emails, and you got to put this puzzle together in order to finally get access.
Well, look, banks get hacked. I mean, air traffic controllers things have been hacked and shut down. Why couldn't it? I don't
This
know.
is why you go in and then you get the sticker at the end.
Okay, here, let me help you guys out. Yeah, it's already been hacked. They just won't tell you it's been hacked. That's my tinfoil hat.
T-Bone. What's up, T-Bone?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I'm a retired postal worker, so for several years now, I've been mailing my ballot in. I think it's the way to go. I can take my time, look over the candidates, make a wise decision. When I used to go into the booth, I had to kind of prep myself going in, do my little homework if I was going to vote accurately. And this way here, I can just do it at the house. I mail it in, job security kind of, sort of. I don't have a problem with it. And,
I like that job security.
One of these guys was saying something about, there's that rumor about is mail and voting safe and whatnot. But I think like 10% of the votes came in already by mail. I think it's perfectly safe. As a retired postal worker, let me tell you, fellas, if you're going to mess with the mail, you're messing with fire. You're going to get burned. So it's just best just to leave that crap alone. There's too many laws in place. Definitely safer than the online, which, by the way, your over 50 bracket is going to have a problem with that. I'm a veteran, and when I try to log into my healthcare stuff, holy wow, it's terrible. No. So, the online doesn't work for the older crowd. Sorry, guys.
No, I get that. But here's the thing. Right now, maybe no. But in a few years, people like Corbin's age will be 50, and it's going to be old hat for them. They're going to be, you know what? I've been doing this for all of this time. So, yes, initially, I can see where it would be a problem. You would have to offer it online, or you could go in person.
How? Thanks for the call. How old are you, Corbin?
I'm 25.
So when you're 50, that's going to be in 25 years.
Look at that math major. That's how you got into your university.
Yeah, and I'll be 92. I'll be a year younger than my mom is.
And Stoney will still be at Lions training camp.
Signing autographs. He'll sign autographs for my children one day.
I'll be kissing grandchildren now. Jay in White Lake, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey, Jay.
Hey, I don't have a major opinion on anything. I was just calling to tell you guys kudos to you for being able to talk about this and not dragging a party into it.
No, it's okay. I mean,
even when you bring up even voting, people start to think politics, and then it's hot-handed. And you guys are doing a really good job right now of just playing it right down the middle, and I love that because that's what this country is supposed to be about. You guys can keep going, and at the end of the day, I can tell anybody I have no idea where Rico or Stoney leans, and that's cool, man. So good for you guys. But I will say this: I am still a fan of the antiquated way of going in and casting my vote. I don't like the online idea. I'm not a big fan of how far mail-in ballots have gotten. I understand mail-in ballots to a point. My old man's 87 and my mom's 85, and they don't move around like they used to, and they mail in their ballots. But people that are in perfect health, I don't know why it's too easy to mail in vote, in my opinion, right now. But I also do like the entire process of going in and casting your vote. Like it means something to you as an American.
You talk to the people who work there, and the volunteers, and thankfully they do. All right, our telephone number 248-539-9797. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, got a little college football blitz for you. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Today is primary day in the state of Michigan, and we're just asking, are you voting? Most people are. I'm very happy about it. And if you're not, curious why.
Tony, let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Do you like voting in person because you just like talking to everybody in line? Like, are you that guy?
No.
Okay. I was just curious, because the one caller was like, I'd like to be there and to see the people, and because I just want to get
It's funny. In my precinct, there's always this one guy who's, I'm friends with Jeff Rieger's mom. The guy's always there, And so I talk to him while I'm waiting, but no. I just walk in, do my thing.
Because you're kind of stuck. You're in line, and it's just like, I'm just here to vote. I just want to vote.
And that's a disgusting line. It's not like lines at the movie theater, a restaurant or whatever. No, you're kind of stuck in a very vulnerable position, in my opinion.
248-539-9797. We're also talking about the Scooble trade, the deadline, all sorts of stuff. Randy in Greenville, what's going on?
I just have some comments on Scott Harrison and this Scooble thing.
Okay,
let's go for it.
I want, you go back when Scooble had to go to arbitration,
and
they turned around and gave this Valdez character the contract that they gave him, and did not talk very cool with Scooble. It forced him into arbitration. Do you think, as a player, I can play for a team that does not appreciate me?
Well, they didn't force him. Hold on, they didn't force him into arbitration. When they gave their numbers, I think they were influenced by Major League Baseball. Their comps were over, different. The $19 million that they offered was what was done in the past. They should have offered more. I think they pretty much knew they were going to lose anyway, so it didn't make a difference.
Well, that may be so, but what do you think that shows to him and makes him feel?
But
I mean,
you know what?
The thing is, as a spectator, as a person who loves Detroit for the many years that I've watched them play, I felt that was a slap in his face.
It was a low ball offer, but I
did too.
But I don't think it would make a difference as far as the end of the season, when the season, if they kept him or whatever, that he was going to re-sign here anyway. They made it apparent over a year ago, because you might want to say they lowballed him then, that he was going to test free agency.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm happy with the trade.
Okay.
There are things I'm not happy with what Harris has done.
Oh yeah, he's made quite a. Last year's deadline was an abysmal failure, and a lot of his pitchers that he's paid a lot of money to, they've wasted a lot of, as you like to call it, Rico, pizza money. Maeda, Alex Cobb, you can go on and on and on. What they're paying Flaherty for what they've gotten this time around is, I wouldn't say criminal, but it's not a lot. It hasn't worked out as well. Drafting and development, that seems to be his thing, and he seems to be very good at that.
No, he's going slow and steady.
Yes.
He's trying to build a team for the future.
Mm-hmm.
If we happen to win right now, great. Enjoy the ride. But I think he waved the white, maybe he waved the beige flag. It wasn't white, but it's a little off-white. We're not going to win this thing, but let's just have fun.
Yes. Let's go to Dave. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm going to go on, and the previous caller was mentioning back on Election Day. Election Day used to be Tuesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't have online voting. We didn't have early voting. We didn't have any of that. And by 8 o'clock at night, we knew who won the election, right? And I'm also going to mention that I think 97.1 The Ticket is the number one rated station in Detroit, and it's you guys don't talk politics, so maybe there's a correlation there. But I think did I just hear Rico say that since we can go online and vote for the winner of American Idol, we can also vote for members of the House, members of the Senate, and President of the United States? Did I hear that correctly?
Well, Dave, you kind of didn't. I said we vote for a lot of things online. I vote for the Heisman. It's highly secure, and we're able to do it every year. So, yeah, I think eventually we should be able to vote online. You go online for everything else in life.
So highly secure, you'd have to define highly secure. I mean, yeah, we do things online every day, and we also fall victims to getting our bank accounts stolen.
I agree with
Dave,
you.
But people can walk into a bank and rob it, so you can do that in person.
Oh, good Lord.
Thanks for the. I personally agree with you, Dave. There's no way to secure everything
that's
online.
fine. If you don't trust it, that's okay.
Right.
But it's not for Dave's demographic.
Exactly.
So guess
true.
what? You don't have to do that, Dave.
Right. You're not saying everything has to be online.
Right.
It's also an option. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. The college football preseason coaches poll is out. Ohio State is first, Oregon second, Michigan 16th. Atlanta Falcons running back Bijan Robinson was holding in like Jahmyr Gibbs for a new contract. Robinson situation has been rectified as of this morning. He inked a 3-year, $75 million extension, setting the record for a running back. Fox 2's Jennifer Hammond asked Brett Holmes how Robinson's deal will impact Gibbs. He said, quote, "It usually expedites things, but we'll see," end quote. Detroit News beat writer Nolan Bianchi thinks they'll get it done soon with Gibbs. I asked him if he's surprised the Falcons beat Holmes to the punch. Cornerback Hennis Rakestraw told the media he's been doing more yoga and put on some weight as an injury preventative measure. Running back Sione Vaki has a broken nose. Ian Rappaport reporting that Falcons pass rusher Jalen Walker may have torn his ACL today. An MRI is needed to confirm. They ended practice 45 minutes early because of it. The Tigers start Troy Melton tonight in their series opener against Seattle right here on the ticket at 9:40. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1 The Ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a blitz. Oh, that means one thing. Rico's favorite.
College football. Not necessarily my favorite anymore because they're kind of screwing things up. But as Jeremy just said, the college football preseason top 25 poll is out. And gentlemen, nothing is more useless than the college preseason top 25 poll. Here's why I say it's useless. Because on average, do you know how many teams start in the top 25 who do not make it at the end of the season? At least 10 teams.
Wow.
Are not there.
10.
So a little under half the teams start off in the top 25 and will fall out of the polls for good. And at the end of the year, it looks totally different.
Do you want me to read the top 25 and then?
No.
Oh, okay.
Here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to read the top 25.
Okay.
You and Corbin are going to tell me whether this team will be in the final top 25 poll at the end of the year.
Okay.
So we're going to speculate. But remember, you only have 10 teams that you could say they will not be there.
Okay.
So use them sparingly. But let's start off at number 25, the Missouri Tigers.
This is a disgusting start. I can't lie. I don't like this.
I did not look at their schedule. I looked at some of the others. I'm going to say no.
I will say yes.
All right, we got a yes and a no. I'm going to make this easy for you guys. We'll get to the hard part later. Let's go with the number one, the Ohio State.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's a safe bet. May even win the national title. Then again, they may not. The Oregon Ducks at number 2.
Yes.
Yes.
The Georgia Bulldogs at number 3.
Yes.
Yes.
The Texas Longhorns at number 4.
Yes.
Yes.
South Bend's one and only Notre Dame at number 5.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll admit I had to think a little bit about this, but I'll say yes, it's Notre Dame.
Top 25, yes.
How about the defending national champion, Indiana Hoosiers, at number 6?
Yes.
I'm going to go no. I eventually we got to start getting to some no's there. I think what
One-hit
happened,
wonders?
Yeah, well, listen here. In the new day and age of college football, they'll be around. Don't get it twisted. But in terms of what they did last year, I would agree with that sentiment. One-hit wonders. They're not in the top 25 at the end of this season.
Okay. We got our first no. At number 7, Paul Sarazone, the Miami Hurricanes.
Yes.
I'm going to go back-to-back no's. Why not? I don't think the two teams in the national title game are going to be in the top 25.
Wow. Why is that?
I just something about Miami. I didn't expect them to get that as far as they did last year. They're just kind of always a school that are usually, appealing on paper. You love the U, but then once you watch it, you're like, oh, I'm watching the game on the CW50 network. I completely forgot.
Okay. Corbin's already used 3 no's. Stoney.
No, I only got 2.
Oh, Stoney didn't know for Missouri. Okay. Number 8, Texas A&M.
Yes.
They're the biggest teasers of all time, but I'm going to say yes.
Okay. At number 9, and you'll see them at the Big House week 2, the Oklahoma Sooners.
SEC, Mateer, he's pretty good.
I keep forgetting, they are SEC now.
Yeah,
I was about to say, no, they're Big 12. No, SEC.
Yes, they'll make it.
They'll be very I'll say yes, but they're like 23 to 25.
So they're going to fall.
Yes, most definitely.
All right, at number 10, Ole Miss minus Lane Kiffin.
I know. I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say no. They got some interesting games on their schedule, and like you said, without Lane Kiffin, no.
This name is funny because this always was an automatic in the top 2 or 3 every single year. At number 11, the Alabama Crimson Tide. It still feels weird to say that.
Yeah, but I mean, because it's 25, they could finish 24th, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay, Stoney.
Stoney's got a lot of no's.
Basically, Stoney's going to be like, from 16 on, it's just got to be all no's.
That's why I'm happy I started getting some no's out of the way. But Alabama, yes, they will be. But just like, who was it? I said Oklahoma, they will fall.
So you don't believe in the Tide?
It's hard to these days. It's like you said, it feels weird to say it, but that's just the truth we live in now.
Okay. At number 12, Texas Tech.
Yeah, Big 12 blows, but they're the best of the Big 12, so I'll say yes.
Yeah, they'll be in it.
Okay. At number 13, we said his name earlier, Lane Kiffin and the LSU Tigers.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, Stoney's
I just have a feeling that people are going to be so excited about them, and they're going to lose some games, including in Ole Miss.
Yeah, they got some pretty interesting matchups on their schedule. I'm looking at it right now, and LSU has been that team post their national title with Joe Burrow. You just can't really trust them, so I got to get a no win again. So yeah, LSU, they're out.
Okay, you got a lot of no's, buddy.
I got 4 as of right now.
Okay. Big Ten school at number 14. Fight on, USC Trojans.
Yeah, they'll get in. Lincoln Riley. This is if they don't make it this year,
The top 25, they're going to stay in. Okay.
Yeah, they'll stay in.
Hell no. It's USC. It's Lincoln Riley. This experiment has been over for a long time. They're still milking the bit. I got to go no.
At number 15, BYU, Brigham Young.
Well, as my father always says, if you're going to Brigham Young. 15, they're ranked. I'll say they're in. Mormon power.
Yeah, I got some personal biases against this school in the negative aspect, but unfortunately with the conference they play in, I'll go BYU's in.
Okay, Stoney, we're getting close to everything else. You're going to run the table on no's. Will your first no start at number 16?
No, it's not my first. I have Missouri.
Well, your second no.
And I also had LSU as a no. So I've had 2.
I'm going backwards.
Oh, okay.
The Michigan Wolverines, number 16.
Because of their schedule, they got to play Oklahoma, Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State on the road. Oh, well, they won 9 games with Sharon Moore as coach last year, and I'm going to say no. Ooh. I always
season ticket holder Stoney.
I always underestimate them. That's just the way I am.
This one's extremely hard. I will only say no for the sole reason that 2 of their last 3 games are against Oregon and Ohio State, who are clearly the class of the Big Ten as of right now.
Okay, just for the record, I didn't have a vote in this.
Right.
Michigan got 2 no's, but somehow people are going to come after me.
No, they won't.
All
No,
right.
this one.
Penn State, not led by Dan Campbell, but Matt Campbell.
Their schedule is so weak. I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Stoney on that. I'm looking at their schedule right now for the first time in a long time.
I think their
If they
hardest
don't-
game, it might be what, Michigan and USC, I believe they play.
Correct, yeah, and those are all back. Those are back to back in in October.
Yeah, and they're better off without James Franklin.
Okay, number 18, the University of Tennessee.
No, here's their schedule. They play at Georgia Tech, which they'll probably win, but it's still, maybe they won't. I don't know. It's a tough game. They have Texas, Auburn, Alabama. Granted, they're at home, at A&M and LSU. That schedule is daunting. I think they're fraudulent. No vols.
He said everything for me. Another no.
At number 19, UW, the University of Washington.
I mean, Damon Williams is really good, but does he really want to be there? There's so much crap going on there. I'm going to say.
Did the check clear?
Yeah,
Then he wants to be
Yeah,
there.
I know. I'm going to say no.
Okay. Here comes the run of nose for Stoney.
So I have 3 spots for no's left. I want to put Washington in.
You got 3 left.
There's one that I'm saving for the end. So yeah, I'll go no for Washington because I did bash them, I'm pretty sure, last week on the show.
You sure about that? Okay.
Yeah, I got to die with it.
At 20, SMU.
Here's my problem with this. There's only 3 teams from the ACC that made the top 25. So you got to think at least 2 of them are going to be, and I already have Miami is in. So I'm going to say SMU.
You're not really. You can only have 1 in. That's possible.
I know. SMU, yes.
I just looked at their schedule. In my personal opinion, I think it's pretty easy to where you can conjure up wins to be in the top 25 at the end. So I'll go yes.
Utah, 21.
No, they lost their coach and they lost their best defensive lineman. I'm going to say no.
Once again, Stoney's saying it all for me. I'm going to go no with Utah.
All right. I think you only have 1 no left.
Yeah, and I already have my mind made up for it.
3 teams. At number 22, the University of Iowa.
Yes.
Their schedules, they play Michigan, Ohio State, and Washington as their 3 tough games. I'm going to say yes.
23, University of Clemson.
No!
Yeah, this is when I
Dabo.
was, yeah,
No,
hell no. Dabo,
no.
it's over. He's just going to keep running down that hill. No, it's over. It is more than over. Hell no.
24, University of Houston. You have to say yes.
Yeah, everyone else was yes for me.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Stoney, did you get all your no's in?
I don't know. I didn't keep. I probably had about 6 or 7. I don't know if I had 10, but
All right, real quick, guys. And the last one is Missouri, but
we said that already.
So,
yeah.
Stoney, you said
No.
and you said yes.
Correct, yes.
All right. Is there a team that you think should be in the top 25 that's not?
Oh, that's a great question.
I'm just going to say I don't know to circle back. You said, the preseason poll, it's pointless. So I just don't. I guess we'll see.
And I guess, guys, the most overrated team in here.
The most
the overrated team that you said no to. Like,
I don't even know if I said no to, but I think Mississippi's not a top 10 team.
Ole Miss, yeah.
Yeah, I think 10 is way too generous.
I got to
for
go
them.
with my first no, unfortunately.
Indiana? Okay. All right. There's your college football preseason top 25 Blitz 97.1. Hey, what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and a price? It didn't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future, folks. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contract or commitment, no hidden fees, and the best equipment is included. Plus, you get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. lock in your price, and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Two 248-539-9797. When I was on vacation, and I kind of read something that I couldn't really believe. Enrico, I don't know if you guys talked about it before, but I think it's an interesting topic coming out of what we just did, college football. Especially coming from me, a Michigan fan, season ticket holder. Did I hear correctly? And I know they're friends because, they both coached at Utah. However, did Kyle Whittingham really say that Urban Meyer is open to come to as many practices as he wants, as long as it's not Ohio State week?
Yeah, they're friends.
Yes,
Tony. It was. Yes, he said a lot of different things, and Hatchett was here because he's a Michigan fan. Hatchett was not happy. Let's just put it like that. Just not only that, but just kind of the way he kind of downplayed the rivalry. Like, we got 11 other games. And I'm thinking to myself, that's just not going to go over well with the fan base at Michigan. But yeah, Urban Meyer, he's invited.
Let him go to one practice or two, but not anytime he wants.
I got to think if I'm Urban Meyer, let me help you out here. You don't understand how these fans are about this rivalry. I'm not going to show up. I'm going to save you from you. Don't ever tell people that I showed up. You know what? Look like Bobby Valentine if you show up to the practice. Fake mustache and everything.
Maybe one week when they're on, Big Noon or whatever the hell they call it, he does a sit-down interview with his buddy. That's fine. Okay? But I don't want him watching practice. I'm not saying that I think, Urban Meyer's going to turn into Connor Stallions and steal their signs and, give them to Ohio State because, as we know, good teams and most teams will switch their signs every week anyway, but that's a whole different argument. I don't understand. That bothered me. And then what you said about, downplaying the rivalry, and I think Kyle Whittingham is a terrific coach. I think he's the perfect coach for this situation, too, for the perfect time for the perfect coach for Michigan after all the crap. Clean it up, make it respectable again. And I don't know. It just has this Rich Rod feel to it without the corniness.
It was because he was like, hate's a strong word. And look, I'm not a part of that rivalry, but.
Well, I will say this.
Don't get me wrong. It felt a lot like Jonathan Smith when he walked into MSU and they started telling him about Michigan. And he was like, well, I played in rivalry games before. We played Oregon. It's like, Coach, it's not the same. It kind of is. And he found out it really is not.
No.
So.
Look, Kyle Whittingham, he'll have to learn a little bit. I mean, he's been part of a big rivalry. The Holy War is freaking huge out there. I'm not going to sit there and say it's like what Michigan Ohio State is, but it is huge. There is hate. And by the way, he's not the only person who doesn't like to use the word hate. I remember Jim Harbaugh giving me crap in an interview because I used the word hate about Ohio State. He goes, hate's not a good word. He goes, we respect them. We want to beat them every time and all that kind of stuff, but we don't hate them.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, I kind of disagree. Maybe, you're a coach, so you don't have hate in you, but fans do.
Yeah.
So.
And I think that, the players, like listening to, Jansen, like, yeah, he may respect them, but he does not like them.
Right.
No former Michigan player likes Ohio State.
Correct.
I get it. I understand. I just felt bad because at media day, I was like, oh, buddy, you better win that game.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. You better win that game or these words will come back to haunt you and Michigan fans will probably turn on you. Let's hope that it doesn't end up being that way. But I thought it was weird. I don't have a dog in the race.
Right.
In the fight. So we asked David. David was not happy about that. He's a Michigan fan. He was like, no, we hate Ohio State.
Yes, we do.
So.
And he'll learn. I don't think it will affect the coach. Now, I have no idea. I haven't heard. Do they not have the countdown scoreboard and all that kind of stuff? They
I think he said the countdown clock is still there.
Oh, good.
I don't know. But, yeah, from what David was saying, that's there. But it was just, he was just like, yeah, we play 11 other games. And, we'll get to it and we get to it. Because you always thinking, look, Stoney, it doesn't always translate because sometimes it comes across as fake and rah-rah. But
right.
You always remember the coaches who come out that first time and talk about whether it was Tressel and what they're going to do. Or, heck, we all laughed at him, me included. But when Kirk Cignetti came out and basically called out everybody in the Big Ten like, hey, buddy, slow your roll. You're Indiana. And he backed it up. It was that type of logic and that type of thinking that translated to his players. And they went out there and just kicked ass. And you want to hear it authentic, of course. But you just want to hear your coach, you know what? I get it. Don't like that team. We're going to be ready for that team. blah, blah, blah. You don't have to come up with something hokey, anything like Ohio, or
No,
stuff like that.
that was the worst. That was the worst because I don't care what anybody says, unless my memory is incorrect. Nobody ever called them Ohio until Brady Hoke brought that up.
Yeah. So to me, yeah, if you're serious about it, but yeah, he did, and I was like,
Look, I don't expect Kyle Whittingham to do the whole urban immature stuff where he won't even call Ohio. It's okay for him to call him Ohio State, okay? Where Urban refuses to call him Michigan and the Wolverines. Grow up, okay?
he won't even call him Michigan, will he?
No.
The team up north.
No, he calls them the Wolverines.
Oh, okay.
He never says Michigan. And, of course, they don't use the letter M during that week and all that kind of man, it's cool rivalry stuff, I guess, but I think it's very sophomoric, that part of it.
You know what? They're dedicated.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to go through all of campus and block out the M's, just make sure you get all of them.
Yeah, because they failed.
Right. It's like, buddy.
History of effing up.
Right. Like, really? Okay. But,
Yeah.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I respect the hustle. But, yeah, I just, when he did that, I was like, ooh, I'm not a Wolverine fan, but I can't think that's going to go over too well. And then Urban is invited to practices. Like, I get it. He's your friend.
Yeah.
But as your friend, he should probably say, I don't think you want me there. Or if I ever show up, you don't want to let people know that I showed up. You don't want to take any pictures of me being there because only bad things can happen.
I mean, I give Urban credit for telling him to take the job because he thinks it's, even though it's against his arch rival. 248-539-9797. I'd love to hear from some Michigan fans if they're bothered by their new coach and his, lack of disdain for the team down south. 97.1. Come on, Michigan fans. I guess you don't care. Maybe it's no big deal. Kyle Whittingham, I don't expect him to hate Ohio State right now, but he's kind of like, well, is it really that important a game? Oh, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but he certainly does not, as of now, put an emphasis on the game, and maybe in time he'll figure it out. I don't think it'd make a difference whether they win or lose the game. I don't think the preparation will be. Although, you know what? I don't know if he's going to do what other coaches have done. I know they do at Ohio State, where they take a couple minutes out of every practice to do work on stuff just for the game. Right. I don't know if that's in his repertoire or not. 248-539-9797, and is the person who usually sits here and say, "Come on, Michigan fans." All right. We do have some text communications, though, don't we?
We do.
Good.
The first one from an unnamed texter. The current players just want the money. They don't really care about the rivalry. Why should we care what the coach thinks? Just win.
Okay.
Interesting perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, look, college sports has been watered down. I'll be the first to admit that. It's not the same as it used to be, where you grew up hating one team or another. Because here's the thing, Stoney, realistically speaking, heck, half the Wolverines could be Buckeyes next year, or half the Buckeyes could be Wolverines next year.
Yes.
And they have no problem with this, where it goes back, what was it, Justin Bourne? And they're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, remember that?
I can't believe he's doing this. Now, and it's no big deal.
Roddy Gall in basketball.
Right.
I mean,
It's like, yeah, okay.
It happens. But I still think once the games start, it's still the jersey. It's maybe not the player in the helmet, it's the helmet.
I think the fans still feel
That's
that
what-
way.
that's what I mean.
I don't think, and I think it gets lost because I think this is what loses a lot of people with college football specifically. You don't feel like the team or maybe even the coach has that same level of passion and hate that you have for the opposing team.
Which makes it more like professional because you know the pro players don't.
Right. So that rivalry game, you want them to just hate this other team, and you want the pregame fight as they're warming up. You embrace all of that because it's like, yeah, you don't like them and we don't like them. But now it's just like, hey, that's your friend and that's your buddy, and they could be teammates next year on a totally different team. There's no consistency. There's no player who's been there for 4 or 5 years, and it's that senior captain that you know is going to go out there and lead their team, lead your team to victory.
As much as we're getting texts coming in of people saying, screw the rivalry, it doesn't matter, X, Y, and Z, this one stood out to me. I would rather go 1-11 than 11-1. So I'm assuming that this person would rather beat Ohio State, suck the rest of the way, or I guess beforehand.
You know what?
No, he didn't say which school it was, but still, let's, for argument's sake, say it was a Michigan fan. You know what? You're an a-hole.
Really? See, I can respect that level of hate.
No.
I don't agree with it.
No.
But I can that's a level, that's like a Jeff Rieger level of hate right there. That's a
Ring
whole,
the bell for that to take.
I mean, because you got to be dedicated to say something as absurd as that.
Well, that's as stupid as the freaking Ohio State people who would rather beat Michigan but not win a national championship as opposed to winning a national championship and losing to Michigan, which they did. Give me the natty.
Right. I understand.
I know.
But you couldn't beat us.
Because you're a normal human being.
Right. But then the Michigan fan, well, you didn't beat us. Well, who cares? We won the natty. I get that. But the whole 1-11, those are people that you want on your side because those are normally some crazy, whacked out people.
All right, Rico, I'll ask you because you're a normal person. Would you rather the Spartans go 11-1 and lose to Michigan or go 1-11 and beat Michigan?
I take the 11-1.
Thank you, because you are a normal human being with a brain.
They'd be in the playoffs. Are you kidding me? Playoffs? Yes. Hey, Stoney.
Yeah.
Newsflash. If that happens, you're going to be filling in for me.
Yes.
Because I won't be here. I'm going to be at some who cares playoff bowl game.
Yes.
Just to soak in the ambiance, knowing I may never see this again.
Right.
So just letting you know. If that happens, you're sitting right here.
All right, let me ask you this question. If that would happen, is Valenti going to the game? See, you know what? All his bluster and all that stuff, I think deep down inside, if they were playing in a playoff, he might go.
He's dedicated to the bit of I don't care about college sports, so he can't go. He can't. He would watch it.
Yes, of course.
And then he would say, well, I had to watch it because it's my job. No, not really. You're watching it because you went to Michigan State.
Right.
But he would not go. The only way
if it was the Natty?
If they made it to the national title, and here's what he'll say. Well, I'm going and I'm going to take my dad with me so my dad can see it.
Right.
I want to say, like, Mike,
yeah,
it's
your dad
okay.
who didn't go to Michigan State. He only roots for Michigan State because you went there.
It's okay, buddy.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But I think he's so dedicated to this, he would not go for a playoff game. I would go to a playoff game.
Of course you would.
Because it's like,
I mean, you go watch him play wherever.
I mean, I didn't go to the last playoff game, and I'm glad that I didn't when they played Alabama. Because I'm like, okay, this is when it was just 4 teams.
Right.
And I'm like, if I can only go to one, I'm going to bank and just hope they make it to the national title game. And then it worked out because I ended up having pink eye anyway, so I wouldn't have been able to go to the game. So, yeah. And then they got shellacked by Alabama. They didn't score.
They played them close for a half until the pick six, right? Or Connor Cook threw an interception.
Yeah, and then it was like every little thing went wrong for them, and it was like a fumble that bounced around, and it worked out for Alabama. Yeah, don't make me relive.
No, okay. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
One more text I'll throw out here because I think that this is an interesting take as well. Maybe Whittingham doesn't hate them now, but I'm sure he will grow to hate them if he stays here long enough. And that was from Bob in New Baltimore.
It's possible. Although at his age, what's he like, 65, like whatever, maybe the hate factor, you just don't feel the hate at that age anymore.
No, I think that you will. You will. If he's here long enough, especially after the first game, you're going to get it. And like I said, I'm not comparing them to the two.
No.
But I remember at the end of the first time, Jonathan Smith played Michigan, and he came out and said, you guys tried to warn me. You guys tried to tell me that this was a different level. I understand it now. And it was just like, well, congratulations.
Yeah.
We tried to warn you. Hey, don't touch the stove. It's hot. Let me see. It's hot. He found out. Yes, indeed. Rivalry was hot.
I was surprised. I found that he and Pat Fitzgerald are pretty good friends, actually.
Who?
Jonathan Smith and Pat Fitzgerald.
Oh, yeah.
Dylan in Highland, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, Stoney, I kind of disagree with you a little bit because that year that Michigan had Davis Warren at quarterback, that year still felt like a success just because they beat those bums down in Columbus, even though it was a pretty bad year and it was really subpar. Because to be honest, I mean, you got to beat your rivals. I mean, I know it doesn't matter as much anymore, but it's still important. And if Whittingham doesn't think it's important, then I don't care. He can go. I really don't care about the program being respectable. I want to win. And that's what it comes down to.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, so that team, how many wins did that team have?
I don't care how many wins.
I'm just asking.
6-6 win.
I'm just asking a question because I don't remember exactly how many. It was a huge upset, obviously, that they won that game. But wouldn't you have rather than been 11-1 and lost that game?
Well, do they win the national championship?
Or let's say they go to the playoffs.
Do they win the national championship?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Then no. I'm so much happier they beat Ohio State.
Okay.
Because what does it matter? What's it matter if you don't win the whole thing? What does it matter? Oh, we had a good year. Who cares? And you lost to your rival. Year meant nothing. At least you beat Ohio State and hopefully beat Michigan State. Other than that, then the year meant nothing. You didn't do nothing, and you lost to your rivals. Who cares?
See,
No
and
one cares.
Dylan, that's I can respect that. I may not agree, but I respect that level of hate.
You can hear it in my voice.
Yes.
I know.
I do not like them. I hate them so much. Every year I get so angry.
I agree.
when that game comes out.
I agree with you, but I would take, the 11-1 and losing in the national championship game and Ohio.
Why? What do you accomplish from that?
But
what do you get from it? What do you get from it?
It's the ride. I mean, what did you see? You're probably too young. Well, what did you get with it before there was a national championships? Before there were playoffs when they were voted on.
I was born. Yeah, I was born in '97.
Right, I know.
Every year, every year before the national championship, yeah, I was happy they did good.
Right.
But you know what I really enjoyed? I really enjoyed the national championship.
I know.
I don't remember any of those other years that they just did really good. Who cares? You know what I remember for the rest of my life? The year they went out and won the national championship. You know what else I remember?
I get
when
that.
they beat Ohio State. I remember when they beat Ohio State, and I remember when I was at the I also remember when they lost in terrible fashion because they went for 2 and didn't get it because I was at that game. I don't remember them coming close and not sealing the deal.
All right.
Unless it was super tragic or unless they actually
I
got
understand
home.
you're up against it. Thanks, Dylan. I appreciate the
That's
passion.
respect.
Absolutely. What a blessing. I get paid to watch and talk about sports for a living. And what makes me feel equally blessed is that for the last 7 years, I've been able to see the games we love better than I thought was possible. It's because I struggled with my eyesight for years. Cataracts clouded my vision, and I had a drawer full of reading glasses so I could see things up close. Luckily for me, the amazing Dr. Yaldo and his bifocal implants solved all of it in a fast, completely safe, and painless procedure. So this fall, I'll again sit in football press boxes and read the tiniest stats and see everything on the field with amazing clarity. Hey, if you're over 45 and you had enough of glasses, contacts, and readers, 'cause especially you lose the readers like I used to all the time, just go see Dr. Yaldo and be the next ticket listener who walks into his office and announces, hey, I want the same thing Stoney got. So go to YaldoEyeCenter.com, get the free evaluation, and then, yes, get what I got. 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a blitz.
All right, gentlemen, because it was a trade deadline yesterday, we didn't get a chance to do this. So,
okay.
So let's do this today, Stoney. And you know what? We're going to start off with something that we're going to go out to the NFL. Can we say the Oakland Raiders did it right? Well, I'm sorry, the Las Vegas Raiders did it right. Their season ticket holders got their tickets in a poker case package where it was chips and it was actual physical copies of tickets. I love what the Raiders did. This is the Raiders, a constant screw up in the NFL. But can we say they actually got it right? Because anytime you can hand teams and your fans actual physical tickets, I'm all for it.
Absolutely. Mark Davis, Tom Brady, or whoever decided to make this decision, I like it. Now, are the chips legitimate chips that you can use to gamble with, or are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's legitimate chips. They're all black, and you get 2 sets of cards, and you get some dice even.
Yeah, they went all out for their season ticket holders.
And the poker case even comes with your name on it. So for you, it would say like Mike Stone, Rico Beard and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
So, all right.
Way to go.
Can we say it was very strange with the whole trade deadline seeing the Chicago White Sox and the Pittsburgh Pirates as buyers and not sellers?
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, what world are we living in? It's a beautiful thing. Who says baseball's, in trouble? When the Pittsburgh Pirates actually get off their ass and try to do things to make the playoffs, and the White Sox as well. And again, most people thought the White Sox were going to lose 90 games, and they've done it the right way. And they say, holy hell, you know what? Let's go for it. Good for them.
Yeah, this for the people out there that want a lockout, this is what you're suppressing if we lose a season. The White Sox and Pirates resurgence. Even some other teams were kind of making some moves. I was like, okay, I can see it.
Right, but those are 2 teams that are normally sellers. You know what? Just come in here and take. The Pirates don't even try. And they were out there actually buying because they're trying to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Can we say, going to the NFL, Taysom Hill said that he's leaving the Saints. Can we say he's going to be back? He's going to miss football. He will end up on another team's roster.
I think that's possible, and just for one reason, to irritate Scott the Gator Anderson, who can't stand him. So, yes, I think Taysom Hill, the worst case scenario for Gator would be if he was signed by the Lions. And who knows? You never know. The Saints connection with Dan Campbell. Vaki keeps getting hurt again. You never know.
In a weird way, would he become the most sought-after NFL free agent of all time? Because he's the weird guy that you can just put anywhere and he's at least going to give it 100%.
No, he will not be the most sought-after free agent of all time. Reggie White's on the phone.
Yeah, I don't think that he's a guy that, you know what, if you need a gimmicky type of thing.
That's my point right there. You don't think all teams in the NFL would see him on the open market and think, let's give him a call.
I see one team that will pick up the phone and call his agent, his former coach, Sean Payton. And he can go out to the Broncos because he knew, I know what to do with this guy. Other than that, think about it.
Yes. And by the way, Reggie White, if he was calling on the phone, it'd be from heaven. So just want to make sure people realize that I do know that he is passed.
There we go. But think about this. You're a Rams fan. You think they're beating down the door to get Taysom?
They might throw out a call or two.
No, let me answer that. No, they're not.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. They're good. All right. Can we say that the NFL really values their wide receivers over running backs. The same day Bijan gets this ridiculous contract that you're like, wow, a contract extension, 3 years, $75 million. Zay Flowers, okay, the wide receiver for the Ravens, 4-year, $140 million.
So by my math, you're paying Zay Flowers, who maybe a borderline Pro Bowler. Did he? I don't think he got in, did he? The Pro Bowl?
Yeah, he made it. Yeah,
Oh, he did?
two-time Pro Bowler.
Okay, all right, my bad.
But Stoney, nobody plays in the Pro Bowl.
Right.
So
was he an alternate? Maybe, I don't know. $35 million a year for Zay Flowers. Now I know you got a new coach there in Jesse Minter, but he's a defensive. That makes no sense to me.
I don't like any bit of it. The NFL, with the way that they do their contracts, especially to your point, Rico, in terms of wide receivers in comparison to other positions, I don't get it at all. I don't. He doesn't deserve them. He deserves money, but not that much.
I understand running backs are going to take a pounding and their shelf life is short, but a great wide receiver, great game, 10 targets, okay? Maybe you're paying a lot of money for 10 targets, whereas Bijan will touch, I think he was 40% of the Falcons' offense. So it's funny to me what the priority is in the NFL. All right. Stoney, I'm going to put this one up on a tee for you.
Okay.
Can we say that Max Clark is here to stay?
Yes. Yes, we can. I mean, it's 3 games. I get it. And he was streaky this year in Toledo. He started off really great, then he went bad, then he got good again. But look, not only can he hit, he can field. He made some good plays, and he's got good vision, kind of like McGonagall. All the walks he's taking. I mean, this is exactly why Scott Harris drafted him. He's really good, and I don't mind the bling.
I mean, I hope he's here to stay because this is what I wanted out of the Tigers. Sell a little bit, bring up these young guys, and hopefully the future is now. So, yeah, I hope he stays.
Guys, can we say that Tigers fans tonight will be cheering for Tarek Skubal in his Dodger debut?
Not at all.
No, I don't think so.
I'll be the only person in Metro Detroit cheering for him, obviously, because just look at the hat I'm wearing.
There'll be others. So, you think people are going to be hate watching tonight?
I don't know. I don't know if he gets the Verlander Stafford treatment where all of a sudden you just wanted to see him win his title. No. He was one of you, but he's not one of you. Or is this going to be pure spite?
He wasn't here long enough for you to really want him to win the World Series. I don't think.
No.
I mean, I think people still like him, but I don't think people aren't going to get Detroit Dodger jerseys.
All right. Can we say that? 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Bijan Robinson inked a record deal for a running back today. He was holding in like Jahmyr Gibbs. Fox 2's Jennifer Hammond asked Brad Holmes how Robinson's deal will impact Gibbs. He said, quote, "It usually expedite things, but we'll see," end quote. New Lions linebacker Devin White was asked today if his goal is to be a starter. He said he wants to be the best version of himself. Brewers beat writer Adam McCalvey says that Milwaukee thinks they made a strong offer to acquire Tarek Skubal, perhaps maybe a stronger one than the Dodgers, but they weren't surprised that LA ultimately landed him. Quote, Milwaukee's initial proposal was also 3 prospects, according to sources. All 3 were hitters, and at least 2 were top 100 prospects. One of them was shortstop Luis Pena, who's number 18 on MLB Pipeline's top 100. Skubal makes his first start for LA tonight against the Cubs. The top get in that trade, Zaire Hope, is making his debut for Erie, batting second in right field. Tigers start a series with the Mariners. Troy Melton on the mound, first pitch at 9:40 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Otto. It is the Valenti and Rico Show. I'm Stoney in for the vacationing Monsieur Michael Valenti. Got Jake. We have Corbin back there behind the glass, making everything sound as good as it possibly can with this buffoon in charge here, meaning myself. All right, 248-539-9797. Tonight, the Detroit Tigers take on the Seattle Mariners in Seattle, right here on 97.1. Remember what happened the last time they played Seattle, Rico?
I do, Stoney. Yeah.
I hope this one doesn't last 15 innings.
I can't believe I stayed up all night watching.
It was a
that.
Friday night, too. Yeah.
Like, come on, guys. Just timely hit. This thing's going to go.
One timely hit. And, it might not have come to that if a certain Mr. Skubal pitched one more inning because they had the lead by a run when he left. And then next inning, they didn't.
I'm convinced he goes back out there. They're playing the Blue Jays.
I agree. And they probably would have lost, but who cares? I mean, they would have. It would have been progressing.
Yes.
One, ALDS, ALCS. Maybe there would have been more impetus in the offseason to do more and whatever. It didn't work out that way, but yes. Meanwhile, the aforementioned Mr. Skubal at the friendly confines of Wrigley Field will be making his Los Angeles Dodger debut tonight. And the game is on national television. I believe it's, TBS or TBS?
TBS. Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. Will you be watching the Dodgers-Cubs game? A. Will you be watching the Dodgers-Cubs game to root for Tarek Skubal? Or option number C, will you be watching the Dodgers-Cubs to hate watch and hope that Pete Crow Armstrong and company destroy Tarek Skubal?
You know what? I got a feeling that a lot of people are going to choose option C.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number and our text chain here, text communications. I'm curious what people are going to do. You might not even want to watch it at all. That's option D.
No, I think the curiosity is there, but I don't think that Skubal will get the same love that the Stafford got, that Justin Verlander got, that when they left, fans still felt like they were a part of the team. Fans still wanted to see them do well. I think a lot because of just the fact that Skubal, it didn't seem like him and Scott Boras wanted to be here. I think partly because you went to the Dodgers And it's like, the Dodgers didn't need your help. The Dodgers are probably going to win the World Series anyway.
Right.
So I think saying that, I think it's more of a, yeah, you know what? I want to see you fail. I want to see you fall on your face. I don't want to see good things happen to you because you are a Dodger, because you're not here, because you know what? You should, if you wanted to be in Detroit so badly, you should have signed a deal, but you didn't. So I think that most people will say, nah, I can't root for them.
And I like the comparison, the Stafford and Verlander. And the biggest difference to me is Stafford, yes, he was polarizing about it, whether he was good enough, could they win with him? I get that. But most people, even if you weren't a huge fan of his, football ability, which now seems really dumb, you kind of like the way he ingratiated himself in this area. He did a lot of, charity work and things like that, and part of the community to a certain extent. Justin Verlander, he was always, he was around in bars and things like that, especially when he was younger, and then the whole Kate Upton thing. And I mean, it was.
Well, we knew he wasn't probably we knew he was at the end, but when he came back, Stoney, people were like, he's coming back. Like,
Yes.
JV is coming back.
Yeah.
Because he was always a Detroiter, even though he wasn't here.
Correct. I mean, and people were, I remember we had this discussion when he went to Houston when they made the trade. It was, he had to decide whether he was going to take the trade or not because he had basically a no trade. And at the last second, he said, okay, I'll go. Because he really liked it here and he had a lot of success here. And obviously he had, better team success in Houston. But, people for the most part liked Justin Verlander. Tarek Skubal is a great pitcher. There's no doubt about it. Back-to-back Cy Young Award winners, and he's been great. I just never got the opinion that people loved Tarek Skubal, the person. Not that they didn't like him. There was just not this lovey-dovey thing about him.
It was never like, I don't know, that he embraced Detroit and Detroit embraced him back. Like you feel that with all the Lions players, like from Amon-Ra to Jared Goff. Like nobody was chanting Tarek Skubal, but you just, even when he showed up to places, and I think the contract and what happened in Game 5 just kind of soured people where, okay, we can forgive you if you just tell your agent to quit doing the stupid nursery rhymes and just come back and sign with the team. Like, Tarek, do you want to be here? Because Detroiters want somebody who wants to be in Detroit. And you can never get that answer out of him.
No.
Which made you feel like, dude, you're going to leave. So that's why, if the Tigers get rid of you, fine, get something for him. But I think deep down, people wanted to see, I'm going to be here. I want to be a Tiger. I believe in what, Scott Harris is doing. And we're going to build something. You never got any of that.
No.
It just kind of seemed like it was about him.
Well,
and that was it.
Sorry to interrupt, but and to your point as well, he did the whole tour of Detroit just all in one weekend. That's the only time you ever really saw him kind of going around to other games and whatnot.
Corbett, here's the thing about that. Yeah, but don't talk to me.
Yeah, that's the cherry on top of it all.
Right. I'm going to sit courtside every place, but put me on camera. I'll throw T-shirts, but please don't ask me about anything.
Yeah, because then when the question was, so you want to be in Detroit full time? Let's not. That's a December topic to talk about.
So I that's why I think, and let's face it, he went to your Dodgers. I don't think people want to see that. Had he gone to another team, maybe. If he was a Brewer, okay, he could be a part of that story. But it's like the Dodgers didn't need him. We're going to win anyway.
Right. At least they sent him to the National League, though.
True.
Yeah. And look, chances are he will sign with them, I would assume, when he becomes a free agent. You never know, but that's the assumption.
I don't think it's here.
No, I don't think it's here either.
I would be shocked if Scott Harris pulled that off and was all of a sudden like, wait, he came back.
Right. He
pulled a Flaherty like he's back?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'm sure Scott Harris would love to have Tarek Skubal back. I just don't see, and I'm not blaming him, but the difference between Chris Ilitch and Mike Ilitch is Mike Ilitch would give him whatever he wanted.
I guess now if he came back, now yes, you won the trade because you got the pieces and you got him back.
Yes. Look, obviously, there's a 99.9% chance what I'm about to say does not happen. But how cool would it be if they said, you know what, let's do the wink, wink, nod, nod. Let me go get some prospects and I'm coming back. Would people love that? Or would they say, wait a second, if you knew you were going to come back here all along, why you basically aborted our season?
No, I think people would. If he came back, they would love that because yes, now you got your guy, and now he's saying, "I want to be here.
Right.
I want to be here long term. I'm going to sign a deal." And you know what? Maybe you don't give him 8 years, but okay, give him a 6-year deal,
right?
And put some player options on the final player option for 2 more seasons if you want to be here for 8 years,
right?
But we're only going to be on the hook for you for 6 years.
Yes.
My main takeaway on that, if Skubal were to come back and like you said, it was a wink wink thing, let's just adopt a loaning system like they do over in European soccer. Here, Skubal, go get your ring. You'll be back though. Don't worry. At that point, that's the conversation I would begin.
No, I get what you're saying, but look, he's going to be a free agent. I'm like you, Stoney. I don't think he's coming back to Detroit. It would be funny if he did. Yeah, he's probably going to end up in LA.
Yeah.
Especially if they win, he's going to say, "Okay, I don't have to carry the load. Like there will be no such thing as the Skubal start where you need him to come out there and stop the bleeding."
Right.
You got Yamamoto. You got other pitchers out there. So
Correct.
he's one of many, not just a one of one.
Correct. And they probably have others in the farm system too. And by the way, Rieger earlier today, and I'm sure he'll talk about it on his program, tweeted out an offer, and I have to see if I can find it here, that the rumor in Milwaukee, here we go, Jeff Rieger. I'm going to try to refine his tweet here. Just bear with me for a second. Let's see. According to MLB.com's Anna McCalvey, the Brewers offered Detroit infielder Luis Pena, infielder Jet Williams, and outfielder Josh Adamczewski. It said Pena, basically Pena and Jet Williams are, and Adamczewski, however you pronounce it, they're 3 top 100 prospects. And the Tigers turned that down because they wanted a young, controllable pitcher in the deal, and Milwaukee wouldn't include Logan Henderson. So the Tigers went for because of River Ryan. So the pressure's on River Ryan.
It is, but Stoney, it always goes back. I think Scott Harris kind of said that he wanted a controllable pitcher.
Yes, he did. We knew that 3 weeks ago.
That's the beauty of all the guys sitting at the Coney Island. They tell you exactly what their order is going to be. They don't change it. It's the usual. Every time they sit down, the waitress already knows exactly what to bring them. They tell you. He told us. So I'm not shocked about that. He didn't get the pitcher he wanted. He went to the Dodgers who gave him something.
So here's the deal with the Coney Island. Are they waiting? Is there an extra spot? Because there's an empty chair at the Coney now. I mean, when's the 4th spot going to be filled, Rico?
That's a great question.
We have been, preoccupied with Lions training camp, with the baseball trading deadline. There's a hockey team who has no general manager still.
No general manager.
You have your captain who's asked to be traded, who's still hanging out at his.
I gotta assume
his golf club where he belongs and playing golf and having a great summer.
Well, people told me you can't bring him back. I was like, or he could come back if Yzerman's not here, and people thought that was ridiculous. And now, I don't know what they're doing. Honestly, this is how not to run a franchise. Signed Detroit Red Wings.
Yeah, right now it's really weird. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We're asking if you're going to watch Skubal tonight for the Chicago Cubs, and if so, or you hate watching, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Do we have any text communications out here about how they'll be watching the Tarek Skubal start tonight, Corbin?
We do have some text and communication, Stoney. The first one up, I won't be hate watching the Dodger game today. Do I wish Skubal well? Sure. But I'll look at every scenario to see what benefits my team over whether he will win.
Okay, that makes sense.
Another one, this one I found pretty funny. I'll check the box score, and that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Another one. Anyone who hate watches a regular season baseball game needs a mental health exam.
No. I'm not going to say that because this isn't just a regular game. This is him.
It's first
in a
game.
Dodger uniform. And like it or not, you're going to pay attention.
Yeah. And the more interesting thing is going to be in 3.5 weeks, when the Dodgers come here for the last weekend in August.
Yeah.
If he pitches, that's going to be unbelievable. I mean, I think the Dodgers draw a lot anyway because a lot of people, you get to see Ohtani once every 2 years.
Yeah,
right
I think
now.
People bought those tickets a long time ago.
Yes.
And now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be really cool. All right, 248-539-9797. We would be remiss in not bringing up the big story in the world of the National Football League today, and that's the Bijan Robinson signing for the Atlanta Falcons. He and Jahmyr Gibbs were having dual hold-ins, and Bijan signs a 3-year extension worth up to $75 million that includes incentives. So his base salary for this year, $22,250,000. $51 million of his contract is guaranteed. Makes him the highest paid running back in National Football League and NFL history. And the way things are going, you look at all positions in football, the cat keeps going up and up. The money keeps going up and up. So, where you'd say, why would you spend this much money on a running back? I get it because the running backs, they get hurt a lot more than they used to. Or they just get hurt a lot, not they used to. They actually, in a weird way, they probably get hurt less because it's more running back by somewhat of a committee than it ever used to be.
And I was about to say most teams platoon. Gone are the days of like the Lions, how they plan on using Jahmyr Gibbs.
With Pacheco, yeah.
Most teams run 2, maybe 3 different running backs. They're specialty guys, a red zone guy, a third down guy, your first and second. So, yeah, it's rare when you get that one. I get it. He's got every right to ask for this money because they've taken care of everybody else.
Yes.
That's Lions history.
Right.
So he's standing in line saying, okay, where's mine? Make me the highest paid back now. Now, as I stated before, I'm not a big fan of paying running backs, but if you're going to pay him, pay him.
Yeah.
And you probably should have paid him first so you don't have to worry about trying to outdo this contract, but Atlanta beat you to the punch.
Well, I get that they wanted to set the market. Now, obviously, I'm sure we're not privy to how the negotiations work, but we know that Saquon Barkley, $20,600,000 a year was the highest paid running back before Bijan today. So you had to figure that Gibbs's people were definitely saying it's got to be more than Saquon.
Yeah. And I think both parties were going to be more than Saquon. I think deep down, each wanted to be the highest paid. So Bijan gets to take the victory lap now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Lions, will they come and maybe it'll be he will make more money, but he'll have an extra year attached to his contract. So the average per year won't be quite the same, but he'll be making more than Bijan. It'll be interesting to see how they pull that off. Like a 4-year, $80 million deal where you're making more, but you're averaging a little bit less a year. But, then depending on what your signing bonus is.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is, get it done. If you're going to do it, get it done so that there's no long holdout. And I think you'll be fine because he's going to be a major part of your lineup. He's going to be a major part of your offense. So you don't want him getting any injuries because he sat out training camp too long.
And speaking of running backs, according to Adam Schefter, The Lions tried out 4 running backs today.
Yeah.
Do you hear who they were?
No, I saw who they signed.
Oh, they did sign one of them.
Yeah.
Because they tried out Kylan James, Hassan Haskins, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and the person that they did sign, Raheem Blackshear.
Yeah, he was Rutgers, right?
I
believe he played at Rutgers.
Did he transfer from? Is he the one who? There was one guy I remember from Rutgers who transferred from, either Wisconsin or Nebraska. Raheem Blackshear played for the Carolina Panthers, by the way, just so people remember. Let's look at Raheem Blackshear's statistics, shall we? Well, he didn't play last year, so maybe he was hurt. I don't know, but his NFL career, he had 52 carries for 203 yards, which is 3.9 yards an attempt. So, just a backup guy. Who knows if he's even going to make the team? Rutgers and Virginia Tech. You're right. He played most of his time. Was he the return guy that was really good for Rutgers?
He could have been. I remember hearing his name.
Yeah, he's 5'9", 190.
So, okay.
Mm-hmm. So,
Rutgers. That's another place I still got to go and I want to cross off all the stadiums in the Big Ten.
Now, what you should do, okay, is not go there for a Big Ten football game. Go to the basketball game. I hear that's the rack. Yeah, the Jersey Mikes.
It will always be the rack.
Yeah, I know.
Certain places will always be the rack. You know what? You know what, Sony? The one time I was actually going to go, they moved the game to Madison Square Garden.
Oh, that was a few years ago.
Yeah.
My daughter was visiting her boyfriend in New York, who's a Michigan fan, and see what a good guy he is. He got her tickets to see me because she's the one who went to Michigan State. She went to that game, the Michigan State-Rutgers game at the Garden.
Well, there's hope for him.
That's right.
Is he still around?
He's still around.
Okay, there's hope for that.
He's a good dude, Bradley. Yes, absolutely.
Shout out Bradley.
Yeah, that's right. 248-539-9790. You know where you have to? You didn't go to the Palestra when Michigan State played there, did you?
No.
They played what? Penn State there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because a lot of times it's especially if it's during the week, it's difficult to get to those games.
Right, I know.
In time unless I take time off.
Right, but that's you can talk about Cameron and Fog. I've never been to Fog. I've never been to either one, but the Palestra is amazing.
See, I guess I'm like, is it really that big of a deal? Because I've never gone.
Right.
It's like the one in Indy where
Hinkle.
Like you got to do Hinkle. Like, really? Do I really have to do Hinkle? I did Cameron. It's a little bit of a dump.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
But they're all. But see, I think that's what's great about college basketball to me, because I was, growing up going to the Palestra a lot as a kid. That's because that's where at that time Villanova, St. Joe, Temple, LaSalle, and Penn, they all played there. Now they all have their own arenas, except very few games are played there. Look, it was the cradle. It was great.
I know the style of basketball is different, but honestly, if you cut off the upper deck of Callahan Hall and shrink it.
I love Callahan. Callahan
I'm saying,
Hall
but
is great.
It has that feel. It's just no upper deck, and you're a whole lot closer to the court.
I love Callahan Hall. I regret I never went to a game at Jennison because I think the Brez. When did the Brez start? 95, something like that.
Somewhere around. I did. They did a throwback game in Jennison.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's right.
So that was a one time because I had never been in Jennison either.
But I'm one of the weirdos who I like the old Chrysler better than when they did renovations. I liked it dark and dingy.
Are you serious?
Yes. It was dark. It was, it was like I thought it was really cool. It was more comfy.
So the old, like the LA Forum.
Yes. That's what the Madison Square Garden is. It's dark, and except for the lights on the court.
I got you.
Yeah, I know. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, a blitz with college football in mind. 97.1. Oh, that means one thing. Rico's favorite.
College football. Not necessarily my favorite anymore because they're kind of screwing things up. But as Jeremy just said, the college football preseason top 25 poll is out. And gentlemen, nothing is more useless than the college preseason top 25 poll. Here's why I say it's useless. Because on average, do you know how many teams start in the top 25 who do not make it at the end of the season? At least 10 teams.
Wow.
Are not there.
10.
So a little under half the teams start off in the top 25 and will fall out of the polls for good. And at the end of the year, it looks totally different.
Do you want me to read the top 25 and then?
No.
Oh, okay.
Here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to read the top 25.
Okay.
You and Corbin are going to tell me whether this team will be in the final top 25 poll at the end of the year.
Okay.
So we're going to speculate. But remember, you only have 10 teams that you could say they will not be there.
Okay.
So use them sparingly. But let's start off at number 25, the Missouri Tigers.
This is a disgusting start. I can't lie. I don't like this.
I did not look at their schedule. I looked at some of the others. I'm going to say no.
I will say yes.
All right, we got a yes and a no. I'm going to make this easy for you guys. We'll get to the hard part later. Let's go with the number one, the Ohio State.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's a safe bet. May even win the national title. Then again, they may not. The Oregon Ducks at number 2.
Yes.
Yes.
The Georgia Bulldogs at number 3.
Yes.
Yes.
The Texas Longhorns at number 4.
Yes.
Yes.
South Bend's one and only Notre Dame at number 5.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll admit I had to think a little bit about this, but I'll say yes, it's Notre Dame.
Top 25, yes.
How about the defending national champion, Indiana Hoosiers, at number 6?
Yes.
I'm going to go no. I eventually we got to start getting to some no's there. I think
one-hit wonders?
Yeah, well, listen here. In the new day and age of college football, they'll be around. Don't get it twisted. But in terms of what they did last year, I would agree with that sentiment. One-hit wonders. They're not in the top 25 at the end of this season.
Okay. We got our first no. At number 7, Paul Sarazone, the Miami Hurricanes.
Yes.
I'm going to go back-to-back no's. Why not? I don't think the two teams in the national title game are going to be in the top 25.
Wow. Why is that?
I just... something about Miami, I didn't expect them to get that as far as they did last year. They're just kind of always a school that are usually, appealing on paper. You love the U, but then once you watch it, you're like, oh, I'm watching the game on the CW50 network. I completely forgot.
Okay. Corbin's already used 3 no's. Stoney
No, I only got 2.
Oh, Stoney didn't know for Missouri. Okay. Number 8, Texas A&M.
Yes.
They're the biggest teasers of all time, but I'm going to say yes.
Okay. At number 9, and you'll see them at the Big House week 2, the Oklahoma Sooners.
SEC, Mateer, he's pretty good.
I keep forgetting, they are SEC now.
Yeah,
I was about to say, they're Big 12. No, SEC.
Yes, they'll make it.
They'll be very low. I'll say yes, but they're like 23 to 25.
So they're going to fall.
Yes, most definitely.
All right. At number 10, Ole Miss minus Lane Kiffin.
I know. I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say no. They got some interesting games on their schedule, and like you said, without Lane Kiffin, no.
This name is funny because this always was an automatic in the top 2 or 3 every single year. At number 11, the Alabama Crimson Tide. It still feels weird to say that.
Yeah, but I mean, because it's 25, they could finish 24th, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay, Stoney.
Stoney's got a lot of nose.
Basically, Stoney's going to be like, from 16 on, it's just got to be all nose.
That's why I'm happy I started getting some nose out of the way. But Alabama, yes, they will be. But just like, who was it? I said Oklahoma, they will fall.
So you don't believe in the Tide?
It's hard to these days. Like you said, it feels weird to say it, but that's just the truth we live in now.
Okay. At number 12, Texas Tech.
Yeah, Big 12 blows, but they're the best of the Big 12, so I'll say yes.
Yeah, they'll be in it.
Okay. At number 13, we said his name earlier, Lane Kiffin and the LSU Tigers.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, Stoney's
I just have a feeling that people are going to be so excited about them, and they're going to lose some games, including in Ole Miss.
Yeah, they got some pretty interesting matchups on their schedule. I'm looking at it right now, and LSU has been that team post their national title with Joe Burrow. You just can't really trust them, so I got to get a no win again. So yeah, LSU, they're out.
Okay, how many? You got a lot of no's, buddy.
I got 4 as of right now.
Okay. Big Ten school at number 14. Fight on, USC Trojans.
Yeah, they'll get in. I mean, Lincoln Riley. This is if they don't make it this year,
The top 25, they're going to stay in. Okay.
Yeah, they'll stay in.
Hell no. It's USC. It's Lincoln Riley. This experiment has been over for a long time. They're still milking the bit. I got to go no.
At number 15, BYU, Brigham Young.
Well, as my father always says, if you're going to Brigham Young. 15, they're ranked. I'll say they're in. Mormon power.
Yeah, I got some personal biases against this school in the negative aspect, but unfortunately with the conference they play in, I'll go BYU's in.
Okay, Stoney, we're getting close to everything else. You're going to run the table on no's. Will your first no start at number 16?
No, it's not my first. I have Missouri.
Well, I mean, your second no.
And I also had LSU as a no. So I've had two.
I'm going backwards.
Oh, okay.
The Michigan Wolverines, number 16.
Because of their schedule, they got to play Oklahoma, Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State on the road. Oh, well, they won 9 games with Sharon Moore as coach last year, and I'm going to say no. Ooh. I always
season ticket holder Stoney.
I always underestimate them. That's just the way I am.
This one's extremely hard. I will only say no for the sole reason that 2 of their last 3 games are against Oregon and Ohio State, who are clearly the class of the Big Ten as of right now.
Okay, just for the record, I didn't have a vote in this.
Right.
Michigan got 2 no's, but somehow people are going to come after me.
No, they won't.
All right. Penn State, not led by Dan Campbell, but Matt Campbell.
Their schedule is so weak, I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Stoney on that. I'm looking at their schedule right now for the first time in a long time.
I think their hardest game, it might be, Michigan and USC, I believe they play?
Correct, yeah, and those are all back. Those are back-to-back in October.
Yeah, and they're better off without James Franklin.
Okay, number 18, the University of Tennessee.
No, here's their schedule. They play at Georgia Tech, which they'll probably win, but it's still, maybe they won't. I don't know. It's a tough game. They have Texas, Auburn, Alabama. Granted, they're at home, at A&M and LSU. That schedule is daunting. I think they're fraudulent. No vols.
He said everything for me. Another no.
At number 19, UW, the University of Washington.
I mean, Damon Williams is really good, but does he really want to be there? There's so much crap going on there. I'm going to say.
Did the check clear?
Yeah,
then he wants to be there.
I know. I'm going to say no.
Okay. Here comes the run of no's for Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 3 spots for no's left. I want to put Washington in.
You got 3 left.
There's one that I'm saving for the end. So, yeah, I'll go no for Washington because I did bash them, I'm pretty sure, last week on the show.
You sure about that? Okay.
Yeah, I got to die with it.
At 20, SMU.
Here's my problem with this. There's only 3 teams from the ACC that made the top 25. So you got to think at least 2 of them are going to be, and I already have Miami is in. So I'm going to say SMU.
You're not really. You can only have 1 in. That's possible.
I know. SMU, yes.
I just looked at their schedule. In my personal opinion, I think it's pretty easy to where you can conjure up wins to be in the top 25 at the end. So I'll go yes.
Utah, 21.
No, they lost their coach and they lost their best defensive lineman. I'm going to say no.
Once again, Stoney's saying it all for me. I'm going to go no with Utah.
All right. I think this is, you only have one no left.
Yeah, and I already have my mind made up for it.
3 teams. At number 22, the University of Iowa.
Yes.
Their schedules, they play Michigan, Ohio State, and Washington as their 3 tough games. I'm going to say yes.
23, University of Clemson.
No!
Yeah, this
Dabo.
Yeah,
No,
hell no.
no.
Dabo, it's over. He's just going to keep running down that hill. No, it's over. It is more than over. Hell no.
24, University of Houston. You have to say yes.
Yeah, everyone else was yes for me.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Stoney, did you get all your no's in?
I don't know. I didn't keep. I probably had about 6 or 7. I don't know if I had 10, but
All right, real quick, guys. And the last one is Missouri, but
we said that already.
So,
yeah.
Stoney, you said
No.
and you said yes.
Correct, yes.
All right. Is there a team that you think should be in the top 25 that's not?
Oh, that's a great question.
I'm just going to say I don't know to circle back. You said, the preseason poll, it's pointless. So I just don't. I guess we'll see.
And I guess, guys, the most overrated team in here.
The most
the overrated team that you said no to. Like
I don't even know if I said no to, but I think Mississippi's not a top 10 team.
Ole Miss, yeah.
Yeah, I think 10 is way too generous.
I got to
for
go
them.
with my first no, unfortunately.
Indiana?
Okay.
All right. There's your college football preseason top 25 Blitz 97.1.
It is the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in for Monsieur Valenti. Actually, Monsieur's French since he's Italian. What's Mr. in Italian? Anybody know?
Let's just go with Mr.
Okay. Rieger and Wojo will be here shortly. They are actually in the building together. Wojo's actually came here 15 minutes before his show.
Yeah, they're out there having a show right now as we speak.
Well, that's the way it always is. All right, 248-539-9797. Okay. Is this a person have a name, or is I'm not taking this call? Okay.
Not taking the call.
Okay, cool. Anyway, Rico, we talked about this earlier. We're not going to get in too deep into it because our show's running out. But after the program tonight, going to go to the, I believe it's the Covenant Church is my new precinct. They changed our precincts, our place where our voting takes place. For years, I voted at Drake Park and would see friends of Rieger's family.
Well, now you don't have to talk to them.
Working. So I have no idea if they're still going to be, if they've moved as well. They might still be at the Drake Park location in West Bloomfield, but I'm at the Covenant Church to vote in the Democratic primary. And I encourage everybody to vote, no matter which way you're going to go. Okay? We're not here to tell people how they should vote. We're just here to tell, at least I'm here to tell you that you should vote.
On the topic of voting, if we were to take Detroit sports, players, coaches, GMs, whatever we want, and if you could elect one president of Detroit sports, who would it be and why?
Players, coaches.
Just the whole landscape of it. Everyone, it's the thickest ballot you'll ever see in your life.
Current?
Yes, current.
I probably would go Dan Campbell. I mean, he just seems like the most authoritative person with the voice, the size, the demeanor. Like, he just looks like a guy who can get some stuff done. So, yes, if I had to choose, I would go, my vote would be for Dan Campbell.
Well, it certainly would not be any of the GMs.
No.
And Todd McClellan, no, he's not presidential. JB Bickerstaff, possibly. AJ Hinch.
If you had to vote for one Detroit sports person, coach, player, if you're voting for them as, I guess, like a president or something, I said
president of Detroit sports, and I would agree with Rico.
Of Detroit
Dan
sports.
Campbell.
Dan Campbell would probably be the guy.
Does it have to be a current?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, so Jim Leland would be my vote, but of course not current.
Last I heard, he is not.
Well, it's obvious. Dusty May.
He is not.
Oh, he
here.
doesn't count.
He's not current.
For Dallas,
he could vote for. He could run for governor of Texas.
Oh, this
and just so you know, Sharon is off the ballot as well. Ward technically still here.
Does it have to be a coach or general manager? Can it be a player?
It could be a player.
Oh, a player.
Yeah, we're just.
This is a good question, Corbin.
How about Verlander?
I would have voted for Skubal, but he got traded. You know.
I've heard.
Really? You know what? Typical Tigers. They made trades yesterday, and all they got in return was cash. That's ridiculous.
Well, you know what they didn't
That's a
get?
funny one.
No trophies in that case behind
Yeah.
Scott Harris.
Yeah, what was that? Did anybody ask Scott Harris, like, what room are you in
He was
currently?
like in a warehouse or something.
Maybe it was the home office.
I hope not. Like, buddy, seriously.
Headquarters.
Go down to the Little Caesars restaurant. Do it in one of the, like, really?
For those who don't know,
the jokes.
Harris was on a Zoom, but I think this was calculated because people sometimes don't like others like seeing what you have behind you, like what books you're reading or what autograph things you have. And he picked a completely empty room.
Okay, but if anything, put up pictures of former Tigers, something.
Pictures of your kids or something.
You can't have empty shelves behind you.
Because the people will say, oh, why does he have Trammell up there but not Whitaker? And why doesn't he have Verlander up there?
Well, did you ever think he just moved into whatever
That
house or
too.
room?
That's
Maybe he just
possible.
moved in. He didn't
like-
have time to decorate it yet.
At the empty shelves, just like, hey, are these all your trophies you've accumulated?
At least he's not yet moving out, is he?
I saw there was one
no.
book. There was one book in his office. It was written by Dave Dombrowski, called Trader Dave.
Yeah. Oh, God.
What about
this? Is going to be a long
Trader
day.
Dave's being lambasted in Philly, even though he got a Luis Arise.
This is going to be a long
Luis
day.
Arise.
So he didn't have No and No by S. Iserman?
No. He did not.
No.
He did not have No and No.
Did you guys sift through all the second day nonsense?
Yeah.
Because you do have to be careful. I know Little Rieger's running around trying to find things that contradict anything that Harris or anybody else said.
I don't mind the job Harris did. Just a little underwhelmed with the school bowl return.
I don't mind it either. It didn't knock anybody's socks off. It knocked his own socks off,
Well,
apparently.
he was very excited, which all that matters.
He was quite pleased. I will say, for just sort of surrendering half of this season, if it's even surrendered, he did set himself up very well for the future.
And I like his
Very well.
reasoning. Here's the question, though. So ESPN called the Tigers a big fat loser because they traded away Skubal and Mize when they had a 20% chance to make the playoffs. Like, we agree with that, correct? Not that they're a loser. We agree with the move.
Yes. And the other thing, I think Birchie's column set it up perfectly, though. But if he's not waving the white flag, there were some relievers that they could have gotten that were not
Super
return of high
expensive.
prospects. Right.
It was
But
the
I actually-
off-white beige flag.
But I'm intrigued by the internal upgrades. Like if River Ryan, maybe he's a bulk reliever.
Jackson
Jobe goes like hell. Let's go. They're not going to make the playoffs, or if they do, they're probably not going to do much. I think Scott Harris made the right choice.
So
He
do
made
I.
the right move.
It was the right move.
All right. Rieger and Wojo and Rieger coming up next. 97-1.